Chapter 1863. What the sacred thunder beast was implying was that Zi-Chen was useless if he couldn't get the heart of Thunderwings. Although the two were from the same clan and Zi-Chen was a junior with potential, the sacred thunder beast didn't have the time to bring Zi-Chen along and spend several years to help him. The main reason was that the sacred thunder beast needed Zi-Chen to become stronger and help it do things. The heart of Thunderwings was the key. If it didn't need Zi-Chen this time, the sacred thunder beast would only bring Zi-Chen here when it was free. Zi-Chen followed the instructions and walked 500 steps forward. Suddenly, there were spots of light in the dark void. These lights were flickering like Xing-Chen. Zi-Chen continued to move forward. As he walked deeper, the silver lights increased. These silver lights weren't Xing-Chen's lights. They were the lights emitted by the thunderbolts. Every time the lights flickered, a thunderbolt would disappear. This area was filled with thunderbolts. As Zi-Chen continued to move forward, the whole world became brighter. Thick thunderbolts appeared silently and then disappeared silently. As the lights flickered, this world looked beautiful but also very dangerous. The thunderbolts around him were like living creatures. They had their own keen senses. As he moved forward, the thunderbolts around Zi-Chen's body automatically flashed. The thunderbolts were one with the thunderbolts around him. Even though they were of the same origin, the thunderbolts around him were still very aggressive. As the thunderbolts flickered, it was as if there were thunderbolts staring at him covetously. Buzz! The light around Zi-Chen trembled again. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The thunder wings trembled, and a surge of thunderbolt power spread out. The thunderbolts that were originally restless quieted down after sensing this surge of energy. In this mysterious space filled with thunderbolts, Zi-Chen walked alone. Endless thunderbolts surrounded him. After moving forward like this for an unknown period of time, Zi-Chen didn't notice anything other than the thunderbolts. Releasing his spiritual senses, he could clearly sense the existence of the thunderbolts around him. He could even sense how terrifying the thunderbolts were, but he could not sense the heart of the Thunderwings. Left with no choice, Zi-Chen could only continue forward. This time, he sped up and flapped his lightning wings. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, Zi-Chen turned into a stream of light and flew away. Wherever he passed, he covered the place with his spiritual senses to check for abnormalities. The space here was still in chaos. Zi-Chen could not sense the flow of time. In short, a long time had passed, but Zi-Chen still did not discover anything. It was as if he had entered a maze or an illusion array. Sensing that it was futile to continue forward, Zi-Chen stopped and pointed at the distant lightning. The lightning that had just flashed was extinguished. There was nothing unusual in the surroundings. Zi-Chen repeatedly attacked the lightning bolts. If it was an illusory array, he might be able to trigger a change in it. The thunderbolts were extinguished one after another, but the surroundings were still very calm. This place was too strange. Zi-Chen frowned slightly. Unwilling to give up, he took a step forward and waved his sleeve. A powerful energy swirled up and a tornado appeared out of thin air. The tornado spread out and the surrounding thunderbolts were instantly sucked in before being extinguished. It seemed that the effect of the storm was too strong. The thunderbolts in the distance began to move in the flashing and extinguishing. They were not moving toward the storm, but toward Zi-Chen on the other side of the storm. The powerful storm was still spinning, but the thunderbolts bypassed the storm and rushed toward Zi-Chen. For a moment, the power of the thunderbolts spread and rushed toward Zi-Chen like thunder snakes. Swoosh! A light flashed under Zi-Chen's feet. The lightning wings on his back flapped and his figure retreated backward. As he retreated, more thunderbolts chased after him like streamers. Zi-Chen kept retreating. Wherever he passed, the other thunderbolts seemed to be awakened and rushed toward Zi-Chen with murderous intent. The storm in the distance dissipated due to the lack of energy. However, the lightning in the surroundings did not stop there. Instead, it crazily charged toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen was still retreating, but the thunderbolts behind him took the initiative to attack Zi-Chen. At a glance, all the thunderbolts in this world were activated and rushed toward Zi-Chen crazily. Zi-Chen could not retreat. He could only flap his lightning wings at a high frequency and begin to dodge in a small area. Swoosh! Swoosh! Bolts of lightning brushed past Zichen's body. At this moment, facing so many powerful thunderbolts, Zichen felt a lot of pressure. The thunderbolts around him gathered more and more. At a glance, they were densely packed and came from all directions like raindrops. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Zichen's forehead as he kept dodging. After a quarter of an hour, Zichen was still persevering. At this moment, he was almost invisible. Only the endless light of the thunderbolts could be seen. Time passed. Facing more and more thunderbolts, Zichen seemed to be powerless and was hit by a thunderbolt. His powerful defense had managed to block the attack. Another quarter of an hour passed. Zichen was hit dozens of times, but he did not suffer any injuries. Now, Zichen could no longer be seen. There were also no thunderbolts. Zichen's surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. Zichen was in the sea of lightning, avoiding the attacks of the sea of lightning. Facing the dense and seamless thunderbolts, Zichen could no longer dodge. Boom! The thunderbolts were violent. Thunderbolts from all directions rushed toward Zichen at the same time, instantly drowning Zichen. The thunder might in the thunderbolts spread, surging with a vast and terrifying aura. In the face of such a powerful energy, even the undying source would be severely injured. The thunderbolts completely exploded. Lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and the power of thunder raged. Zichen's body did not explode with the thunderbolts. The moment the thunderbolts exploded, another world appeared in front of his eyes. This was a bright world. The silver light illuminated every corner of the world. In the center of the world, there was a glowing object that radiated silver light in all directions. The glowing object pierced Zichen so hard that he could not open his eyes. People of the Thunder Clan, what are you doing here? Just as Zichen gradually adapted to the light here, a cold voice sounded in this world. You are the heart of Thunder Wings. The sudden voice made Zichen quiver. He instantly adapted to the environment here and looked at the only light. Unfortunately, there was only a ball of light. He could not see anything. You know of my existence. There was a trace of surprise in the voice. It's really you. Then there's no mistake. Gold and silver light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He immediately saw through the essence of the ball of light. In the ball of light, there was a small silver spirit. The spirit had 6 wings, which looked like Zichen's heavenly thunder wings. At this moment, the little spirit was pouting, its small eyes full of surprise and surprise. The moment Zichen saw the little spirit, the latter seemed to have noticed. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in its eyes. A thunderbolt power blocked Zichen's vision. I don't care how you came here. Since you brought me the 6 wings, I can spare your life, the Heart of Thunder Wings said coldly. What? Zichen was a little stunned, a look of confusion on his face. Hand over the 6 wings, and I will spare your life and send you away. The Heart of Thunder Wings' tone became colder. Are you mistaken? You're just a part of the Heavenly Thunder Wings. Now you should return to the Heavenly Thunder Wings and leave with me, Zichen said. It was his first time seeing a soldier spirit like this. I'm the core of the Heavenly Thunder Wings. The Heavenly Thunder Wings should be under my control. As for you, since you're from the Thunder Clan, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll die. Zichen was so angry that he laughed. At the same time, he finally understood why the Thunder Sacred Beast wanted him to subdue it. It turned out that this guy was used to being free and now wanted to rebel. With a cold smile, Zichen ignored the other party. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and the 9 passing thunderbolts were fully displayed. Since the other party wanted to rebel, the most direct way to tame it was to beat it up and tame it with force. Zichen was very experienced in this. Showing off the 9 passing thunderbolts in front of me. There was obvious disdain in the Heart of Thunder Wings' words. Its body flashed, and it flew backward. As it flew, it was like teleportation. Its body really achieved the 9 passing thunderbolts. In the outside world, Zichen could do the same, but here, in this special world, his speed was suppressed. When he got close, the Heart of Thunder Wings had already retreated far away. Wherever it passed, there were still remnants of lightning. Boom! As Zichen chased after it again, The lightning in front of him raged. Bolts of lightning were like giant snakes, twisting and turning as they shot towards him. This was the Heart of Thunder Wings attack. The lightning carried extraordinary power. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen's body flashed, and he passed through the lightning, easily dodging it. But at this moment, the distance between them was even greater. Damn it! Cursing, Zichen flipped his hand, and the divine dragon bow appeared. Then, the dragon god arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the Heart of Thunder Wings. Swoosh! When the arrow was still some distance away from the Heart of Thunder Wings, it entered the void and disappeared. When Zichen drew the bow again, the dragon god arrow seemed to be lost in the turbulence of time and did not appear again. Losing the dragon god arrow for nothing, Zichen's face was even more furious. Without saying a word, he shot out energy after energy. Unfortunately, these energy attacks disappeared before they could reach the Heart of Thunder Wings. How could this be? Just as Zichen was about to lose his temper, the Heart of Thunder Wings' voice sounded again. It's useless. This is a chaotic space. All your attacks are useless against me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over the heavenly thunder wings obediently, or the next one to disappear will be you. Is that so? Then I'd like to see. Zichen smiled coldly and went forward again. This time, he showed his fastest speed. In this speed chase, Zichen did not get lost. Chapter 1864. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Zichen would not be in any danger here. What he needed to do next was to use pure speed to catch the Heart of Thunderwings. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Heart of Thunderwings was very fast. It flashed without a trace, which was completely unexpected. Zichen, who was chasing from behind, seemed to be having a hard time. He was only relying on his extreme speed now, not the flash speed. The difference between the two was not small. I don't believe that I can't catch up to you. Zichen was unwilling to give up. He recalled what the Thunder Sacred Beast had told him about extreme speed. The Thunder Sacred Beast had personally admitted that its speed was not as fast as Zichen, who had the heavenly thunder wings. The 9 fleeting thunderbolts was known as the fastest in the world, but there were some extreme speed footwork techniques that could compare. However, once one had the heavenly thunder wings, the 9 fleeting thunderbolts would be the fastest. Zichen had the advantage in front of the Thunder Sacred Beast. In front of the Heart of Thunderwings, Zichen also had the advantage. However, Zichen could not fully utilize the thunder wings for the time being, so he could not expand this advantage. Therefore, his speed was slower than the Heart of Thunderwings. In the process of constantly chasing, Zichen also used his spiritual senses to observe the other party's movements. At the same time, he was deducing in his sea of consciousness. This was Zichen's, and also the humans', greatest advantage: learning and creation. During the deduction, Zichen's speed gradually increased. Coupled with the thunder wings, his body began to flicker. Zichen's changes surprised the Heart of Thunderwings. In the midst of the continuous chase, the distance between the two narrowed. Time passed. In the face of great pressure, Zichen's improvement was very big. His body gradually coordinated with the thunder wings and began to flicker. Every time he flickered, Zichen's speed would increase greatly. This was a battle of speed. Although Zichen was far from the Heart of Thunderwings, he was growing, while the Heart of Thunderwings had no possibility of a breakthrough. In front of Zichen, the Heart of Thunderwings demonstrated its extreme speed time and time again. This made Zichen, who had high comprehension, become even faster. Swish! 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 After a period of time, Zichen's figure could rapidly flicker 3 times in this suppressed world. Compared to the Heart of Thunderwings 6 times, the gap was obviously smaller. Watching Zichen's growth, Heart of Thunderwing became more and more surprised. That little sprite-like body was constantly threatening Zichen as it flashed and disappeared at high speed. If you don't retreat now, you will definitely die. If you know what's good for you, leave now and I can spare your life. Seeing that you are from the Thunder Clan, I will generously let you take the Sky Thunder Wings with you. At this moment, Zichen's figure could flash 4 times in an instant. If you retreat now, you still have a chance. This is your only chance. If you don't leave now, you're forcing me to use my trump card. You'll regret it. You will definitely regret this. Swish. 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 Zichen's figure could already flash 5 times. He was very close to catching up to the heart of Thunderwing. Human, you are forcing me. At worst, we will fight to the death. If you continue to chase, we will die together. At worst, I will activate the chaotic space-time. You and I will both die here. The pressure was increasing. Heart of Thunderwing became anxious and began to threaten him. However, Zichen ignored it. All he could do now was to catch it and teach it a lesson. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's figure had flashed 6 times. In an instant, Zichen felt that his understanding of extreme speed had deepened. He stopped chasing and quietly felt the extreme speed of the world. Heart of Thunderwing also stopped. It looked at Zichen and its little face became more and more unsightly. When Zichen's gaze fell on it again, it let out a strange cry and turned to run. The two of them used their flashing techniques almost at the same time. However, when the Heart of Thunderwing flashed, it also released many thunderbolts to interfere. These thunderbolts were like thunder snakes, twisting and twisting. With terrifying power, they blocked Zichen's path. Swish. 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 Under Zichen's feet, the light changed and the thunder wings flapped. A mysterious force directly moved the surrounding space. As this force spread, the charging thunder snake suddenly stopped. It was as if space had suddenly stopped. Zichen's figure instantly passed through it. Space freeze. Seeing Zichen pass through the thunder snake so easily, Heart of Thunderwing was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. However, in the next moment, it felt as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its extreme speed was greatly affected. Damn it, you still want to control me. It cursed under its breath. A dazzling light burst out from its body and its speed increased again. The discomfort gradually dissipated. However, at this moment, a powerful hand directly passed through space and grabbed its body. Its body, which was originally moving at extreme speed, was instantly frozen. No, don't grab me. Don't grab me. Being grabbed by Zichen, the little spirit struggled and shouted. Zichen sneered, preparing to teach the other party a good lesson. Suddenly, the little spirit's body scattered like flowing water in Zichen's hand. A suction force suddenly came from the thunder wings behind him and directly absorbed the flowing water that the little spirit turned into. As if its soul had been repaired, Zichen immediately felt that the thunder wings on his back had a complete feeling. Master! Immediately after, a voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was the voice of Heart of Thunderwing, and also the voice of the Heavenly Thunderwing. This voice was full of respect, without the arrogance and pride from before. What's your name? Zichen asked through voice transmission. Thunderwing. The Heavenly Thunderwing replied respectfully. At the same time, Zichen felt that there were many more things in his sea of consciousness. This knowledge was specifically for the Heavenly Thunderwing. The Heavenly Thunderwing's real name was the 12 Heavenly Thunderwings. 12 wings? Could it be that there are still 6 wings outside? Asked Zichen, who had long known that the Heavenly Thunderwing was not complete. Yes, there are still 6 wings outside. Recalling the scene when he saw the little spirit, Zichen had a feeling and asked, in that case, the Heart of Thunderwing has also scattered. If it was the 12 Heavenly Thunderwings, then the Heart of Thunderwing must have 12 wings, and not the 6 wings that Zichen had seen before. Yes, the Heart of Thunderwing was shattered back then, causing its spiritual intelligence to be incomplete. Otherwise, the previous situation would not have happened. The Heavenly Thunderwing and the Heart of Thunderwing were originally one. They were created by the ThunderClan's experts back then to serve the ThunderClan. If it was a complete Heart of Thunderwing, there would be no rebellion at all. In the process of dispersing, the incomplete spiritual intelligence of the Heart of Thunderwing was disturbed by other aspects, resulting in its current state. Can I still find my Dragon God arrow? Asked Zichen. Although the current Dragon God bow was only an Imperial weapon, it was still a top-grade Imperial weapon. Zichen used it very well and did not want to lose it just like that. The Dragon God arrow can be found. Master, you just need to summon it again. Zi Chen did as he was told and pulled the dragon god bow again. Essence chi surged in all directions and the dragon god arrow returned. Master, the quality of this weapon is too low. In this chaotic space, there is a sea of fire. The temperature of the sea of fire is very high. Perhaps it can help Master to refine the weapon again. The heavenly thunderwing, which had been combined, was now absolutely loyal to Zi Chen. Oh, there is such a place. Zi Chen's eyes lit up and said, "Take me there." The lightning wings on his back flapped slightly, and Zi Chen's figure immediately broke through many spaces and stepped into the chaotic space-time. Just like when he was traveling with the Thunder Sacred Beast, Zi Chen was now under the guidance of the Thunder Wings. Naturally, he saw all kinds of strange sights that amazed him. "Master, I have stayed here for a long time and have some understanding of this place. I can pass through other places, but I do not dare to casually step into that sea of fire." The quality of the Thunder Wing's heart was equivalent to a heavenly weapon. Even such an existence did not dare to attempt to approach the flames. This made Zi Chen even more curious. After successfully entering a small world, a wave of blazing fire swept over. Zi Chen felt a burning sensation. A sea of fire appeared before him. Within the sea of fire, there were pale white flames burning. An extremely high temperature was released from the pale white flames. "Master, this is that sea of fire. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature." Zi Chen already had a deep feeling. Even he felt danger in such a place. He was not good at controlling flames. So, Zi Chen took out the pill cauldron. "Senior, may I know if I can use these flames to refine weapons?" asked Zi Chen courteously. The cauldron spirit appeared and carefully observed the pale white flames. His expression changed. After a while, a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He said, "That's right. These are extraterrestrial flames." Extraterrestrial flames. It's a very terrifying flame. Very few people can control it. It is very explosive and very dangerous. It is said that it fell from the heavens. It is a necessary flame for refining heavenly weapons. It can only be discovered but not sought. While Zi Chen was still in shock, the cauldron spirit carried the pill cauldron and flew towards the flames. "The temperature of the flames is very high. I can only refine weapons from the periphery." Upon hearing those words, Zi Chen immediately threw out the divine dragon bow and the dragon god arrow. At the same time, Zi Chen also threw out some other materials. There was even a supreme weapon among them. Zi Chen had killed quite a number of undying supremes last time. There were quite a few supreme weapons among them. The pale white flames engulfed the pill cauldron. Immediately after, blazing heavenly flames emerged from the pill cauldron and swallowed the weapons. As the flames engulfed the supreme weapons, they gradually melted and turned into lumps of liquid. The pill cauldron then forcibly separated these lumps of liquid. The divine dragon bow and the dragon god arrow needed to be refined again. After that, their performance would be enhanced through the combination of certain attributes. Although the cauldron spirit did not know how to refine weapons, it was very easy for him to enhance the quality of weapons. Chapter 1865. The process of upgrading a weapon was a long one. Zi Chen sat cross-legged and waited patiently. The Heart of Thunder Wings had an extraordinary comprehension of the world's fastest speed. This comprehension could allow Zi Chen's extreme speed to reach another level. After fusing with the complete heavenly Thunder Wings, it had more means. During this period, it also pointed out the various shortcomings of Zi Chen. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. After removing the impurities, the materials in the pill cauldron gradually melted and were finally condensed to improve the quality of the weapon. The lightning sacred beast waited quietly outside. It had great confidence in Zi Chen. However, in its opinion, this process should be relatively long. The lightning sacred beast closed its eyes and took a nap. With a flash of light, Zi Chen appeared in front of it. The lightning sacred beast looked at Zi Chen with a hint of surprise in its eyes. It asked, "Success?" Zi Chen nodded. So fast. Not much time had passed. Zi Chen stretched out the 6 wings on his back and used practical actions to prove it. As the 6 wings vibrated slightly, A mysterious power spread out in all directions. The lightning sacred beast felt a sense of perfection from the heavenly thunder wings. However, it frowned slightly and found something wrong. It asked, "How many wings are missing from the heart of thunder wings?" 6 wings. Chen answered honestly. The lightning sacred beast pondered for a moment and said, 6 wings is good. Your speed should have increased by a lot. We will look for the rest in the future. Let's go. Where are we going next? Chen followed the lightning sacred beast and asked. To look for people. Who are you looking for? A few fake heavens. The lightning sacred beast suddenly turned around and looked at Chen. It warned, when you see others, you better choose to remain silent. Silence. Don't talk like a mute. That would be the best. Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Since the lightning sacred beast made such an arrangement, it naturally had a deep meaning. For the rest of the journey, the lightning sacred beast obviously increased its speed. Moreover, the two of them were not limited to the remote areas. During the journey, they would also take the interdomain teleportation array. As they moved forward, Chen asked, "What are we going to do next?" "What can I do? After finding those fake heavens, we will head to a weak area of the world. Then, we will work together to break through the world barrier. You will need to use your extreme speed to enter the barrier and get us something." Chen didn't ask what it was, but he thought that it should be something extraordinary. The two of them arrived at the 4th mainland. The overlord here belonged to the sword sect, and people with swords on their backs could be seen everywhere. The sword sect's disciples had the absolute right to speak here. They were the true overlords, and their ruling status was much stronger than the 7th mainland's Misty City. The thunder sacred beast had already turned into a middle-aged man. After arriving at the city, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he brought Chen to get some food. Along the way, the thunder sacred beast also showed the same gluttonous nature as the other beasts. However, it was also a good thing to relax a little while cultivating. Boom! The two of them had just walked through a street when suddenly, a surge of energy surged out from a nearby building. Broken stones were like hidden weapons, carrying powerful energy as they shot in all directions. The energy around Chen's body fluctuated, and these things turned into dust when they reached him. Now, except for the heaven realm, almost no one could hurt him. However, the others around him were not so lucky. A few powerful realm lords were pierced through and fell to the ground. A few unlucky domain realm lords were pierced through between their eyebrows and died. With a glance, Chen could already tell that this was an unexpected incident. The person fighting was someone else, and they had suffered an unexpected calamity. The thunder sacred beast did not have any reaction, and Chen did not want to be nosy. Ignoring the wails around him, Chen stepped forward and left. A wretched figure suddenly rushed out from the shattered building, and in the process of rushing out, a powerful energy shockwave spread out in all directions. Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd, and everyone immediately scattered. Chen glanced at the two sides of the battle. It was a middle-aged man in black fighting against 3 young men. The 3 young men wore the same clothes and held swords in their hands. Sword intent surged around their bodies. It was obvious that they were from the sword sect. "Leave your life today before you leave," said one of the young men. "You've gone too far." The middle-aged man in black was furious, and the origin energy around him surged. "How dare you offend my senior brother Jian Tong? Today, you will die without a doubt," said another young man coldly. Then, the 2 young men attacked from the left and right of the middle-aged man in black. Both sides of the battle were origin sovereigns, and the middle-aged man in black was obviously stronger. In a situation of 1 against 2, he was actually not at a disadvantage. The last young man should be the leader of the 3. He glanced at the battlefield indifferently, and had no intention of attacking at all. When it came to the sword sect, the surrounding people did not even dare to talk and immediately retreated. The guards in the residence who maintained law and order also disappeared. Chen walked forward. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with him. "This is a residence. You violated the rules by attacking here," the man in black shouted in the battle, trying to attract the guards in the city. "After killing you, I, Jen Tong, will naturally deal with this matter. As the cold voice sounded, a sharp sword light went straight for the man in black. Sword intent swept out, and the sound of a sword rang out. It was the young man who had been watching from the side. Phut! This sword was fast and rushed, and it instantly arrived in front of the man in black. The latter hurriedly dodged, and the sword light directly pierced through his chest. The man in black coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with madness. If you're going to die, let's die together. The energy around the man in black completely went berserk. From the looks of it, he was going to die together. The three origin sovereigns immediately took a defensive posture. Zi Chen, who had already walked far away, shook his head. He still had too little combat experience. This was obviously a bluff. However, from this point, one could see the man in black's decisiveness. Knowing that he was no match for them, he turned around and retreated. Just as the three of them were defending, the man in black turned around and ran, turning into a stream of light and rushing forward. Damn it, he ran away. Go to hell. Looking at the man in black who was running away, the three of them were furious. Jen Tong attacked again, and another sword slashed forward. As the man in black rushed forward, his figure quickly changed direction, avoiding the sword intent, and flew into the distance. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the direction in which the man was running happened to be in Zi Chen's direction. Stop him. Hurry up and stop him. The three young men's roars came from behind. The man in black was coming in a straight line. If they blocked him a little, they would definitely be able to stop him. However, Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he directly dodged. The man in black rushed past Zi Chen, gave Zi Chen a grateful look, and then disappeared into the distance. His speed of escape was extremely fast, and he disappeared in an instant. The three of them followed closely. One of them glared fiercely at Zi Chen, and then directly chased after him. The four of them left one after another, and the surroundings were filled with discussions again. It's the sword sect's Jen Tong Supreme. I don't know which unlucky guy provoked Jen Tong Supreme. I'm afraid he's in danger this time. Daring to provoke Jen Tong Supreme is simply courting death. You have to know that Jen Tong Supreme has a record of killing an Origin Supreme. This matter was just a small interlude for Zi Chen. He had already killed many Undying Sovereigns, let alone Origin Sovereigns. He just shook his head and walked toward a restaurant. When the dishes were served, before the two could drink to their heart's content, the three people from before stormed in angrily. One of the youths pointed in Zi Chen's direction and coldly said, "This brat is here. Damn it, we asked you to stop him, but you didn't. Do you not take us seriously?" The three of them were flustered and exasperated. Obviously, they didn't catch up with the other party, so they turned around to look for Zi Chen. Hearing the discussion just now, Zi Chen knew that the three of them had always been strong. Coupled with the strength of the Origin Supreme, few people dared to provoke them. The other diners in the restaurant saw Jen Tong at a glance, and their expressions changed drastically. The Thunder Sacred Beast didn't move at all. Zi Chen picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. When he saw the three of them coming forward with a look of settling scores, he frowned slightly and said coldly, "Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire restaurant seemed to be filled with a thunderous sound. Many people felt that their ears had gone deaf. However, even more people were dumbfounded. In this place, he actually dared to speak to a disciple of the sword sect in such a tone. No matter how strong this person was, he wouldn't have a good ending. "What did you say?" The three of them were already burning with anger when they lost their target. At this moment, when they heard Zi Chen's rude words, their eyes immediately surged with killing intent. The Origin Supreme named Jen Tong stared coldly at Zi Chen. The long sword on his back was already in his hand. "What did you just say? Do you dare to say it again?" He took 2 steps forward and was still 2 meters away from Zi Chen. At this distance, as long as he drew his sword, everyone would die. "I said get lost." Zi Chen frowned in dissatisfaction and shouted coldly again. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of Undying Origin power appeared and turned into a hurricane. Undying Origin. It's the Undying Sovereign. A look of shock flashed across Jen Tong's face. He didn't have time to dodge at all. His body was instantly swept up by the hurricane and thrown out of the window. Undying sovereign. It's the undying sovereign. In the restaurant, the others were stunned. They never thought that this seemingly young outsider was actually an undying sovereign. When Jian Tong was thrown out, a look of shock appeared on the faces of the other two Origin Supremes. They also didn't expect that this guy was actually an undying sovereign. But so what if he was an undying sovereign? In the Fourth Mainland, the Sword Sect was the overlord force. No matter who came here, they had to give face to the Sword Sect. The two of them weren't frightened. One of them even said coldly, "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" I said get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. As he spoke, Zichen waved his sleeve again, and the two Origin Supremes were sent flying without any resistance. Chapter 1866. With just 2 waves of his sleeve, the 3 powerful Origin Supremes were sent flying. The entire tavern fell silent as everyone looked at Zichen in shock. Under normal circumstances, the Undying Supremes could win against the Origin Supremes, but in a 1-against-3 situation, it would not be so easy for him to win. With just a wave of his sleeve, the 3 of them were sent flying without any reaction. It could be seen that Zichen was not just relaxed, but too relaxed. With just this scene, everyone could see that Zichen was extraordinary. After sending the 3 of them flying, Zichen was still drinking, and his mood was not affected at all. As for the Thunder Sacred Beast, he did not even look at the 3 of them from the beginning to the end. In everyone's hearts, these 2 people's combat strength was extraordinary, and their origins might be even more extraordinary. Damn it, how dare you attack the people of our Sword Sect? You're courting death. So what if you're an undying supremacy? You'll still die if you provoke our Sword Sect. The 3 Origin Supremes could naturally see the problem that everyone could see. However, they had the huge Sword Sect behind them, so they were not afraid at all, even if the other party was an undying supremacy. Noisy. Hearing the voices from the outside, Zichen frowned and waved his sleeve again. A wave of energy flew out of the window, and the 3 of them cried out in surprise. However, as members of the Sword Sect, they were obviously not afraid and were still talking nonsense at this moment. Kid, hurry up and apologize, or you won't be able to leave this tavern today. Don't think that we're afraid of you just because you're an undying supremacy. Hurry up and apologize. Zichen's face immediately turned cold. If you don't shut up, you'll die. In this voice, there was a cold killing intent, and the temperature in the tavern immediately dropped. Everyone couldn't help but shiver and exclaim at the dense killing intent. The tavern instantly quieted down, and the sound from the outside disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the 3 Sword Sect Origin Supremes disappeared. Zichen and the Thunder Sacred Beast continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. It must be the slaughter law. Such a dense killing intent can only be displayed by the law of slaughter. I didn't expect this undying sovereign to be an expert who has comprehended the law of slaughter. Such an expert is indeed terrifying, but the Sword Dao true intent of the Sword Sect is also an extraordinary existence. He might not be able to gain an advantage here. If we don't leave now, then we won't be able to leave once the experts of the Sword Sect arrive. The surrounding diners were whispering to each other. Zichen's methods were shocking, but the Sword Sect was not to be trifled with either. The 3 of them had been scared away. The next time they came, they would definitely bring the Sword Sect's undying indestructibility with them. Even if the 2 of them were fearless, how could they go against a colossus like the Sword Sect? In fact, it was impossible for the 2 of them to leave now. Outside the restaurant, there were many figures with swords on their backs. They were in charge of monitoring the 2 of them. The 2 of them had no intention of running away. They just sat there, drinking and eating. When they were full, the 2 of them stood up, paid the bill, and left. Following that, many people walked out of the restaurant, wanting to see what would happen next. As soon as the 2 of them walked out of the restaurant, the disciples of the Sword Sect who were keeping watch moved. Some went forward to report the matter, while others immediately followed. "Where are we going now?" Zichen asked. "Out of the mansion, of course," the Thunder Sacred Beast said faintly. "Out of the mansion? I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." A cold voice sounded. The space in front of the two of them distorted, and 5 people appeared out of thin air. In addition to the 3 Origin Supremes from before, there were 2 more Undying Supremes present. One was an old man in a red robe, and the other was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. "Senior brother, it's him." Jian Tong immediately pointed at Zichen and said, "Not only did he attack us, but he also looked down on the sword sect." The middle-aged man looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Even if you have some tricks up your sleeve, you have to behave yourself in the territory of the sword sect." Zichen looked at him calmly. The number of Undying Supremes he had killed had reached double digits. When he saw such an existence again, he could deal with it calmly. This calmness was regarded as indifference by the other party, and anger could not help but appear on his face. "Today, if you don't give a reason, you won't be able to leave here." The middle-aged man spoke again. At the same time, he unsheathed a long sword from his back. The 3 Origin Supremes immediately retreated when they saw this. They knew that there would be a fierce battle next. The onlookers in the distance also chose to retreat one by one to avoid being affected by the energy. Unfortunately, everyone guessed the first part, but not the second part. The battle did happen, but it was not fierce. The moment the sword sect Undying drew his long sword, a sheathed long saber appeared in Zichen's hand. The energy around the other party began to fluctuate, and Zichen easily drew his saber out of the sheath. Swoosh! The unsheathed long saber did not even make a sound. A flash of saber light cut through the sky and slashed at the sword sect Undying. Buzz! The latter's reaction was not slow. The long sword lit up, and sword intent surged. A sharp sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword. Puff! The bright saber light swept past, and the sword aura dissipated. Then, the saber light moved forward and swept past the sword sect Undying's body. Beside him, the red-robed elder's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated into the distance. Otherwise, the saber light that swept past the sword sect Undying's body would also cut through his body. Such a move shocked everyone. Everyone looked at the sword sect Undying again. They saw his body split in the middle and fell to both sides. Bang! The fallen body instantly exploded, and raging flames burned. The Undying Origin was activated, and the sword sect Undying's figure reappeared. But at this moment, his face was pale, and there was deep shock and fear on his face. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned as well. They'd never expected that this Undying from the sword sect would actually be slashed apart by a single strike of the saber. Moreover, after his body was reorganized, his aura weakened a lot, as if he had suffered a serious injury. The sword sect Undying looked at Zichen, who was still calm. After the expression on his face changed, he cupped his fists and said to Zichen, "Thank you for showing mercy." As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Showing mercy? What did this mean? Could it be that if he had not shown mercy, he would have been able to kill the Undying Sovereign with one strike? The Undying Sovereign was known to be undying and indestructible. Even a Heavenly Realm expert might not be able to destroy the other party's Undying Origin. But what kind of realm was the other party? They were only at the same level. In the current world, they had never heard of anyone at the same level who could kill the Undying Sovereign. There was one, and it was the legendary Zichen. It was said that he had some connections with the sword sect, but that was just a legend and could not be taken seriously. The red-robed elder also had a look of lingering fear on his face. If he had not reacted quickly, his situation would have been the same as the deacon beside him. He might not be afraid of facing a Heavenly Realm expert, but when he saw this young man, fear actually appeared in his heart. The 3 Origin Sovereigns behind were dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Zichen, his Zichen. I've seen him before. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. That's right. He's the Zichen who killed the Undying Sovereign in the 7th mainland. It's him. I saw it with my own eyes. For a moment, all kinds of exclamations sounded. The battle that day had a great impact. Many cultivators went to watch the show. In this mansion, there were also several people who had seen Zichen's true face. I didn't expect Zichen to come here. Back then, he beat away a Heavenly Realm expert. Even a heavenly realm expert had to run when he encountered Zichen. If the undying sovereign encountered him, he would only be killed in an instant. I heard that Zichen has some connections with the sword sect. It seems that the rumors are true that he didn't kill the undying sovereign with his saber. There was a lot of discussion around. Most of them were talking about Zichen. As for the lightning sacred beast, it had already transformed into a human, so no one knew who it was. Over the years, Zichen's reputation had already spread throughout the Jianwu continent. Others might treat Zichen's legendary deeds as a joke, but Wang Xian'er was in the sword sect. In addition, many disciples of the sword sect had seen it with their own eyes. They knew about Zichen's deeds very well. Speaking of which, the undying sovereign immediately apologized after Zichen's saber strike. On one hand, Zichen's combat strength was very strong, and there was a huge gap between the two of them. On the other hand, he had also guessed Zichen's identity. Hearing the exclamations around them, the three origin sovereigns were stunned. They never thought that the young man in front of them was Zichen. Zichen was Xian'er's sweetheart, and Xian'er had just broken through to the origin sovereign realm. She already had the strength to fight against the undying sovereign. This time, there was no need for Xian'er to exaggerate. The others recounted everything that had happened in Ethereal City without missing a word. They even described Zichen's strength in detail. His Zichen. Jian Tong felt bitter in his heart. He wasn't even a match for Xian'er, so how could he be a match for Zichen? It wasn't just Zichen. Even the two reinforcements he had found weren't a match for Xian'er after joining forces. I didn't expect to see brother Zichen here. I'm Jian Tong. Junior sister Xian'er misses brother Zichen very much. Since brother Zichen is here, why don't you follow me back to the sword sect to meet junior sister Xian'er? The middle-aged man's expression changed very quickly. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed with a very kind attitude. Although Zichen was only an undying sovereign now, he was definitely comparable to a heavenly realm expert. He deserved this bow. Seeing Zichen in person, the surrounding people were still in an uproar. With just one strike, everyone had already believed the rumors. This time, he came out to help the Thunder Sacred Beast. Zichen waved his hand and said, "No, I have something important to do this time. Go back and tell Xian'er that I'll go find her after I'm done." Jian Tong's face was filled with regret, but he still nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I won't force you." Then, his face turned cold and he said, "The three of you, come over and apologize to senior brother Zichen." The three of them looked embarrassed and immediately came forward. Zichen waved his hand again and said, "No, it's a misunderstanding. We still have something important to do, so we'll leave first." After saying that, the two of them turned into flowing light and disappeared. Their destination this time was the fourth mainland. After the two of them left the mansion, the Thunder Sacred Beast took Zichen and flew into the distance. They flew for a long time, passing through countless mountains. Just when Zichen suspected that they were about to reach the horizon, the Thunder Sacred Beast stopped. Chapter 1867. As soon as the Thunder Sacred Beast finished speaking, a voice came from the mountain. "Thunder, you're finally here." Boom. The mountain peak exploded as four silhouettes appeared from within. Each silhouette exuded a powerful aura. Pseudo-heavens. All four of them were pseudo-heavens. Sensing the aura of pseudo-heavens again, Zichen's expression changed. None of the four pseudo-heavens were weaker than the Thunder Sacred Beast. It could be seen that each of them was an existence comparable to the Thunder Sacred Beast. They were much stronger than the other pseudo-heavens. The four figures stood in the air. Zichen looked at them curiously. The first person on the left was slightly tall. His eyes were like those of a bull. After glancing at the Thunder Sacred Beast, he looked at Zichen and said, "Thunder, this is the person you're looking for." This voice was the same as the one from the mountain. "That's right. Cade, this is one of my juniors," the Thunder Sacred Beast said. Zichen's gaze fell on the second person. He was a middle-aged man with a faint smile on his face. He gave off a harmless feeling. After glancing at Zichen, he asked hesitantly, "Can this little guy do it?" "Thunder, this is not a game. Gary, You and I have known each other for many years. Don't tell me you don't trust me, the thunder sacred beast said calmly. One was Cade, the other was Gary. Zichen secretly remembered their names. The third person was short. His muscles bulged like a boulder. He gave off a steady and dignified feeling. After he appeared, he didn't say a word. He was steady and silent. In the following conversation, Zichen learned that the other person's name was Xingyang. The fourth person was called Dihua. Flames were constantly emitting from his body. The space around him was constantly in a state of distortion. He was relatively talkative. He could be considered a chatterbox. Following the thunder sacred beast's instructions, Zichen didn't speak. After the four of them glanced at Zichen, they no longer paid any attention to him and completely ignored him. The thunder sacred beast glanced and said calmly, "There's one more." The void broke open silently, and a woman walked out from it. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and the moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. The moment he saw the woman in white, Zichen's pupils shrank slightly. She was Ling Shuang, one of the two old ancestors in Shuntian Prefecture. At that time, it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Unexpectedly, after not seeing her for so many years, when they met again, she had already entered the heaven realm. However, when Zhongxian thought about it, just like the lightning saint beast, both of them were severely injured. It was only normal for them to recover their strength so quickly. Zichen's face was filled with astonishment. In the eyes of the others, this astonishment was obviously a shock. The other four noticed the change in Zichen's expression and thought that it was the first time that Zichen had seen a beauty, so he lost his composure. "Since everyone is here, let's go." The thunder sacred beast glanced at Zichen and said. The others nodded. From the beginning to the end, Ling Shuang did not look at Zichen at all. It was as if she did not know Zichen at all. Next, the group moved forward at full speed. Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world, was not slower than the five of them. This made everyone very satisfied. Along the way, no one spoke a word. The atmosphere was very heavy. "I say, aren't you guys bored? Ling Shuang, tell us about what happened back then." "Thunder, it is said that your Thunder clan was destroyed. Is that true?" Terraflame was very talkative and could not stay still. Unfortunately, he did not get any response. The last time the alien race invaded, our Zhanwu continent suffered heavy losses. It is said that someone has calculated that the alien race will invade again. Terraflame said again. This was explosive news, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. The enemy of the Zhanwu continent was the alien race. Every once in a while, they would invade on a large scale. If things went wrong, the Zhanwu continent would be destroyed. Every generation has its own experts. Even if the alien race invades again, they might not be able to gain any benefits here, said the thunder sacred beast indifferently. The alien race had never gained any benefits when invading the Zhanwu continent. Even the famous great sages of the past had been killed by human experts. But at the same time, the Zhanwu continent had paid a huge price. Many of the ancient races and aristocratic families with long inheritances had been destroyed. Terraflame seemed to be moved as he sighed. Indeed, the Zhanwu continent is a mystical world. It seems to be able to sense danger on its own. When danger is about to arrive, it will sense it. After that, genius experts will appear one after another. Xingyang, who had been silent this whole time, also said, "The arrival of a great era foretells the arrival of danger." The alien race's invasion was a heavy topic. Everyone quickly fell silent. Zichen heard all of this. He wondered if the alien race would invade again. If that really happened, it would be dangerous. Whether it was the Zhanwu continent or the Martial Heaven continent, there would be no pure land. The entire world would become a land of war. Terraflame was very bored. He turned around and happened to see Zichen. So, he walked over to Zichen and praised, "Kid, you're pretty fast." Zichen smiled bashfully and remained silent. "Do you know what we're going to do this time?" asked Terraflame. Since Terraflame was asking this question, Zichen naturally could not pretend to be mute. He nodded and said, "I know. We're going to get something. Do you know what it is? This time, Zichen shook his head. Seeing Zichen's expression, Terraflame immediately glared. What? You don't know what it is? Didn't Lei Ting tell you? Zichen shook his head again. Terraflame turned to the Thunder Sacred Beast and said unhappily, I say, Lei Ting, aren't you being too careful? This is an important matter, but you didn't tell me clearly. I don't have the time for that. If you want to tell me, said the Thunder Sacred Beast without turning back. Terraflame ignored the Thunder Sacred Beast and turned to look at Zichen. The thing I want you to get is the Combat Martial Essence. Combat Martial Essence. There was a puzzled look on Zichen's face. This was a novel name. Terraflame explained, the Combat Martial Essence is also known as the Heaven and Earth Essence. It's the Combat Martial Continent's Heaven and Earth Essence. You should know that Supremes comprehend the Heaven and Earth Essence of their own world. To enter the Heaven Realm, one needs to comprehend the Heaven and Earth Essence and take a small step forward. In fact, this realm is between Heaven and Earth. Only by truly stepping into the Heaven Realm can one be considered to have entered a brand new realm. To enter the Heaven Realm, one needs to comprehend the Heaven and Earth Essence. Note, the Heaven and Earth Essence represents the Great World's essence. The Paragon Essence represents the Great World's essence. The Paragon Essence represents the Great World's essence. It is an incomplete minor world that the earthly realm cultivates. To be able to control the Heaven and Earth Essence was akin to the ruler of the world. This was the realm that Xingdao Li had been pursuing. However, it would appear that he had taken a wrong path. Truth be told, with the exception of a very small number of existences, many talented people would be stuck at the pseudo-heaven realm. They did not know where the path ahead was and how to proceed. However, if they could obtain the Combat Martial Essence, it would be the equivalent of a lighthouse illuminating the path ahead. Entering the Heaven Realm would become much easier. Zichen was shocked and he asked, isn't the world essence supposed to be illusory? How can one obtain it? Terraflame patted Zichen's shoulder, a mysterious smile on his face. There are all sorts of strange things in this vast world. Naturally, that place is too mysterious. Most people would not be able to find it. If there really is such a place, doesn't that mean that the Heaven Realm can be mass-produced? Zichen asked, the shock on his face lingering for a long time. Kid, you are very smart. With the Combat Martial Essence, the Heaven Realm can indeed be mass-produced. However, don't be happy too early. This situation has its pros and cons. The Heaven and Earth Essence that suits you is the true Heaven Essence. If you forcibly refine it, you can indeed break through. However, if it is not compatible with you, your combat power will be somewhat affected. Zichen understood this very well. For example, if one comprehended the law of massacre, one would naturally need to comprehend the slaughter martial essence. If one obtained the metal essence, one could also enter the Heaven Realm. However, the methods one could use would no longer be the commonly used methods of massacre. However, if such an opportunity was presented to them, would anyone reject it? Take Xingdao Li for example. He had been trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm for hundreds of thousands of years. If such an opportunity presented itself, he would definitely not miss it. Then, Zichen suddenly thought of a problem. He looked at Terraflame, then at the others. Terraflame laughed and said smugly, of course, such a situation does not exist for us. We are only injured. The Heaven and Earth Essence is suppressing us. All we need is an opportunity, and we will be able to comprehend the Heaven and Earth Essence and enter the Heaven Realm. Zichen's face revealed a look of shock once more. He had never imagined that these people were once Heaven Realm experts. Perhaps they were not just Heaven Realm experts. They might even be saints. At the very least, the Thunder Sage Beast was a saint at his peak. After the Heaven Realm was the Saint Realm. Such existences were extremely rare. Zichen had never seen a true saint on his journey. However, he had heard of them. The saint burial grounds of the Sky Martial continent occupied 4 places on the continent. It was the place where the 4 great saint beasts had fallen. It was also the most mysterious place. The Thunder Sage Beast was also one of them. However, he was the patriarch of the entire Thunder clan. His origin was extraordinary. The master of Dragon Spike was the Star Great Sage. It was said that back then, he was invincible. In the end, he was a nameless saint who had fallen together with the Star Great Sage. After that battle, saints were practically non-existent. If these people were once saints, then once they recovered their strength, they would be an unimaginable force. If one were to casually get close to an existence like this, they would not have to fear any power. However, Zichen had a deeper concern. If these saints were trying to recover their strength, did that mean that a new round of war was about to break out? Zichen had doubts in his heart. However, no one could clear them up for him. After that, Zichen could not help but laugh. It seemed like he could not even be considered as a pseudo-heaven. Even if a great war broke out, there would naturally be those hidden powerful beings appearing. What was a mere undying and indestructible like him worrying about? After that, Terraflame chatted with Zichen about the Heaven Realm. Zichen benefited greatly. During that time, Terraflame reminded Zichen that he must obtain the source of the world. Zichen nodded his head solemnly, indicating that he would definitely obtain it. Chapter 1868. The end of the world meant that there was no path ahead. The entire world was grey and space was constantly twisting. It was as though some powerful beast was sealed within. Occasionally, a powerful energy would tear apart space and a terrifying power would emerge from it. Terraflame sighed as he looked at the space before him, which was constantly being repaired and destroyed. I didn't think that after so many years, the traces of the war would still remain. Sacred Lightning Beast said indifferently, originally, this place was a piece of land. However, it was forcibly shattered. This is a permanent shattering. The entire spacetime here is in chaos. A moment of carelessness would lead to one getting lost in the chaotic spacetime. Only Heaven Realm experts like Sacred Lightning Beast, who possessed extraordinary knowledge, could travel through this place. Any other pseudo-Heaven Realm expert would only end up getting lost. Let's go. The tall Cade walked forward with an expressionless face. Zichen's knowledge was not as good as the others. However, after fusing with the heavenly Thunderwings, his understanding of space had deepened. He could sense some clues from the chaotic spacetime. Cade and Gary walked in front while Terraflame and Xingyang stood on either side of Zichen. Sacred Lightning Beast and Ling Shuang followed behind. The six of them were protecting Zichen. The two figures in front were swallowed up by a large crack. Let's go. Terraflame's body surged with flames. The flames swept Zichen into the crack while Xingyang followed beside Zichen. Finally, Sacred Lightning Beast and Ling Shuang followed. Just like when they were searching for the Thunderwing's heart, they traveled through the chaotic space. The space and time here had different changes. The only difference was that they could not see any other living creatures as they traveled through space. They could only see attacks and the lingering shockwaves from the battle. Master, due to the chaotic spacetime, many of the attacks here are repeating themselves. Some are real while others are illusions. The heavenly Thunderwing's voice rang out within Zichen's sea of wisdom. Back then, the Thunderwing's heart had a unique understanding of the chaotic spacetime. Thus, it could see some of the problems here. Clearly, the others could see this as well. Thus, they were very careful wherever they went. If they got lost here, they would be in trouble, even though they were Heaven Realm experts. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to accurately estimate the true flow of time. Sometimes, it would only take a few breaths to cross a region, but sometimes, it would take decades or even centuries. Of course, this was just an illusion created by the chaotic spacetime. The true flow of time was already impossible to predict. After an unknown amount of time, everyone stepped into a new space. This space was filled with destructive energy. These energies were like raging dragons, constantly roaring and engulfing everything around them. We can only force our way through the last part of the path. Kaeda's eyes flashed with passion. He turned around and said, Xingyang, you lead the way. Xingyang nodded. His entire body was shining with a silver light. His entire body was like a silver meteorite as he charged forward. Boom. When the berserk energy met Xingyang, an earth-shattering sound immediately erupted. However, Xingyang was like an attack, instantly piercing through the energy. Before the energy could converge, Kaede and Gary had already charged forward. Following Xingyang's footsteps, the two of them unleashed one attack after another, forcibly expanding the energy black hole that Xingyang had created. Terraflame led Zichen forward rapidly. In the end, the sacred beast of thunder and Ling Shuang brought up the rear. Under such circumstances, the two sides simply had no time to communicate. Everything required tacit cooperation. The strand of spiritual will that Zichen released was instantly shredded apart by the destructive energy. Sensing the power of this energy, Zichen was shocked. For Xingyang to be able to move through such a berserk energy showed just how powerful and extraordinary he was. Under such circumstances, there was no need for Zichen to take action. All he could do was silently watch as the others attacked. Silver light swirled around Xingyang's body. This silver light resembled Xingchen's power. It was a unique power that possessed extraordinary abilities. Kaede and Gary, who were behind Xingyang, were also very decisive in their attacks. The two of them did not aim for the strongest attack. Instead, they only aimed for the target. After moving forward for an unknown amount of time, the berserk energy gradually weakened. Finally, it disappeared and Zichen arrived at a safe zone. It was a small space with a radius of 5 kilometers. Outside the space was the berserk energy, but inside the space, it was very safe. Beams of light shone down from the top of the space, illuminating the space. There was nothing inside the space. The only thing visible was the beams of light outside the space. The Heaven Realm experts who appeared all subconsciously turned to look at the beams of light above the space. There was a fervent look in their eyes. That is the war essence. Feeling curious, Zichen released his spiritual will. When his spiritual will reached the edge of the space, it was blocked by a mysterious energy. It was simply incapable of passing through. It seems there is no mistake. This place does indeed possess the war essence. The sacred beast of thunder retracted his gaze and looked at them. Now, this is the barrier between worlds. We can only work together to break through it. The others nodded. Boom. Energy raged around Xingyang. Starlight shone brightly as he soared into the sky and punched out. This punch caused the void to tremble. His fist, which was enveloped in silver light, was like a huge mountain rock as it smashed into the space. Boom. The space shook violently as terrifying energy surged. A powerful repulsive force appeared on the barrier and Xingyang was sent flying. Immediately after that was Kaeda's palm. A terrifying aura swirled around the palm as it slammed down on the spot where Xingyang had attacked. The palm shattered as a terrifying energy wreaked havoc. Swoosh. Gary's sword slashed down on the barrier. Powerful energy surged out from the sword. Zichen could see that it was a supreme weapon. It was as the sacred beast of thunder had said. Heaven-grade weapons were very rare in this world. After thrusting out his sword, Gary quickly retreated. Terraflame transformed into a ferocious fire dragon as he charged towards the spot where they had attacked earlier. Immediately after, Ling Shuang attacked. Her attack was like a waterfall as it landed on the barrier and exploded. Two lightning swords appeared in front of the sacred beast of thunder. Then, one on the left and one on the right, like two lightning dragons, they landed on the same spot. Waves of violent energy vibrated as terrifying attacks surged out. The entire small space was trembling. Normally, such attacks would have shattered the void countless times. However, in this small space, the barrier was still intact. No one expected to break it in one go. Waves of powerful energy soared into the sky as they tried to shatter the space. The originally stable barrier began to tremble under the continuous attacks. As it trembled, it began to distort violently. Cracks began to appear on the barrier. Now, the sacred beast of thunder shouted. Lightning wings appeared on Zichen's back. They flapped gently as he stared at the place where everyone was attacking. He was ready to charge in. Boom. Following the explosion of the two lightning dragons, the cracks on the barrier spread to the limit and exploded. Swoosh. Suddenly, Zichen flapped his lightning wings. Turning into a stream of light, he charged into the sky. His world speed was displayed to its limits. The surrounding space began to distort furiously. Everyone stared at Zi Chen. Whether they could enter or not depended on this moment. All of a sudden, the surging space around them became still. The violent energy stopped, and so did the broken barrier. World speed and space came to a standstill. Immediately after, Zi Chen's figure moved like a bolt of lightning as he charged into the forbidden space barrier. Swoosh! Just as Zi Chen's figure rushed in, the forbidden state disappeared. The wild energy scattered in all directions, and the broken space barrier closed up once again. Huff! Terror Flame exhaled heavily, finally feeling at ease. He had successfully entered. Obtaining the source of the heaven and earth was something that was set in stone. Not bad. Where did you find this little fella? To think that he could evolve the lightning race to such an extent. A rare look of joy appeared on Cade's face. I found him by accident. I gave him a hand. He's here to repay me. The Thunder Saint Beast replied calmly. That's really lucky then. Gary chuckled out casually as he walked over. At this moment, Ling Shuang was standing beside the Thunder Saint Beast without saying a single word. The other 4 people walked over as well. Even though they had relaxed smiles on their faces, the Thunder Saint Beast's heart clenched up as he asked, "What are you guys doing?" "What can I do?" "Of course, I'm waiting for that little fella to come out." Earthfire shrugged his hands. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes. Bam! Suddenly, a huge force landed on the Thunder Sacred Beast's body. Caught off guard, the Thunder Sacred Beast was sent flying. "You!" The Thunder Saint Beast fell in the distance and looked at Ling Shuang in disbelief. However, he had just uttered a single word when he coughed out blood. "Ayoyo! Ayoyo! That's Saint blood. Don't waste it. Don't spit it out." Earthfire chuckled evilly as his eyes shone with a greedy look. "What do you guys mean by this?" The Thunder Saint Beast looked at the 5 of them. "You still don't understand? We need materials to craft heaven weapons." Kaeda replied coldly, "Even though your cultivation state has dropped, you were once a true saint state being. The bones in your body are the best materials for crafting saint weapons." Gary chuckled out warmly, "Other than your bones, your blood is a rare treasure medicine as well. We are severely injured and are restricted by the heaven and earth. However, we do not necessarily need the source of the heaven and earth. For us, your blood and flesh has the effect of removing the restrictions as well. Using my blood and flesh to break through the rules? You guys are of a foreign race." Only then did the Thunder Saint Beast snap back to his senses as he glared at the 5 of them. "Haha. You only realized it now? But, it's too late." The 4 of them laughed out gleefully. To be precise, the 5 of them had already discussed this carefully before the arrival of the Thunder Saint Beast. The Thunder Saint Beast was a saint of the Jianwu continent. Even though his cultivation state had dropped, there was still saint blood flowing in his body. This saint blood was a true treasure medicine. Not only could it bring them back from the dead, it could also help them remove the restrictions of the heaven and earth and allow them to enter the heaven state once more. Chapter 1869. Activating the world's fastest speed, Zi Chen froze space and smoothly passed through the barrier. Every place was composed of many spaces. Usually, Zi Chen could travel through space, use teleportation, and even tear the void. However, what he tore was not the barrier of the Jianwu continent, but the void of space. At this moment, the place where Zi Chen was standing had already left the Jianwu continent. It could be said that he was standing outside the world of the Jianwu continent. Beneath his feet was the Jianwu continent. There was no raging space turbulence here, nor was there any danger. It was like a land of nirvana. However, standing here, Zi Chen had a mysterious feeling. A real world was being trampled under his feet. At this moment, he was like the master of the Jianwu continent. After a brief moment of excitement, Zi Chen raised his head and looked up. In the absence of any light around, the light above his head was so bright. It was bright but not dazzling, and very gentle. Zi Chen raised his head and let the light bathe his body. A warm feeling spread throughout his body. Under this feeling, Zi Chen actually had the urge to sleep. The word sleep should not appear in the mind of an immortal under normal circumstances, unless he was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. However, this light made Zichen very comfortable. He could not help but want to close his eyes. Just as he returned home, it was like leaning in the arms of his beloved. He did not need to guard against any danger and just wanted to sleep quietly for a while. In fact, Zichen did not know that this was a great opportunity. Being able to bathe under the world's origin source would make one's comprehension of the world's origin source deeper. Naturally, it would be easy for him to break through to the heaven realm. Unfortunately, Zichen did not know that this was a great opportunity. He forcibly expelled this feeling of laziness and jumped up, easily arriving at the source of the light. It was a solid fragment the size of a palm, exuding a soft and bright light. This was the light that he saw in the space before. This is the world's origin source. Looking at the palm-sized fragment in front of him, Zichen's face was filled with disbelief. This is too little. This thing can be used to train heaven realm experts in batches. Zichen was very disappointed. He had thought that he would see a lot of heaven and earth origins here, but who would have thought that it would only be the size of a palm? If a truly knowledgeable person were to come here and see such a large piece of heaven and earth origin, they would definitely be shocked and overjoyed. It had to be known that the source of heaven and earth did not exist between heaven and earth. Only those in the heaven realm could comprehend and use the source of heaven and earth in battle. However, that was only using and not true control. The source of the world was invisible. Even if it was only a wisp of aura, once a fake heaven sensed it, they would be able to see their own path forward. Take Xingdao Li for example. Although a single strand of aura could not allow Xingdao Li to break through, it would definitely allow him to gain enlightenment. He would no longer be confused and would no longer take the wrong path. He would then be able to directly pursue the source of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even a wisp of aura had such a great effect, not to mention the palm-sized heaven and earth origin in Zichen's hand. Zichen easily grabbed this palm-sized source of the heavens and earth. During this time, there was no danger. After grabbing it, Zichen did not put it away because he felt a sense of familiarity with this source of the heavens and earth. With a strange feeling, Zichen released his spiritual senses and began to explore this heaven and earth origin. This was the source of the Zhonwu continent, a more advanced power. Under normal circumstances, Zichen's low-quality spiritual senses could not explore it at all. Not to mention the immortal Zichen, even if those fake heavens came, they would not be able to see through this heaven and earth origin with their spiritual senses. However, this restriction did not exist in front of Zichen. After his spiritual senses probed this heaven and earth origin, he easily analyzed the rules in this heaven and earth origin. Just a small piece contained thousands of rules of different sizes. The big ones were complete natural rules, and the small ones were some weak heaven and earth origin rules. The more Zichen studied it, the more familiar it felt to him. He was so familiar with it that this heaven and earth origin seemed to be a part of him and could be grasped at his fingertips. Therefore, Zichen stretched out his hand, and a ball of liquid appeared in his hand. This ball of liquid belonged to the heaven and earth origin and contained hundreds of heaven and earth origin rules. The only difference between the two was the number of rules and the difference in quality. Looking at these two origins, Zichen murmured, "The world origin, the heaven and earth origin." He was slightly confused, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Outside this world, he once again disappeared against common sense. Zichen came to his own world. After crossing the sea of undead origin, Zichen came to the deepest part of the world. Here, he saw the origin again. This was the origin that was produced when the world was formed. It could reshape one's true body, condense weapons, and kill people. It was usually called the origin of a small world. Others counted it in drops, but Zichen counted it in terms of oceans. Similarly, Zichen could also call this origin of a small world origin the heaven and earth origin. It was not the heaven and earth origin of the Zhonwu continent, but the heaven and earth origin of his own world. Zichen held the palm-sized Zhonwu origin. At this moment, the aura released by the two was the same. Looking at the origin fragment, a picture appeared in Zichen's mind. When a cultivator was in the earth realm, he coincidentally condensed a perfect world. The world continued to expand. After experiencing the 9 heavens of the domain realm, the Realm Lord became a world. The world first became the realm force, and the cultivator became the empty realm. Then, the entire world was filled with realm force. The grass, trees, mountains, and stones were all filled with realm force. This was the mystic world. Finally, small creatures appeared in the world one after another. This cultivator became the spiritual world. The complete world had living creatures, and then the origin was derived. Thus, the cultivator became a supremacy, and then an undead supremacy. At this time, ordinary supremacies would abandon the world that was no longer changing and begin to pursue the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, the perfect world was still changing. The creatures in the world were growing, changing, and gradually gaining consciousness. Then, in this perfect world, they comprehended the cultivation method and began to cultivate. Time passed, and this world became more stable. Life began to evolve, and the number of creatures gradually increased. Finally, humans appeared, and some powerhouses who could control the power of heaven and earth appeared. These powerhouses used this world as their foundation and pursued the rules of this world. They opened up their own small worlds and made themselves stronger. What they didn't know was that this world had its own master, and this master was the master of this world. Zichen looked up at the Sea of Origin in front of him and murmured, "Could it be that this Jianwu continent is a perfect world opened up by a powerhouse, and the place I am standing now is outside that powerhouse's world?" No one had ever thought about this question, and no one dared to think about it. The reason why Zichen dared to think about it was because by chance, he had a perfect world. When others stepped into the undead imperishable realm, their world would no longer change, but his world had been changing until now. The little creatures that had first manifested in his world had already developed spiritual wisdom. Every time Zichen's aura descended, these little creatures with spiritual wisdom would tremble in fear, as if they had met a god. For Zichen, he was the master of these little creatures. With just a thought, he could kill them. Today, Zichen came to the outside of the Jianwu continent and saw the same origin law in his body. He couldn't help but have such a thought. After the little creatures grew up, the origin law they pursued was the origin law of his world. If a child was placed in Zichen's world, then the origin law that the child comprehended would be the current origin law of his world. The reason why Zichen's world was different from the Jianwu continent's world was because Zichen's world was still evolving, while the Jianwu continent had already evolved to its ultimate form. It was like two people, one was an adult and the other was a child. One day, the child would grow up and become like an adult. Inadvertently, Zichen felt that he had explored the secret of this world. Right now, he was only undead imperishable realm, but that was because his world had not fully grown. Once the world matured, Zichen would become a heaven realm expert, a true heaven realm expert. After figuring out this problem, Zichen began to laugh loudly. He didn't need to comprehend the origin law of the Jianwu continent at all. He just needed to follow his heart and let his origin law grow. In this way, Zichen would be pursuing his own grand Tao, not the grand Tao of the Jianwu continent. He had opened up a cultivation path that belonged to him. He didn't need to follow others and walk the same old path. Haha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. The Tao derived from the world is the true Tao. The Tao of heaven and earth is just the Tao of others. Zichen's figure flashed, and he once again appeared outside the Jianwu continent. His laughter echoed in the void. At the same time, the other worlds that ran through the Jianwu continent, such as the martial heaven continent and some other minor worlds, all changed at the same time. The world's spiritual qi began to riot, turning into storms. The origin law of heaven and earth began to surge like dragons. The origin law of heaven and earth, which didn't exist in this world, also appeared in the sky, crazily surging. In the instant that the world changed, all the cultivators in the world seemed to be enlightened. They suddenly saw the true meaning of life. Because this enlightenment came too suddenly and too violently, they were caught off guard and suffered a backlash. In light cases, they coughed up blood, and in heavy cases, they fainted. What happened? The world changed, and the origin law appeared. Could it be that a saint has come into being? To cause such a change, could it be that someone has become a saint? A saint. Another saint has appeared. In various continents, in various worlds, existences that had fallen into slumber were awakened by this phenomenon. If a single region changed, it meant that someone had become a saint. But if all the regions changed, it was no longer as simple as becoming a saint. Chapter 1870. Under the changes of heaven and earth, all the cultivators who had fallen into confusion and the fog in their sea of consciousness seemed to have been dispelled by a mysterious force, allowing them to push aside the fog and see the path ahead. On this day, many cultivators successfully broke through to the next realm, and many existences who were trapped in bottlenecks loosened their bottlenecks. The whole world was full of vitality, the spiritual power became rich and pure, and the laws of heaven and earth became active, making it easy for people to perceive. The origin of heaven and earth became clear and was no longer so unperceivable. On this day, the whole world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The world has awakened, and a great era has come. Is danger coming again? The world has automatically alerted us that the foreign races are about to invade again. Spiritual power has emerged, the laws are active, and the origin is clear. A prosperous era is about to come. This is an era of powerhouses. Zichen did not know that his laughter had caused many fake heavens to appear in the world. Many fake heavens who were stuck in a difficult situation had seen the great Tao that led to the heavenly realm. Many powerful existences who were in seclusion were awakened, and many old antiques who had been sleeping for many years decided to walk around this world and take a look. Zichen had found his own path of cultivation, and the whole world seemed to sense his excitement, thus conveying its own excitement. Once again returning to the top of the Zhanwu continent, Zichen shook his head and said, "It is indeed too small. There should be a bigger one." With that, Zichen's figure disappeared into thin air. He went into the depths to look for other origin fragments. As soon as Zichen's figure disappeared, a light shadow appeared out of thin air. I clearly sensed the aura of a heaven-defying cultivator, but why is there no trace of him? The light shadow muttered to itself, then looked around. After determining a direction, its figure flashed and disappeared again. At this moment, Zichen was casually walking through the void outside the Zhanwu continent. According to his understanding, there must be a huge amount of origin of heaven and earth in this void. Although these origins were useless to him, his friends could use them. When the time came, everyone would break into the heavenly realm, which would also be a great fighting force. In this nothingness, Zichen's spiritual senses were blocked and could not spread out too much. After searching for a while, he still found nothing. Zichen, who was moving forward, stopped. He could not help but feel worried. Therefore, his figure flashed and he chose to turn back. Zichen didn't know that his actions had caused him to miss the light shadow by chance, thus saving his life. In that space, the heavily injured thunder sacred beast had already stood up. A pseudo-heaven aura surged around its body as it coldly looked ahead. Not far ahead, Earthfire was lying on the ground, constantly coughing out blood. After the blood left his body, it turned into flames that burned for a long time. There was now a bloody hole in Xingyang's chest. Energy coiled around the bloody hole, preventing the wound from healing. Gary was also lying in the distance. There were burn marks on his chest, and smoke kept coming out of the wounds, trying to cause more damage. Cade had already retreated far away. His face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ling Shuang, who had sneak attacked the thunder sacred beast, stood quietly beside it. Her slender hand was holding a strange weapon. It was thin and long like a thorn, but there were barbs on it. In the entire Zhanwu continent, it had a very famous name, Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Ling Shuang, what is going on? Why are you helping outsiders? Cade pointed at Ling Shuang, so angry that his whole body trembled. After Ling Shuang's sneak attack on the thunder sacred beast, the four of them were completely at ease, leaving their backs to Ling Shuang. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Ling Shuang used the dragon spike to pierce Xingyang's chest. Just as the three of them were in disbelief, the thunder sacred beast, who should have been heavily injured, suddenly went berserk. Together with Ling Shuang, they instantly injured the other three. Outsiders. Ling Shuang smiled coldly. Her beautiful face was covered with frost. In the Zhonwu continent, although we are all from different races, we are not the same people. The four of them were so angry that their bodies trembled. One should know that during the discussion, Ling Shuang had clearly stated that she wanted to use the Thunder Sacred Beast's blood to break through the rule's suppression. I didn't expect you to collude with the Thunder Sacred Beast to set us up. I guess you were the one who told the Thunder Sacred Beast about our identities. Gary stood up and said coldly, "When I first saw you, I knew you were from different races. You may not know this, but I am very repulsed by other races. I can naturally sense their existence," the Thunder Sacred Beast said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Looks like it was a trick within a trick. But there are four of us, and only two of you. Who do you think has a higher chance of winning?" Cade looked at the Thunder Sacred Beast. "We will know in a battle," the Thunder Sacred Beast said coldly. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Origin light surged out of Cade's body, and his injured body gradually recovered. At the same time, flames burned around the others, and they began to recover from their injuries. These were all undying origin flames. However, upon closer inspection, these flames were different from the undying flames of the cultivators in the Zhonwu continent. Seeing this, Ling Shuang said coolly, "It is useless. You are all injured. Your injuries will temporarily suppress you. During this period, you will also be suppressed by the rules of the world. So what? You can still kill us." Xing Yang stood up again. There were still remnants of energy on his chest. "Kill them first," Terraflame shouted coldly. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and charged towards the Thunder Sacred Beast. Bang! The energy around the Thunder Sacred Beast went berserk. Endless lightning surged as the Thunder Sacred Beast charged towards Terraflame. One lightning and one fire, the two of them tangled in the air. "If you were at your peak, you might be able to set me up. But now, you are not qualified." As the Thunder Sacred Beast's cold words rang out, Terraflame, who had transformed into flames, was sent flying. Boom! Energy vibrated as a massive fist of light charged towards the Thunder Sacred Beast. It was Xing Yang. Bang! The fist landed on the Thunder Sacred Beast. Naturally, a thunder armor appeared on the Thunder Sacred Beast's body. Under the fist, the armor was instantly shattered. However, a rebounding force pushed Xing Yang back. The Thunder Sacred Beast was fighting 1 against 2, but it was not at a disadvantage. On the other side, Ling Shuang held the Star Illusion Dragon Spike tightly. Her figure manifested several clones. Each of them was holding a dragon spike. Each of them looked like the real one. They could break through the defense, but each of them was like a clone. Ling Shuang's technique was very mysterious. Under the same situation where the two of them were suppressed, she could fight 1 against 2. You bitch who goes back on her words. Kaeda's face was filled with resentment. It was originally a good plan. Who would have thought that Ling Shuang would betray them and take them by surprise? Moreover, she was actually holding the weapon of a starry sky sage. Fortunately, this weapon was damaged. It was only at the level of a supreme being. Otherwise, this battle would have been impossible. Facing Kaeda's curses, Ling Shuang was expressionless. However, her attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. According to the Thunder Sacred Beast's prediction, the two of them could suppress the four of them in this situation. Thunder fall. Following a cold voice, a silver light appeared above this space. In the blink of an eye, these silver lights turned into endless thunder and fell from the sky, landing in this space. Fortunately, this space was connected to the world barrier and was stable enough. Otherwise, it would have shattered long ago. Endless thunder and lightning flashed. Everyone was sucked in by the thunder and lightning. Within the thunder and lightning, the Thunder Sacred Beast's speed was greatly increased. Sounds of thunder could be heard continuously. Earthfire and Xing Yang's painful cries could be heard continuously. Earthfire, Xing Yang, you have your eyes on my blood and bones. However, you don't know that I have my eyes on the materials in your bodies. The Thunder Sacred Beast's cold voice could be heard. Xing Yang's body was a huge rock in the starry sky. If he was placed in the Zhonwu continent, he would be a high-level life form. However, only the thunder sacred beast knew that he was actually a sacred rock. When he invaded the Zhonwu continent, he had already become a sage. Earthfire's body was a flame. Within the flame, there were fire essences that could be used to refine heavenly weapons. In the battle back then, their weapons were either lost or broken. Until now, they did not have a single weapon that they could use. After scheming against each other, they decided to go on this trip. Cade and Gary were in a sorry state. However, that was all. Ling Shuang could not kill the two of them. Not to mention Ling Shuang herself, even with the help of the Thunder Sacred Beast, it was still impossible. Even the Undying Sovereign was known to be immortal. These former sages were even more difficult to kill. Pu. 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 Suddenly, a mysterious power of heaven and earth descended from the sky and landed in this small space. Cade and the other three immediately vomited blood. A look of shock flashed across their faces. Ling Shuang's face also turned pale. She looked up at the sky. Why is the law's suppression so strong? Ling Shuang and the four pseudo-heavens did not know what was going on. Only the Thunder Sacred Beast looked up at the sky. After sensing the active energy aura of heaven and earth, his eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at the four pseudo-heavens and said, "This time, you guys will not be able to escape death." Bullsh *T. If a sage does not appear, who in this world can kill us? Even a sage might not be able to kill us. Cade sneered. However, this sudden pressure made him feel uneasy. After reaching the Undying Sovereign level, there were very few people who could be killed, unless they encountered a great sage. However, such an existence might not even appear in a single world. Hence, those above the Undying Sovereign level were truly immortal and indestructible. The reason why Cade and the other four plotted against the Thunder Sacred Beast was because they were confident that they could seal him. After using the sacred blood elixir to break through, they could refine him. Experts could not be killed, but they could be refined over time. Pu. Chapter 1871. A sudden arrow pierced through Cade's forehead and sent him flying. The others were stunned and turned their heads to look at him. They saw Zichen descending from the sky with a dragon bow in his hand. Golden light shone from his body. With the power of the origin, he gave off a mysterious feeling even though he was only in the Undying realm. "You. Why did you come out?" The other three looked at Zichen, their faces full of shock. When they entered, they worked together to break the barrier. It should be the same when they came back. However, Zichen had clearly entered. Why did he come back before they could break the barrier? Hand it over. Regardless of what method Zichen used to return, he must have obtained the combat martial essence. Terraflame immediately charged at Zichen, aggressively demanding for the combat martial essence. Zichen sneered. He put away the divine dragon bow and formed a seal with both hands. His body shone with golden light. Swoosh. A bright golden light appeared in front of Terraflame and went straight for him. Terraflame, who had been sneering, flashed a few times. When he realized that he could not break free, his expression changed slightly. In this small space, the bright golden light quickly caught up to Terraflame. Scram! Terraflame shouted. Flames burned around him as he threw a punch at the golden light. The energy collided and exploded. The sound of the explosion reverberated in the space. When Terraflame's flame energy met the golden energy, it immediately dissipated. Then, the golden energy completely enveloped Terraflame. Bang! Another explosion rang out. Terraflame's body exploded. Damn it! That's a grand Dao technique. Seeing this scene, the other three people were all shocked. They had never imagined that a mere Undying Sovereign would be able to use a great Dao technique. They also knew grand Dao techniques. However, they were only in the pseudo-heaven realm. They could not mobilize the heaven and earth origin. Naturally, they could not use it. In fact, in this realm, they were in a very awkward position because they did not have any heaven-grade weapons. He couldn't use any powerful techniques. He was only stronger than the Undying Sovereign. The might of the world that seemed to control everything was actually only useful to those in the Earth realm. Terraflame's face was extremely ugly to behold. He cast a deep look at Zi Chen and said, "There is something strange about this kid." The expressions of the other three changed again because they could clearly feel that the Earthfire's aura had weakened a lot. In the previous battle, the Earthfire had only been suppressed. However, when his body exploded, his aura had clearly weakened. Seeing the nervous expressions of the three people, the Thunder Sacred Beast smiled. He had known Zi Chen for a long time. Back in Shuntian Prefecture, someone had told him all the deeds of Zi Chen in the Zhonwu continent. At that time, the Thunder Sacred Beast was very optimistic about Zi Chen. Otherwise, how could the old master of the Thunder race bow down to a human and become his mount? Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes were fixed on Zi Chen. She knew Zi Chen as well. If not for the variable that was Zi Chen, Ling Shuang would have disappeared from this world entirely. However, just like before, she could not see through Zi Chen at all. It was as though there was a mysterious veil covering Zi Chen's body. Even now, it was still the same. At the very least, she did not know how Zi Chen could pass through the world barrier so easily. Other than that, Zi Chen's aura gave Ling Shuang an extremely strange feeling. For example, he was clearly at the undying sovereign state. However, his aura gave off a feeling of the great Tao of the world. What was even more incredible was that he could use great Tao techniques. A single Zi Chen was enough to stun the four pseudo-heaven state beings. However, the Thunder Sacred Beast and Ling Shuang could not just stand by idly when it was time to strike. The Thunder Sacred Beast held Gary back as the two of them continued to exchange blows. The Thunder Sacred Beast had the upper hand. Ling Shuang, who was wielding the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, went up against Cade, causing him to cry out in pain. Terraflame and Xingyang exchanged glances. Then, the two of them rushed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen alone was powerful. However, when the two of them joined forces, they were definitely not weaker than anyone else. Swish. The Thunder Sacred Beast had specially instructed these two. Zi Chen could not let them go. Thus, he split into two. His doppelganger held a sheathed saber while his real body formed the extreme Yang seal. Due to the suppression of the laws, Zi Chen's golden Buddha body was comparable to his real body. However, he could not use extreme Yang. Boom. The moment extreme Yang appeared, it went straight for Terraflame. Terraflame's expression changed drastically as he retreated. At the same time, he hoped that Xingyang could rush over. Whoosh. The crisp sound of a saber being unsheathed rang out as a bright saber light shot towards Xingyang. In the face of this saber attack, Xingyang shouted as light swirled around his body. Pu. The saber light sliced Xingyang's body into two. Under normal circumstances, Xingyang would not be so weak against Zi Chen. However, he was already injured earlier and was then suppressed by the laws. Thus, he could not scheme against Zi Chen. When Xingyang's body was sliced apart, Terraflame's body exploded once again. With their current strength, if their bodies were to explode hundreds of times like this, their cultivation realm might drop. As for death, it was impossible because they were saints. Even if they were once saints, they would not die so easily. However, the moment their bodies exploded, an alchemy cauldron appeared in front of Zi Chen. From the cauldron, all sorts of beastly roars could be heard. A huge suction force came from the cauldron and enveloped the two. Damn it. This is the universe origin cauldron. Terraflame's face changed drastically the moment he saw the cauldron. This is Wuji's item. Why is it with you? Xingyang's body was also shocked. Boom. The cauldron shook and suddenly enlarged, exuding an ancient and vast aura. The two were enveloped by the suction force and struggled with all their might. Their faces were filled with horror. The universe origin cauldron was the true treasure of the Zhonwu continent. It contained the laws and could be refined by anything. Zi Chen was already weird to begin with. He could even wipe out their life force. Now that he had the universe origin cauldron, death became a possibility. The two of them resisted with all their might and cried for help. When Cade and Gary caught sight of this, their faces changed as well. The universe origin cauldron was an absolute treasure. As saints in the past, they knew it well. This absolute treasure had always been in the hands of Wuji. It had refined too many powerful beings. In the end, Wuji's whereabouts were unknown after the final battle. The universe origin cauldron was lost as well. To think that the universe origin cauldron would reappear today. With the thunder sacred beast and Ling Shuang blocking, the two of them could not get through. Even if they could, they did not have the guts to do so. They might even be devoured by the cauldron. Furthermore, as time passed, the suppression of the heaven and earth laws grew stronger. In fact, there was even a strong sense of rejection. It was as though the world had suddenly gained a consciousness of its own and was rejecting everything that did not belong to this world. Roar. Against the resistance of the two of them, a dragon's roar rang out from the cauldron. Immediately after, fire dragons burst out and coiled around the two of them, dragging them in forcefully. Pang! Pang! The two of them entered the cauldron one after another. As the cauldron lid closed, the two of them went silent. It was as though they had entered another world. The cauldron floated in the air with flames burning fiercely. Zichen turned around and looked at Cade and Gary. The two of them were stunned. They did not expect that the unassuming little guy from before would have such extraordinary means. Star Rock and Earthfire had been taken in. It was impossible for them to get out. Just like what the Thunder Sacred Beast had said, the two of them would become materials for refining heaven weapons. Run. Cade and Gary did not say a word and prepared to escape into the violent energy. As long as they were not taken in by the cauldron, they would eventually break through to the heaven realm. Once they entered the cauldron, there would be no more chances. However, the Thunder Sacred Beast and Ling Shuang had been waiting for them for a long time. Naturally, they would not let the two of them escape. Scram. At this moment of life and death, Gary went crazy. The energy around him gathered to the maximum. He clenched his fists and punched the Thunder Sacred Beast in front of him. Boom. In the midst of this berserk attack, the Lightning Sacred Beast's body was sent flying back, and fell into the berserk energy. At the same time, Gary's body was sent flying towards where Zichen was standing behind him. Extreme Yang. Zichen's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. The golden light of Extreme Yang enveloped Gary. Then, Gary's body exploded and was swallowed by the cauldron. On the other side, Ling Shuang turned into a light shadow. For a moment, the sky was filled with the attack of dragon thorns. A bloody hole appeared on Cade's body. He rushed forward with all his strength, ignoring the injuries on his body. His eyes were fixed on the violent energy. As long as he entered, there would be a chance. Go in. Go in. His eyes were fixed on the front. His desire to live was very strong. Swoosh. Finally, he rushed through the layers of light shadow. Ignoring the blood on his body, he let out a big sigh of relief. But then, his eyes widened. In his eyes, a jade palm was expanding and then reflected on his body. Bang! He, who had just rushed forward, was sent flying by this palm. His eyes were fixed on Zichen, who was flying toward him. Come in. After an arrow and an extreme yang, Cade's body exploded and then uncontrollably approached the cauldron. Cade's body reformed. He kept roaring, but it was useless. In a flash of light, Cade's body entered the cauldron. At this point, the four former saints were all taken away by the cauldron. Next, they would be refined into extremely precious materials. After the battle, Zichen put away the cauldron. The Thunder Sacred Beast came forward and said, "You killed 4 saints." Even in the Great War back then, this was a great achievement. No matter if it was a saint, a pseudo-heaven, or an undying sovereign, under normal circumstances, they would not die. But Zichen made the impossible possible. As long as he was around, he could break the source laws and use the cauldron of all things to refine and kill any powerhouse. Zichen put away the cauldron and said, "My strength is limited now. I can't fully utilize the effects of the cauldron. It will take a long time to refine it." The Thunder Sacred Beast nodded and asked, "There's no hurry. How's your harvest this time?" Chapter 1872. Zichen took out the origin fragment that was the size of his palm and sighed. "This is all I have." If he was not wrong, he could have gotten more. Unfortunately, he was worried that something would happen here. Fortunately, he came back early. Back then, the Thunder Sacred Beast told him to stay silent. It was obviously a reminder. Then, it took away his star illusion dragon spike. The reason why it was taken and not lent to Zi Chen was that the Thunder Sacred Beast could have asked him for the star illusion dragon spike. This was because the Thunder Sacred Beast had saved everyone in Floating Mist City, including Zi Chen. This was a great favor. He should thank it. After Ling Shuang appeared, she did not even look at him. This was even more unusual. Zi Chen was not sure if there were other people on the Thunder Sacred Beast's side. However, he knew that after he left, the two sides would definitely fight. Looking at the origin fragment, the Thunder Sacred Beast's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "This is more than I expected. Give it to Ling Shuang. This thing is useless to me." Ling Shuang, Zi Chen knew the name of the fairy. It's useless. Zi Chen did not understand. Just now, I suddenly felt the origin of heaven and earth. I will be able to break through soon. The Thunder Sacred Beast smiled. Zi Chen felt that his smile was very mysterious. The Thunder Sacred Beast's so-called breakthrough was naturally breaking into the Heaven Realm. Zi Chen had never seen a true Heaven Realm cultivator since he started cultivating. This meant that not only would he see a Heaven Realm cultivator, but he would also have a Heaven Realm cultivator as his backer. Hence, he immediately congratulated the Thunder Sacred Beast. Then, Zi Chen suddenly remembered that the Heaven Realm cultivator did not only have one backer, but two. After Ling Shuang obtained the origin fragment, she would also break through. With two Heaven Realm cultivators as his backers, Zi Chen would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the Zhonwu continent. Hence, Zi Chen quickly handed the origin fragment over. With a flash of light in Ling Shuang's hand, a corner of the fragment was missing. It was about 1/10 of it. This is enough for me. This time, I owe you a favor. Ling Shuang's face was cold as she said indifferently. At the same time, she threw the dragon spike to Zi Chen. She knew that this was Zi Chen's weapon. Fairy, why do you say that? I'm indebted to you for saving my life many times. It's my fortune to be able to work for you this time, Zi Chen hurriedly said. Ling Shuang looked at Zi Chen seriously. This kind of overly serious expression made Zi Chen a little nervous. Anyone who was stared at by such a beauty would not be able to relax. Ling Shuang's beautiful face gradually revealed a complicated expression. When the two of them first met, although she was only a mortal, she was still a saint in her previous life. She had also obtained the inheritance of the saint bone, so her foundation was still there. After that, she recovered, destroyed great enemies, refined energy, and broke through. It could be said that her cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, eventually breaking into the pseudo-heaven realm. On the other hand, Zi Chen was just an ordinary cultivator, but his realm had broken through again and again. Although he hadn't reached pseudo-heaven yet, he already had the strength to fight against pseudo-heaven experts. Could this be the uniqueness of this land of miracles? Anything could happen. Ling Shuang shook her head, throwing away all the distracting thoughts in her mind. Let's go. We'll leave here first. Leaving was much simpler. The two of them opened a path for Zi Chen, and soon they passed through the violent energy. After that, Zi Chen could move forward on his own. Soon, the three of them reached the outside world. I'm leaving. After coming out, Ling Shuang said this. Her white robe fluttered, and she was already far away. She was very decisive. Fairy, where are you going? Zi Chen took 2 steps forward and asked. Ling Shuang turned back, and a smile suddenly appeared on her peerless face. This smile could bring disaster to countries and people, and make flowers pale in comparison. What? You don't want me to leave? Ling Shuang, who had always been cold in front of others, suddenly changed. Not to mention Zi Chen, even the Thunder Sacred Beast was stunned. Zi Chen was a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said, I haven't given the materials to you yet. Ling Shuang's expression immediately became sad, and she looked like she was about to cry. She said sorrowfully, I thought you didn't want me to leave. Indeed, with your talent, how could you like an old witch like me? Before Zi Chen could be stunned, the Thunder Sacred Beast was already stunned. He looked at Ling Shuang and then at Zi Chen, and felt that there must be some unspeakable secret between the two. Zi Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Only he knew the meaning of Ling Shuang's words. This was what Zichen had said when they first met. "I will remember you." Looking at the embarrassed Zichen, Ling Shuang smiled gently, turned around, and disappeared. Only her voice echoed in the world. Sigh. Zichen sighed. Women were indeed vengeful. The thunder sacred beast joked. "What? You don't want her to leave? You're not bad. Even a holy maiden like Ling Shuang can treat you like this." Zichen smiled bitterly and said, "Of course not. It's just that once she leaves, when I travel the Zhonwu continent in the future, won't I have one less heavenly realm backer?" "A heavenly realm backer? You really know how to think." The thunder sacred beast couldn't help but laugh. Anyone who saw such a peerless beauty would have some other thoughts in their heart. Zichen's idea of purely looking for a backer was really unusual. Seeing the thunder sacred beast not caring, Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Senior, don't tell me you want to leave too? The matter is already done. What else can I do but leave?" "Don't. That fake heaven hasn't been refined yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Zichen was a little anxious. If they all left, there would be no backer. As if seeing through Zichen's inner thoughts, the thunder sacred beast smiled and said, You're already strong enough. Why do you still need a backer? Am I very strong? The current you can already kill fake heaven. If this matter spreads out, who would dare to touch you in the future? Do you think fake heavens are cabbages that you can kill as you wish?" The thunder sacred beast raised his head and stared into the distance. He said, "In this world, there are very few heavenly realms. Moreover, they all rush into seclusion and don't care about the affairs of the world. Fake heaven is the strongest person in this world." Zichen nodded. He didn't really understand. "I want to go into seclusion to break through. After I break through, I will look for you." In the end, he had to leave. Zichen didn't try to persuade him anymore. Since the thunder sacred beast said that he was already an expert, then he must be an expert. Thus, Zichen turned around and left in a very carefree manner. The thunder sacred beast stood on the spot and quietly looked at Zichen. Only when Zichen's back view disappeared did he mutter, "The awakening of a heaven-defying person will trigger the arrival of a golden age. Heavenly realms will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even saints may enter the world. I hope you can grow up smoothly." The thunder sacred beast didn't tell Zichen about the heaven-defying person. In fact, it would be useless even if he did. Several heaven-defying people had already appeared in this world. However, until now, none of them had been able to grow up smoothly. The heaven-defying people brought about a golden age. However, the geniuses of a golden age were a huge threat to the heaven-defying people. If the heaven-defying people wanted to grow, they could only do so by constantly fighting. "Do your best. You don't have much time left." The thunder sacred beast turned and disappeared. After walking for a long time, Zichen finally remembered that he had forgotten to ask a very important question. Cosmic Origin Cauldron. Terraflame and the others had called out this name and even mentioned the word limitless. Zichen wanted to ask, but who knew that he would forget about it in the end. "Senior, this cauldron is called the Cosmic Origin Cauldron." Having missed the opportunity, Zichen could only ask the cauldron spirit. "I'm not sure. I only know that it's called the Limitless Cosmic Cauldron." The cauldron spirit shook its head. Zichen didn't continue asking. Perhaps this cauldron was just a replica, or perhaps the cauldron wasn't complete and the cauldron spirit had lost some of its memories. This was the fourth mainland, where the sword sect was the overlord. Zichen decided to make a trip to the sword sect to meet Xian and the others. Other than the origin laws, Zichen's greatest gain this time was that he had found his own path. This was the true treasure that belonged to Zichen. Otherwise, if Zichen tried to comprehend the edicts of heaven and earth, he would have to take many detours. The thunder sacred beast's action had unknowingly saved Zichen a lot of time. Kangyu Mansion was the place where Zichen had visited previously. Back then, he had only used a single slash to intimidate the two Undying Supremes. After that, news of Zichen's appearance spread rapidly across the fourth mainland. Wang Xian, Dong Qing, and Jin Qingcheng had returned to the sword sect. However, after hearing the news of Zi Chen, they didn't come here. They had been in seclusion all this time. After disappearing for a few years, his reappearance was bound to cause a stir. Soon, a few unfamiliar faces appeared in the Kangyu Manor. After they appeared, they tried their best to inquire about Zi Chen. In the end, they found out that Zi Chen would return again. As a result, more experts came and stayed here. Zi Chen arrived outside Kangyu Mansion. It was very lively here. A few years ago, Zi Chen had only used a single slash, and the cultivators here remembered him. At this moment, when they saw Zi Chen, they kept exclaiming, "That's Zi Chen. It's Zi Chen. That's right, it's Zi Chen. Zi Chen has appeared. He really came to Kangyu Mansion again. It seems that he's preparing to go to the sword sect." Zi Chen's appearance caused an uproar, but no one dared to take the initiative to approach him. Zi Chen didn't expect that he would be so famous now. He shook his head with a smile and prepared to enter the mansion and go to the sword sect. Swoosh! There was a flash of light, and a man in golden robes appeared in front of him. As the man appeared, the sky changed color. The wind swept the clouds, and an oppressive aura spread out in all directions. In the face of this aura, many people collapsed to the ground, their faces full of shock. Heaven! Heaven realm! Many exclamations of shock also sounded. As soon as Zi Chen appeared, another Heaven Realm cultivator appeared in the sky. This Heaven Realm cultivator looked at Zi Chen with a proud expression. His eyes were cold, like a ruler looking down at an ant. "You're just a fake Heaven Realm cultivator." Zi Chen looked at the other party and felt the wild energy in his body. He immediately guessed the other party's origin. Then, he sneered and said, "In my eyes, you're all clowns. Even if you had 10 times the courage, you wouldn't dare to block me here. Everyone else, come out." "What big words. Today, we must seal you." A cold voice sounded, and 4 more figures appeared. Chapter 1873. Outside Kangyu Mansion, 5 Heaven Realms suddenly appeared. Among the 5, there were 4 men and 1 woman. Energy surged around their bodies, and their auras completely sealed the entire world. A few years ago, Zi Chen was unable to resist any of these auras. Any one of these auras could cause his body to explode. Now, facing the pressure of 5 auras, Zi Chen stood calmly. His expression did not change, and a faint golden light surged around his body. The others around him retreated again and again with shocked expressions, but their eyes flashed with fanaticism. Obviously, they would witness a great battle today, a battle that was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. A battle between Heaven Realms. Although Zi Chen was not a Heaven Realm expert, his combat strength was comparable to a Heaven Realm expert. The 5 Elements family sent out 5 pseudo-Heaven Realm experts at once, which showed how much importance they attached to Zi Chen. Senior brother Zi Chen is going to fight 5 by himself. Jian Tong, who had once found trouble with Zi Chen, and the sword puppet, who stood up for Jian Tong, immediately rushed over when he heard the news. When he saw the 5 Heaven Realm experts blocking his way, his face was clearly filled with shock. 1 Heaven Realm expert could cause a huge commotion, let alone 5 at once. Among the 5 Heaven Realm experts, 4 were men and 1 was a woman. The female cultivator had an outstanding appearance and a unique temperament. It was obvious that she was from the Shui family. When the 2 sides met, there was no need for formalities and they directly attacked. Golden light flashed. The Jin family's Heaven Realm expert was the first to attack. Boundless golden light dyed the entire Kangyu Mansion golden. The golden light in the sky was overshadowed. The Jin family's pseudo-Heaven Realm expert turned into a golden light and rushed towards Zi Chen. A pseudo-Heaven Realm expert was very powerful when facing a supremacy, but it was a little awkward when facing someone of the same level. This was because this realm only attracted a wisp of the world's origin to temper the body. As for truly controlling the world's origin to fight, that was a technique that only Heaven Realm experts could use. Therefore, without weapons, pseudo-Heaven Realm experts could only use their bodies to fight. Facing the incoming Jin family experts, Zi Chen's body shone with golden light. Zi Chen's golden light was even more dazzling, violent, and destructive. Swoosh! A golden saber light like a waterfall flew directly toward the Jin family's pseudo-heaven realm expert. Boom! A rumbling sound came from behind Zichen as he struck out. It was as if a divine mountain was moving rapidly, bringing with it a heavy sense of oppression. The entire Kangyu prefecture trembled under this enormous pressure. All the cultivators felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. This was the attack of the two clans' expert. Zichen's figure flickered as he faced the two families' expert. Once again, he pulled out his saber, and the golden saber light swept out at an extreme speed. Whoosh! Space warped and vibrated as large amounts of water appeared. Like a monstrous wave, they fell from the sky and rushed towards Zichen. In the opposite direction, bursting flames appeared in the sky. The flames burned fiercely, causing the space to distort continuously, emitting scorching heat. This was the attack of the Hue clan's experts. They transformed into fiery serpents that rushed towards Zichen. The attacks of the Mu clan's experts transformed into numerous wooden swords that carried a sharp aura as they shot towards Zichen. In the face of these attacks, Zichen's figure flickered rapidly as he slashed out 3 more times in 3 different directions. From afar, Zichen seemed to have turned into 5 people in an instant. Each of them attacked a heaven realm expert. 5 golden saber lights slashed in 5 different directions. The 5 pseudo-heaven realm experts attacked almost at the same time, but Zichen instantly counterattacked. This was the perfect combination of extreme speed and the saber-drawing technique. The boundless waves met with the golden saber light and were instantly split in half. The saber light carried an indomitable force as it rushed towards the female heaven realm expert of the Shui clan. A trace of shock flashed across the latter's face. An armor completely formed by the origin of water appeared on the surface of her body. Bang! The saber light slashed on the armor and dissipated. The female heaven realm expert of the Shui clan's armor shattered with a sound, and her body flew backwards. The second saber light shattered the fiery serpents and slashed at the heaven realm expert of the Hue clan. The latter also flew backwards. Then, the Tu and Mu clan experts were also sent flying in the face of Zichen's powerful attack. Fart! The Jin clan expert suffered the most because he was the first to attack, and Zichen was the first to slash with the strongest power. His attack was broken, and his body was directly split in half. In the first confrontation, Zichen had won completely. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle widened their eyes in disbelief. Oh my! Senior brother Zichen actually has the upper hand in a 1 versus 5 battle. This is unbelievable. Jian Tong widened his eyes and looked at Zichen, who was standing in the air. Powerful, as expected. Under normal circumstances, an undying realm expert can be called a genius. I didn't expect senior brother Zichen to actually have the upper hand in a 1 versus 5 battle. Jian Tong also sighed, and his eyes were full of admiration. He and Zichen were both undying sovereigns, but he didn't even have the courage to attack a heaven realm expert. The difference between him and Zichen was like heaven and earth. Back then, Zichen had defeated a heaven realm expert in a 1 versus 1 battle. Now, it was 1 versus 5. It could be seen that Zichen's combat strength had increased a lot over the years. The 4 heaven realm experts were also shocked. They didn't expect Zichen to be so powerful, even more powerful than the legends said. The Jin clan's pseudo-heaven's body was reformed. As the recognized leader of the 5 elements families, he was the first to lose this time. This made him lose face. With a loud shout, he took out a supreme-level longsword and attacked Zichen. He wasn't a match for Zichen even in a 1 versus 5 battle, let alone in a 1 versus 1 battle. Whoosh! Zichen took a step in the air and pulled out his saber. The golden saber light went straight for the Jin clan's pseudo-heaven. Clang! The clanging sound resounded through the world. The Jin clan expert's weapon instantly flew out of his hand. At the same time, a powerful force hit his chest, causing him to cough up blood and fly backward. Gap! This was the gap. Zichen just shook his head. He was now using the world's origin power. Once the world grew again, he would naturally enter the heaven realm. The use of energy between the two sides was no longer on the same level. The other four rushed forward. Zichen pulled out his saber 4 more times, and the 4 of them flew backward again. Against Zichen, the pseudo-heaven was no longer enough. However, it was obviously impossible for Zichen to kill the 5 of them. Zichen's performance was very strong. After sending the 4 of them flying, he took the initiative to attack and kill the Jin clan expert. Swoosh! A bright saber light flashed, and the Jin clan expert's body was split into 2. His internal organs were completely minced by the saber light. After a slash, Zichen's figure flashed. After dodging an attack, he turned and minced the 2 clan experts' body into pieces. However, that was all Zichen could do. When he wanted to attack again, the Jin clan expert and the other 4 had already rushed forward. In this way, they could only ensure that no one died, but they could not pose any threat to Zichen. On the other hand, Zichen displayed an extremely strong technique. Apart from the Shui clan expert, the other 4 people's bodies exploded again and again. Every time their bodies were reformed, they would lose a little bit of their origin power. Apart from the sound of energy vibrations, there was no other sound in the world. This was because all the cultivators who were watching this battle in the manor were dumbfounded. Zichen's strong technique was really shocking. In the crowd, many people took out one crystal ball after another in order to permanently remember this scene. They began to project the battle in their crystal balls so that they could confirm this matter with others in the future. Senior brother Zichen is really strong. Jian Tong and Jian Gui were also deeply shocked by Zichen's strength. At the same time, the 2 of them were also afraid. If Zichen did not give face to the sword sect back then and killed them, the 2 of them would have disappeared completely from this world. Bang! The Jin clan expert's body exploded again. He had already forgotten how many times his body had exploded today. His state of mind went from the shame and anger of the first time to shock, and finally to horror. Now, he wanted to retreat far away, but he could not even put some distance between them. Now, the 5 of them were very helpless against Zichen. Retreat! Finally, the Jin clan expert who had his body reformed shouted and retreated far away. Are they going to leave just like that? After hearing this voice, everyone thought that the 5 of them were going to retreat. However, the 5 of them only retreated and did not leave. The Jin clan expert said again, 5 elements attack. The 5 of them stood in 5 directions, surrounding Zichen. Then, the 5 of them lit up with rays of light. A golden light shot out from the Jin clan's expert and landed on the Shui clan's female cultivator. Then, a blue light landed on the Mu clan's expert. The Mu clan's expert then shot out a beam of energy that landed on the Hua clan's expert. The 5 of them formed a square formation according to the 5 elements mutual generation. In this square formation, the energy of the 5 elements gathered and formed a huge light shield, surrounding Zichen. In addition to being strong, the 5 elements family's 5 elements mutual generation was also a kind of trump card. Swoosh! Together with the 5 elements mutual generation, the power surging around the 5 of them increased a lot. The Jin clan expert held his supreme weapon and glanced at Zichen indifferently. He raised his weapon high and shouted, "Cut!" As soon as he finished speaking, a thick ray of golden light rushed from the supreme weapon toward Zichen. Zichen's figure changed, but the golden light had firmly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only unsheath his saber and block the attack. Bang! The saber ray met the golden light and shattered. At the same time, a strong force passed through the saber and landed on Zichen's body. The huge force sent Zichen flying. His body smashed into the ground behind him. Bang! As he flew backward, he encountered the 5 elements light shield. After a loud tremor, his body was sent flying again. Stabilizing his body, Zichen's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes flashed coldly. The 5 elements attack had greatly increased the combat power of the 5 of them. He had to be careful. The cultivator from the Jin clan, who had previously been in a very sorry state, sneered at Zichen and said, "Now, you can die." Chapter 1874. In the combined attack formation, the Jin family expert's attack was already powerful. However, in the next moment, an even more violent force came out of the supreme weapon that was surging with golden energy. This force was twice as strong as the previous one. Among the surging golden light, streaks of blue light appeared. This was no longer the power of the origin of gold, but the origin of gold and water. The Jin family expert looked coldly at Zichen with a sneer. Then, a third kind of energy appeared on the supreme weapon. At this moment, the violent aura surging from the supreme weapon was thrice as strong as before. This is the combined attack of the 5 elements. It draws support from the power of the 5 elements. The Jin family expert's cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Drawing support from the power of the 5 elements meant that the attacks of the 5 people had all landed on the body of one person. It was like a person's combat strength had increased 5-fold out of thin air. Seeing the 4th ray of light on the sovereign weapon, Zichen's expression changed. At this moment, the power contained in the sovereign weapon had already exceeded the limit of what he could withstand. If such an attack landed on his body, his physical body would definitely not be able to withstand it. Then, the 5th light appeared. The supreme weapon exuded a power that was 5 times stronger than before. At this moment, Zichen, who wanted to try this attack, no longer had such a thought in his mind. If such a powerful attack landed, it might break his immortal source and cause him serious injuries. In the crowd, cries of alarm rang out continuously. Many people had nervous expressions on their faces. They were not sure if Zichen could dodge such an attack. As the cold voice resounded between heaven and earth, the attack with the power of the 5 elements quickly slashed towards Zichen. Not only was the power of this attack increased 5-fold, but even the oppressive force had also increased 5-fold. If Zichen could not dodge the previous attack, then at this moment, Zichen did not even have the chance to dodge. Obviously, the Jin family expert also saw this point. He had a very proud smile on his face. The 5 elements attack quickly slashed down, slashing at Zichen's body. It looked like Zichen would be split into 2. The cultivators of the Jin clan grew increasingly complacent. Previously, Zichen had been too complacent. Now, it was time to humiliate him. However, the oncoming attack seemed to have paused for a moment. Zichen, who was right in front of it, suddenly disappeared in front of the 5 elements attack. Gone. How is that possible? The Jin clan expert widened his eyes in disbelief. The other 4 people were also in disbelief. Such an attack was impossible to dodge at the same level. That was a pressure that was 5 times stronger than normal. One had to know that just now, Zichen couldn't even dodge the pressure that was twice as strong. He dodged it. He actually dodged it. When the nervous crowd saw this scene, their expressions suddenly relaxed for some reason. Perhaps subconsciously, they still hoped that Zichen could create a miracle and bring great humiliation to the 5 elements aristocratic families. The 5 elements attack continued to move forward, landing on the 5 elements light shield. The powerful attack instantly turned into energy and merged with the 5 elements light shield. Interesting combined attack formation. A faint voice sounded from the other side. Zichen's figure appeared. He witnessed the process of the powerful attack disappearing and was very surprised. On his back, the 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. The Thunder Clan's treasure, heavenly thunder wings. The Jin clan expert's face became very ugly. Obviously, Zichen's sudden disappearance had a lot to do with the heavenly thunder wings. The fact that Zichen had the heavenly thunder wings was no longer a secret in the Zhanwu continent. Looking at the ugly face of the Jin clan expert, Zichen said faintly, "What, don't you have any other means?" The Jin clan expert snorted and said, "Humph, in this 5 elements combined attack formation, our energy will never dissipate. All the attacks will be reflected back. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge." After the cold snort, the Jin clan expert began to gather energy again. It seemed that he was too deliberate. The process of gathering energy was relatively slow. During this process, his eyes were fixed on Zichen. Zichen's body flashed as he rushed towards the expert from the Hua clan. He wanted to break the 5 elements combined attack formation from his opponent's body. This combined attack formation posed a great threat to Zichen. Zichen, who was rushing forward, had just arrived in front of the Hua clan expert when a 5 elements light shield automatically appeared around him. The 5 elements merged perfectly, greatly increasing his defense. Whoosh! Zichen slashed out, and the bright blade light fell on the light shield. The whole shield trembled, but it did not break. Inside the shield, the Hua clan expert looked at him with a playful face. The Jin clan expert was still gathering energy. When he saw Zichen counterattacking, the corner of his mouth also revealed a playful smile. Then, Zichen's figure flashed continuously and appeared beside the other 4. However, every attack was unable to break the 5 elements light shield. Seeing that Zichen could not get out, the 5 of them were completely relieved. The Jin clan expert's attack finally reached its limit, and he slashed down again. Swoosh! At the most critical moment, Zichen dodged. Again. The expert from the Jin family shouted. Again. Zichen smiled faintly, not at all aware that he was trapped. Around them, various crystal balls were constantly projecting their contents. This 5 elements combined attack formation definitely has more tricks up its sleeve. I wonder if Senior Zichen can survive this time. The Jian puppet was a little worried. Sure enough, after several failed attacks, the Jin clan expert was a little impatient. He said, "Let's do it again." As his voice fell, the Hua clan expert also took out a supreme weapon. Then, the supreme weapon began to light up with the 5 elements light, forming a 5 elements attack. 2 5 elements attacks crisscrossed and slashed down. The resulting pressure had already locked onto Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen's expression turned solemn. When the 2 attacks fell, his figure disappeared again as he dodged. The world's fastest speed is indeed extraordinary. The Jin clan expert praised, but in the next moment, he changed the topic and said, "Let's see if you can dodge these 3 attacks." The 2 clan expert took out a sharp blade and joined the battle. As the 3 attacks fell, with Zichen as the center, the space around him began to change. When the 3 attacks were about to reach Zichen, they paused for a moment. Zichen's figure flashed and dodged them again. The Jin clan expert's expression turned gloomy. He shouted, again. Hence, the Mu clan expert also joined in. 4 attacks came from 4 directions, slashing towards Zichen. The space around Zichen surged even more violently. This time, the signs of the 4 attacks pausing were even more obvious. It was as if they had encountered layers of resistance. Zichen dodged again, but his expression was not as relaxed as before. After dodging the 4 attacks, the signs of the 4 attacks pausing became more obvious. This meant that Zichen was getting more and more exhausted. He could no longer conceal his attacks. Up until now, the Jin family cultivator's face was no doubt gloomy, and the other 4 were not looking very good either. The 5 elements attack was already their strongest attack, and if it still couldn't deal with Zichen, then they had no other way. "Go all out," the Jin clan expert shouted. This time, the 5 of them began to accumulate power. A terrifying aura surged around them. 5 attacks came from 5 different directions, slashing towards Zichen. Such an attack was extremely powerful. Swoosh! Before the 5 attacks came close, the heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped even faster. The space around Zichen twisted crazily. The 5 attacks passed through the space and came close to Zichen. Suddenly, the 5 attacks stopped. It was a stop, a true stop, not the previous one. Space was still. Zichen immediately escaped from the paused attacks. At this moment, the space still technique was completely revealed. Exclamations continuously sounded from the crowd. "That's the world's fastest space still. I didn't expect Zichen to evolve the world's fastest speed to such an extent. I heard that when the world's fastest speed reaches the limit, it can change the flow of space and time. It can even go back to the past and pass through the future." Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd, but the 5 heaven realms were shocked. They finally saw Zichen's method of escape, and it was completely unexpected. They never expected that Zichen, who was only an undying sovereign, could evolve the world's fastest speed to the point of space still. His figure appeared. Zichen said indifferently, "I admit that your methods can threaten me, but I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's end this." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed forward. It was still the Hua family expert. When he came close, The Hua family expert's body naturally propped up the five elements light. Zi Chen's extreme speed caused the space to become still in an instant. In this process, the five elements' energy could not be transferred to the five elements' light shield. Zi Chen directly unsheathed his saber. The five elements' light shield shattered easily. Then, the saber light slashed the Hua family expert's body. Puff! His body was divided into two. The five elements' energy that maintained the operation of the five elements' great array was no longer uniform. The entire five elements' great array shattered with a bang. The other four people were still in disbelief. They did not expect the powerful five elements' great array to be broken like this. Extreme Yang. In the sky, Zi Chen's low roar rang out. Blazing golden energy rushed towards the Jin family expert. At the same time, Zi Chen's figure flashed. His clone held a sheathed saber and attacked the two family expert. Under the extreme Yang, the Jin family expert's body shattered. At this moment, Zi Chen pointed with one hand. The cauldron of all things rushed out from his body and turned into a huge cauldron, flying towards the Jin family expert. Dragon roars rang out. Fire dragons rushed out from it. The moment the Jin family expert's body reformed, they dragged his body towards the cauldron. Damn it! It's the cauldron of all things. The Jin family expert saw this scene and shouted. His face was full of fear. Perhaps others did not know the origin of this cauldron. As an ancient family with a long history, the Five Elements family knew the origin of the cauldron of all things. It was said that this cauldron could refine anything. It could even refine a saint, let alone a pseudo-heaven. Chapter 1875. Boom. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the Jin family expert began to unleash his full potential. Extremely powerful and terrifying energy surged around him, and this energy actually shook off the fire dragon's entanglement. At this moment, the Jin family expert's face was undoubtedly pale and filled with fear. Ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, he had never felt such danger. In the current world, almost no one could kill an immortal realm expert, let alone a pseudo-heaven expert. But the universal origin cauldron was an exception. Its appearance had broken the world's structure and rules. It was said that back then, Wuji had refined a saint to death. That was a saint, an existence even stronger than a heaven realm expert. How could he, a mere pseudo-heaven expert, resist such a rule-breaking universal origin cauldron? As soon as he rushed out of the fire dragon's entanglement, before the Jin family expert could breathe a sigh of relief, a saber light like a waterfall instantly slashed his body open. No, he let out an unwilling scream as all the strength in his body was instantly sucked out. The two halves of his body were swept up by the fire dragon and were about to be brought into the cauldron. Swoosh. At this moment, the Jin family expert also very decisively abandoned his physical body and rushed out with his soul. Zi Chen couldn't help but frown. This guy was too difficult to deal with. After withstanding a powerful attack from the Shui family female cultivator, he slapped out a palm print in the air. The palm print carried the Jin family expert's soul and directly entered the universal origin cauldron. At this point, the Five Elements family's five pseudo-heaven experts were completely reduced by one. The complete reversal of the situation stunned all the spectators. At the same time, these people were also excited. Almost everyone held a crystal ball and projected the battle. Amazing, 1 against 5, he actually won. Jian Tong and Jian Mu were excited, as if Zi Chen's battle record was their battle record. The Five Elements combined attack formation couldn't be reformed. After a glance, the four of them very decisively chose to retreat. You want to leave? Is that even possible? Zi Chen sneered, narked an arrow, and released it. At the same time, the lightning wings on Zi Chen's back flapped, and he transformed into a stream of light as he rushed forward. Who could escape from this world's fastest speed? After a few flashes, Zi Chen arrived in front of the two-clan expert. This time, he did not choose to destroy the two-clan expert's body. Instead, he grabbed him with both hands. Buzz. Golden light flashed around his body as thunder roared from his body. He grabbed the two-clan expert tightly with both hands. Scram. The expert from the two-clan roared as he channeled his energy. However, he was no match for Zi Chen in terms of pure strength. At this moment, he could not even move his body. Go in. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zi Chen grabbed the two-clan expert with both hands and smashed him into the myriad origin cauldron. With a clang, the cauldron lid closed, and the two-clan expert no longer made a sound. The forward arrow pierced through the Hua clan expert's body. The latter's body exploded, delaying the journey. Zi Chen chased after him. As for the Mu clan expert, he was chased by Zi Chen's doppelganger. Slash after slash, the newly reconstructed body was broken apart again and again. There was no way for him to escape. After Zi Chen dealt with the Hua clan expert, he glanced at the female cultivator from the Shui clan who escaped. He did not deliberately chase after her, but rushed towards the Mu clan expert. It was enough to kill 4 out of the 5 of them, leaving one to go back and report. Zi Chen believed that the 5 elements aristocratic families would definitely remember the loss of 4 pseudo-heavenly experts this time. With his real body and doppelganger, it was too easy to deal with the Mu clan expert. After easily smashing him into the myriad origin cauldron, Zi Chen stood in the air and looked down at everyone. Everyone tacitly kept their crystal balls and looked at Zi Chen with admiration. Today's battle would establish Zi Chen's identity as an expert. From today onwards, Zi Chen, who was not a Heaven Realm expert, would have the same treatment as a Heaven Realm expert. In fact, it would be much better than an ordinary Heaven Realm expert. Senior brother Zi Chen, you're really amazing. Under everyone's gaze, the Gen puppet and Gen Tong rose into the air and arrived in front of Zi Chen. Seeing the two of them, Zi Chen nodded. Senior brother, are you going to Sword Sect? The Gen puppet asked. Yes. Then, senior brother, please follow me. In the silent situation of the entire residence, the Gen puppet felt that it was very honorable to speak at this moment. After Zi Chen left with the Gen puppet, the entire residence was in an uproar. Discussions about Zi Chen were constantly heard. In the midst of these discussions, there was no lack of words of admiration and respect. However, there were also some older generation figures who fell into deep thought. Obviously, even a fool could see that Zi Chen's cauldron was extraordinary. It could even take away a Heaven Realm expert. Perhaps the 4 of them really died. And such a cauldron must have a very strong background. Today, Zi Chen's reputation had risen, and news about the Universe Origin Cauldron would definitely leak out. Senior brother, I've already sent the news back to Sword Sect last time, but unfortunately, Senior Sister Xian didn't receive it. It's said that she's in seclusion. Jian Ming followed behind Zi Chen and said. Last time, he still called Xiana junior sister, but this time, he had changed the way he addressed her. She's in seclusion? Zi Chen was a little surprised. Yes, it's said that senior sister Xian is preparing to break through to the undying and imperishable realm. Speaking of the undying and imperishable realm, the Gen puppet was a little proud because he was in that realm. Then, he said, to tell you the truth, I'm only accompanying you to Sword Sect this time. In fact, I'm also preparing to go back and enter seclusion. Oh. Zi Chen glanced at the Gen puppet. I'm preparing to enter seclusion and break through to the Heaven Realm. The Gen puppet said indifferently. There were countless undying and imperishable realm experts in the world who wanted to break through to the Heaven Realm. Once they entered the Heaven Realm, they would be a true big shot. Under normal circumstances, the Genwu would definitely be very proud and arrogant when he said this. However, Zi Chen had just defeated 5 pseudo-celestials, so he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when he said this in front of Zi Chen. Good luck. Zi Chen smiled and gave the Gen puppet a thumbs up. To be able to enter the Heaven Realm, you're very amazing. The Gen puppet smiled. Zi Chen's encouragement was very useful. Jian Tong said, Senior brother Zi Chen, this time, I'm preparing to break through to the undying and imperishable realm. I'm very confident. When Zi Chen heard this, he encouraged him again. However, Jian Tong didn't feel any pride. He directly said, in truth, this time, it's not just us who's confident in breaking through. In fact, many people will break through in the near future. At that time, the undying and imperishable realm experts will be everywhere. What do you mean? Is it so easy to break through to the heaven realm? Asked Zi Chen. It might not have been easy in the past, but with the arrival of a great era, more and more geniuses will appear. What great era? Jian Tong looked at Zi Chen in surprise. The Jian puppet also didn't understand. Zi Chen shook his head. I've been busy recently. Did something happen? A while ago, the world changed. The laws of the entire Zhanwu continent became extremely clear. Before, you couldn't see or sense the world's core energy, but now you can sense it. Everyone says that this is a great era, and experts will appear in large numbers. However, some people say that danger is approaching, and the Zhanwu continent is warning you in advance. Hearing Jian Tong's words, Zi Chen thought back to what he had been doing. Calculating the time, it seemed that he hadn't been in the Zhanwu continent when the world changed. Naturally, he hadn't sensed it. After hearing Jian Tong's words, Zi Chen tried to sense it. He found that everything was very easy to sense. It was like his perception had suddenly increased by dozens of times. However, when Jian Tong said that danger was approaching and that the Zhanwu continent was warning them in advance, Zi Chen recalled what Terraflame had said. After so much time had passed, perhaps the outsiders were about to make a comeback. And to the Zhanwu continent's cultivators, the only danger that would appear was the outsiders. The world is warning them. Could it be that the outsiders are about to invade? Originally, this was a problem that Zi Chen didn't need to consider. But after hearing Jian Tong's words, he had no choice but to consider it. Furthermore, the Lightning Saint Beast had suddenly said that it wouldn't give up its core fragment, saying that it could break through on its own. Perhaps that was related to the change in the world. If that was the case, then in the future, let alone fake heaven realms, even true heaven realms could be found everywhere. As for those saints who hadn't appeared in the past, perhaps they would appear one by one. Originally, Zi Chen had felt that he was an expert. But when he thought of those heaven realms and saints, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. No matter how hard he worked, there would always be all kinds of experts. Fortunately, breaking through to the heaven realm was only a matter of time. There was no bottleneck. As long as he found a place to enter seclusion, he would be able to break through. Following Jian Tong and Jian Tong back to the sword sect wasn't without benefits. At the very least, Zi Chen didn't care about those World Emperor stones. During this time, Zi Chen was lost in thought. He couldn't help but worry. He had thought that after killing those 4 fake heavens, they would definitely feel heartache and perhaps give up on this matter. But if the Great Era came, perhaps the outsiders would invade again. Then, the 5 Elements family might send even more experts this time. Zi Chen's worry wasn't unnecessary. After he took out the Universal Origin Cauldron, the Jin family experts' reaction was too intense. Zi Chen had already guessed that they knew about the Universal Origin Cauldron. Danger might come. If they controlled such a large cauldron, it would be a huge trump card for the 5 Elements family. The 3 of them arrived at the sword sect. Zi Chen, who had thought that there would be swords everywhere in the sword sect, didn't find any traces of sword statues here. This place looked more like a city. There were sword sect experts coming and going. Stop, who said you could go in? A cold voice sounded. The 3 people in front were blocked. It was a new face. Zi Chen didn't recognize him. When Jian Tong raised his head, he obviously recognized the other party. An angry expression appeared on his face. Swordsman, how dare you stop me here? The swordsman looked at Jian Tong and said disdainfully, in the eyes of a swordsman like me, you're nothing. Before Jian Tong could argue again, the swordsman emitted a powerful aura. This aura was extremely oppressive. Chapter 1876. The sword puppet's voice was not out of fear, but more out of surprise. Speaking of which, following Zi Chen, unless a true Heaven Realm expert came, he was not afraid of a pseudo-Heaven Realm expert at all, let alone an existence like the swordsman who had just entered the pseudo-Heaven Realm. What surprised him was that the difference in realm between the 2 of them was not big, and he could even suppress the swordsman. He did not expect the other party to break through in advance this time. Seeing the sword puppet's expression, the swordsman's face was obviously surprised. He smiled coldly at the sword puppet and said, "Now, you know what kind of attitude you should use to speak to this Heaven Realm expert." The sword puppet's expression became ugly. In the sword sect, one's realm represented one's status. Since the other party had broken through, his status was naturally higher than his. He had to salute when he met him. Moreover, he was not Zi Chen. He did not have the means to fight someone of a higher realm. Even when facing the swordsman, who had just entered the pseudo-heaven realm, he still did not have the courage to attack. Jian Tong, who was beside him, was even worse. In the face of this heaven realm aura, his face was pale and he almost knelt on the ground. This was because the other party did not deliberately target him. If he did, he would have knelt down long ago. Back then, Zi Chen, who was the Origin Supreme, had no means to resist a pseudo-heaven realm expert. Only Zi Chen's expression was calm and indifferent. The swordsman was very satisfied with the sword puppet's reaction. He said proudly, "Come, kneel down and salute." "Swordsman, don't go too far." The sword puppet gritted his teeth and said, "Asking you to kneel down and salute is called going too far. Not to mention you, the two of you should kneel down too." The swordsman glanced at Zi Chen and Jian Tong with a proud expression. He did not even notice Zi Chen's overly indifferent expression. In the next moment, the swordsman felt an energy fluctuation coming from the side. He sneered and shouted, "Find." His reaction was too slow, and his words were too late. Zi Chen's palm had already landed on the swordsman's head, sending him flying with one slap. In the distance, the disciples of the sword sect who were coming in and out were stunned when they saw this scene. The swordsman used his status as a heaven realm expert to deliberately block the way. Who would have thought that this unfamiliar immortal supreme would send him flying with one slap? "You're courting death." The swordsman crawled up from the ground. His face was full of anger, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked once again. A single slap was enough to make a heaven realm expert bleed. Just how powerful was that? A murderous intent locked onto Zi Chen, but Zi Chen's expression remained calm. The sword puppet shouted, "Swordsman, don't make a mistake." Scram. "What happened today has nothing to do with you." The swordsman glanced at the sword puppet and then stared at Zi Chen. "I don't care what relationship you have with the sword sect, but since you've offended me today, don't even think about leaving this place," the swordsman said coldly. Zi Chen's response was only 4 words, "A petty person intoxicated by success." The sword spirit was so angry that it was about to emit smoke. "Swordsman, don't make a mistake. He's Zi Chen's senior brother. He just killed 5 heaven realm experts," Jian Ming said coldly. "I don't care if he's Zi Chen or not. If he can kill 5 heaven realm superhumans, then..." Before the angry swordsman could finish speaking, he immediately reacted. Of course, he had heard of Zi Chen's name before. He had some connections with the sword sect. What was important was not the first sentence, but the second one. He killed 5 heaven realm experts. Zi Chen, it's senior brother Zi Chen. He's the senior brother Zi Chen that senior sister Xiana mentioned. He comprehended the great Tao in the undying realm and chased away a heaven realm expert. If it's really senior brother Zi Chen, then senior brother swordsman is in danger. What did senior brother Jian Ming mean when he said that senior brother Zi Chen killed 5 heaven realm experts? I'm not sure. Could it be that there was a battle earlier? Whispers came from all around. The swordsman turned around and stared fiercely at the sword puppet. The sword puppet sneered and said, "In Kangyu City, 4 of the 5 heaven realm experts from the 5 elements aristocratic families were killed and 1 escaped. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." Although this matter was inconceivable, it was definitely not a joke. The swordsman's expression became very ugly. "Swordsman, stand down." A cold voice sounded from the sword sect, and then an old woman walked out. She looked ordinary, and there was no energy aura around her, but Zi Chen knew very well that her body contained a very powerful sword intent. It was fine if she did not release it, but once it was released, it was enough to make the world lose its color. "Greetings, martial grandaunt." Seeing this old woman, everyone immediately bowed, including the swordsman. "You're Zi Chen." The old woman ignored everyone and looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded indifferently. Although the old woman was somewhat extraordinary, she was able to fight 5 heaven realm experts alone, so he was not afraid of anyone. On the side, the sword puppet whispered, "Senior brother Zi Chen, martial grandaunt is senior sister Xian Er's master." Zi Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He secretly blamed himself for being so arrogant and immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Zi Chen greets senior." The old woman gently waved her hand and said, "I've heard about your matter. I'm not as good as you, so you don't have to be so polite." Although she said this, the old woman was still very satisfied with Zi Chen's bow. "Xian Er is my fiancé, and you're Xian Er's master. Naturally, you're Zi Chen's senior." Zi Chen said again with a respectful attitude. The old woman looked more and more satisfied with Zi Chen and motioned for Zi Chen to enter the sword sect to talk. The people around were already so shocked that they could not say a word. In the sword sect, martial grandaunt's combat strength was definitely ranked in the top few. They did not expect that she would say that she was not as good as Zi Chen. As a result, everyone was even more curious about Zi Chen. Jian Tong and the sword puppet glanced proudly at the swordsman, who had an extremely ugly expression. The two of them followed Zi Chen into the sword sect. During this time, Jian Tong deliberately put some distance between the two of them and then told the others about what had happened in Kangyu City. When everyone heard this, their eyes immediately widened in disbelief. "You don't believe me, right? Come and look at this." As he spoke, Jian Tong took out a crystal ball. Clearly, he had also made a copy of it. "What is this?" "This is senior brother Zi Chen's battle image. He won 1 against 5. Looking at the crowd that instantly surrounded him, Jian Tong said, "Don't be anxious. This isn't for nothing. You have to pay the World Emperor Stone." The sword puppet followed them for a while before saying goodbye and preparing to enter seclusion. Zi Chen encouraged him once more. The two of them were clearly at the same level, and the sword puppet was even 1 level higher than Zi Chen after breaking through. However, in front of Zi Chen, the sword puppet was like a junior. The old woman had a kind smile on her face. She looked at Zi Chen and said, "I've heard about your matter. The 5 Elements aristocratic family is targeting you again. I'm already used to it." Zi Chen was indeed used to it. From the Tianwu continent to the Zhanwu continent, the 5 Elements aristocratic family was like his fated enemy. "Your strength surprises me. No wonder that girl Xian Er is so loyal to you. My sword sect has many good men, but none of them are good enough for her." Zi Chen smiled humbly. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. Xian Er is still in seclusion. She hasn't broken through yet, so we can't disturb her rashly." The old woman walked in front, and Zi Chen followed behind. "I just happened to pass by this time. As long as she's safe, it's fine." The old woman nodded and said, "What do you plan to do next?" "With the arrival of the Great Era, all cultivators will temporarily enter seclusion. After that, experts will emerge in large numbers. The 5 Elements aristocratic family lost 5 pseudo-heavenly experts, and soon more pseudo-heavenly experts will appear. They will definitely not let this matter rest." Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "In that case, Senior also knows about the Universal Origin Cauldron?" The old woman didn't hide it. "I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I've heard that it's something that belonged to the founder of the everlasting sect, Wuji. He once relied on the Universal Origin Cauldron to refine a saint. Speaking of which, the Universal Origin Cauldron is far more precious than the Star Illusion Dragon Spike on you. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If the 5 Elements aristocratic family comes again, I'll definitely make them regret it." After a pause, Zi Chen asked again, "May I ask Senior, is the so-called arrival of the Great Era really a warning in advance because the world has sensed danger?" The old woman shook her head and said, "No one knows this, but according to records, every time the Great Era comes, the entire world will have a calamity." "Calamity? Is it referring to the invasion of the alien race?" "It should be. Then why would the alien race invade the Zhanwu continent for no reason?" The old woman shook her head and said, "After all, I'm only a fake heaven. I don't know much about the history of the Zhanwu continent. I didn't even participate in the Great War back then. As for those who know, some have already died in battle, and some are in closed-door cultivation. There's no one to ask even if I want to." Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The old woman first took Chen to the place where Xian was in closed-door cultivation. Chen didn't see Xian, but after seeing that the environment was very good, he was relieved. In addition to Xian, Jin Qingcheng and Dong Qing were also in closed-door cultivation here. If you want to stay here, the sword sect welcomes you very much, the old woman said. She was also going to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the true heaven realm. This bottleneck had been stuck for countless years, but it had actually loosened. It could be seen that the great era had truly arrived. I'm going to go out for a walk and try to break through to the heaven realm. That's good too. The old woman chose to enter closed-door cultivation. When she was in closed-door cultivation, she told Chen that he could leave the sword sect at will. When such a big shot came to the sword sect, he would naturally be valued. After leaving the old woman's place, several pseudo-heaven realm experts waited outside and invited Chen to attend the banquet. It was difficult to refuse such kindness. In addition, Xian was here, so Chen naturally couldn't refuse. Next, Chen met a series of higher-ups of the sword sect. He even met the current sect master of the sword sect. This was a middle-aged man. His sword intent was completely restrained, and he was even stronger than the old woman. However, he was also a pseudo-heaven realm expert, not a true heaven realm expert. Is there no heaven realm expert in the sword sect? During the banquet, Chen asked the question in his heart. This should be a taboo in the sword sect. The elders' expressions all changed, but the sect master waved his hand and said, there used to be, but after the Great War, the sword sect suffered heavy losses. Some of the surviving experts are all in closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries. Chen smiled and then nodded. Telling him the secret was the sect master's trust in him. At the same time, it was also a warning to Chen. If the sword sect had such an expert, then the Five Elements aristocratic families also had such a powerful existence. It was just that they had yet to appear. Chapter 1877. Chen left, and Jian Wu and the others came out to send him off. With a wave of his hand, Chen disappeared from everyone's sight. With the arrival of the Great Era, Chen felt a huge pressure when everyone was in closed-door cultivation. However, he had embarked on a path that belonged to him. If he wanted to improve his realm, the world would have to change on its own. After leaving this time, Chen decided to go to other places to see if he had the opportunity to find some materials to refine heaven-grade weapons in preparation for breaking through to heaven realm in the future. News of Chen was spreading almost everywhere in the fourth continent. Moreover, videos of Chen's battles were everywhere. In order to avoid unnecessary sensations, Chen chose to walk in some forests. The more remote, the better. Rumbling sounds were heard. Chen saw a waterfall. He sat down on a huge rock and allowed the water vapor to come to his face. A pill cauldron appeared in his hand. Flames were burning in the cauldron. Swoosh. Chen raised his hand, and streams of origin power flowed from his fingertips into the cauldron. The flames in the cauldron burned even more intensely. This was a routine refinement. Every day, Chen would activate the cauldron to refine the pseudo-heaven-grade beasts in it. After about 2 hours, Chen withdrew his origin power and put away the cauldron. He stood on the huge rock and looked ahead. This time, Chen was alone. He wanted to walk and take a look. He wanted to relax and speed up the transformation of the world. Boom. Violent energy surged. The energy between heaven and earth was violent, and the entire forest was shaking. A loud and clear beast roar resounded in all directions, and the pressure of a supreme being swept across the world. This was a ruler successfully breaking through to become a venerable one and becoming a venerable one. All beasts prostrated and roared in fear, welcoming the appearance of a supreme beast. This was the third time Chen had encountered a supreme beast. During this period, he had also seen many kings advance to become rulers. The Great Era has indeed arrived. Chen sighed and turned to walk into the distance. He was no longer interested in supreme beasts. A terrifying spiritual sense swept the surroundings. The newly evolved supreme beast was investigating its own territory. In the depths of the dense forest, Several beastly roars rang out again. It was the other supreme beasts defending their own territory. Swoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the distance. It was the supreme beast that had just advanced. It had discovered traces of humans in its territory and had come to defend its territory. The supreme beast charged towards Zichen in a menacing manner. Zichen waved his sleeves, sending a burst of energy forward. Bang! The energy landed on the supreme beast, causing it to cry out in pain. Its body was smashed into the ground, shattering many trees and leaving a deep crater in the ground. All the beasts raised their heads and looked at the not-so-tall but very terrifying human in horror. Zichen continued to walk forward without looking back. He didn't make any further moves. Normally, a supreme beast was indeed powerful, but after the arrival of the Great Era, supreme beasts were everywhere, and the superiority of supreme beasts was no longer so obvious. Zichen was far away from the mortal world. He walked in the mountains and forests and saw many beasts breaking through. In the mortal world, there were naturally people breaking through every day. A golden age had arrived. Soon, 3 years passed. Zichen walked from the 4th mainland to the 5th mainland, stopping occasionally. His world was still growing on its own. During this period, Zichen would spend 2 hours every day to refine the 8 pseudo-heavens. However, after several years, the 8 pseudo-heavens still hadn't died. At this moment, Zichen's realm was between the pseudo-heavens and the immortal realm. Because he suddenly saw his own Tao that day, Zichen was no longer interested in the origin of heaven and earth of the Zhonwu continent. If he was willing to abandon his own Tao and comprehend the origin of the Zhonwu continent, he would instantly break through to the pseudo-heavens realm. However, in this way, Zichen was gradually drifting away from his own Tao. The reason why Zichen came to the 5th mainland and not the 3rd mainland was because he had some concerns in his heart. In the 5th mainland, Zichen could still encounter supreme beasts breaking through. After refining the pill cauldron for 2 hours as usual, Zichen got up and walked towards the depths of the forest. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, Zichen suddenly turned back and arrived in front of a low mountain. This mountain was ordinary, but after Zichen stopped, he had been carefully examining it for an hour. In Zichen's eyes, this ordinary mountain was absorbing the energy of heaven and earth on its own. In addition, the entire mountain faintly emitted an aura that could draw out the origin of heaven and earth. Zichen didn't know what was in this mountain. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and struck at the mountain. Boom! The palm print landed on the mountain, and cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain before it finally exploded with a loud bang. Damned thing, who dares to disturb my seclusion? A figure rushed out of the mountain, followed by an explosive roar that resounded through the world. Looking at the figure, Zichen said indifferently, "Alien. Damn it, it's you, little thing." The figure stood in the air and looked down at Zichen. It was a burly man, and his face was full of anger. The aura surging around him was that of the heaven realm. The aura surging around him was unstable. Zichen confirmed the other party's identity through his perception and said, "It seems that there's no mistake. It's indeed an alien. So what? It's easy to kill a puny undying sovereign like you. It just so happens that my injuries haven't healed yet, so I'll refine your origin to help me recover." The burly man grinned at Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen's response was very simple. He only slashed out, and the burly man's body split open. Zichen shook his head. These alien races were like idiots. He couldn't understand why those experts back then had suffered such a great loss when they encountered these idiots. After his body was reassembled, the burly man's face was filled with shock. "You're just an undying sovereign. How can you hurt me? This is impossible. This is impossible." Swoosh! Another slash, and the burly man's body was split open again. His cry was still echoing in the wilderness. The Great Era was coming, and the world automatically warned. At the same time, the suppression of the alien races became stronger. It was unknown how long this alien race had been sleeping here. Usually, the alien beasts that passed by couldn't detect the slightest abnormality. However, after Zichen arrived, he was very keen to sense that there was something wrong here. After burning his life, the burly man's body was reassembled. He looked at Zi Chen with a face full of disbelief. Impossible. You're just an undying sovereign. How can you hurt me? It was the same sentence as before, but this time, it was almost shouted because this matter had exceeded common sense. Suddenly, his face changed, and he cried out, "Unless you're a heaven-defying sovereign." Heaven-defying sovereign. Zi Chen frowned slightly, puzzled. A heaven-defying sovereign. Only a heaven-defying sovereign can break the rules. You can hurt my origin, so you must be a heaven-defying sovereign. The burly man looked up and down at Zi Chen, and his expression kept changing. I didn't expect that a heaven-defying sovereign would really appear in this world. Damn it, there can only be one heaven-defying sovereign in a world. Why did I meet him? He cursed and prepared to escape without saying a word. Although a heaven-defying sovereign was powerful and could destroy the undying sovereign, the latter had not grown up yet. His combat strength was obviously too low, so he could retreat now. You can't leave. Tell me about the heaven-defying sovereign, and I'll let you die a quick death. Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the burly man. Dream on. You'll die soon. A ferocious smile appeared on the burly man's face. Then go to hell first. Zi Chen's cold voice sounded. He slashed again and took out the alchemy cauldron at the same time. Ha ha, heaven-defying sovereigns can't be tolerated. You'll die soon. The burly man was still laughing, but his body had already been taken away by the alchemy cauldron. At this point, there were already 9 pseudo-sovereigns in the alchemy cauldron. The burly man's laughter echoed between heaven and earth, constantly spreading in all directions. 1,000 miles away, an old man with a hoe on his back was walking in the forest. After hearing the burly man's laughter, he was slightly startled and said, "Heaven-defying sovereign." He was an old farmer, but his eyes suddenly flashed. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the forest. After that, a mysterious force appeared within 1,000 miles. The sound that continued to shake only spread for 1,000 miles before it disappeared. At the same time, rays of light appeared in the sky. These rays of light carried extremely strong destructive power. They were as fine as raindrops, covering an area of 1,000 miles. After a while, the light disappeared, and all the creatures within 1,000 miles died. The only one alive was Zi Chen, who had a look of shock on his face. He couldn't understand why there would be a rain of light in the world. Moreover, the power of the rain of light was so strong that it annihilated all the life within 1,000 miles. Shaking his head, Zi Chen no longer paid attention to this strange scene and continued to move forward. He had encountered a foreign race in this place, and perhaps a second one would appear. Zi Chen decided to stay here for a while longer. There are still living creatures. Within 1,000 miles, Zi Chen unexpectedly found traces of other living creatures. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. This was a nest of ants, ants in the eyes of all experts. In the face of the rain of light, all the living creatures had died, but this nest of ants was still alive. The ant nest had been completely penetrated by the light, revealing the ants inside. However, all the ants were huddled together, forming a huge black sphere. The rain of light killed the ants that formed the sphere, but in the center, there were still some ants alive. As the ants wriggled, the corpses scattered, revealing not only a few living ants, but also a large number of white eggs. Sacrificing oneself to save the next generation. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen couldn't help but be moved. The surviving ants were all injured. The remaining energy in the rain of light was destroying their vitality. In addition, the eggs that were still alive were also filled with the energy of the light spots. It wouldn't be long before the energy could wipe out the ants' vitality. These ants were equivalent to the human realm. In the Jianwu continent, they were definitely the weakest existences. However, in the face of this rain of light disaster, they miraculously survived. The few surviving ants clearly sensed the spread of energy. They quickly separated the eggs. Even if one of them survived, they wouldn't die. Chapter 1878. Seeing the ants fighting against the heavens and against fate, Zi Chen was touched. Even if one ant survived today, there would be another batch in the future and they would return to glory. Such a scene was so similar to the humans who faced disasters time and time again. With compassion in his heart, Zi Chen released a ray of energy. This was the power of origin, and it could bring people back to life. This energy scattered and covered a large number of white eggs and the ants. A scene that surprised Zi Chen appeared. Among the ants, except for one that recovered from its injuries, the rest lost their vitality and died instantly. This scene did not only appear on the ants, but also on the white eggs. More than 80% of them lost their vitality and became shriveled. How can this be? What is that light rain? Why does it have such powerful destructive power? Zi Chen was very surprised. If he had not taken action, this nest of ants that survived would have all died. The only ant that survived immediately recovered from its injuries. At the same time, its size doubled. This could be considered a mutation. It should be able to break through the shackles and break into the Earth realm, but that was it. The remaining white eggs became more and more vigorous due to the injection of the power of origin. Then, they hatched one by one. They were all very big, and the queen was even bigger than the adult ant. The birth of this nest of ants represented a brand new life and the rise of a race. Zi Chen looked at this nest of ants in a daze. Time seemed to pass. The ants that were born were quickly dividing up the work. Some went out to look for food, while others began to dig holes. Like humans who were rebuilding after a great disaster, everyone cooperated with each other and everything was in order. While Zi Chen's attention was on this nest of ants, Zi Chen did not know that a spiritual thought had been sizing him up. Interesting little guy. The owner of the spiritual thought was an old farmer. He had opened up a field in the mountain forest and planted some green vegetables. Every day, he would weed and loosen the ground. In his free time, he would open up new fields, but most of the time, he was sizing up Zi Chen. At the same time, he was also looking at the nest of ants. Compared to Zi Chen's focus, the old farmer had a lot of emotions in his eyes. New life forms were constantly being born and the number of ants was increasing. The number of ants going out in search of food also increased. At the same time, Zi Chen released his spiritual senses and found that there were many holes in the ground. It was simply like a maze. Zi Chen continued to refine the fake heavens every day. The cauldron isolated all sound from the outside world, but as the cauldron's master, Zi Chen could still hear the angry curses. While cursing, they chose to cooperate with Zi Chen for the sake of survival. Some of them even said that they wanted to recognize Zi Chen as their leader, but Zi Chen was indifferent to them. The underground had almost become an underground palace, and the number of ants was increasing. Everything was in order, and Zi Chen chose to leave. Zi Chen went out for tens of thousands of miles, searching for traces of other non-humankind beings. A few days later, Zi Chen returned with nothing. When he arrived at the beginning of the ant nest, Zi Chen saw that the ground was a mess. The underground palace was completely revealed, as if this place had suffered another great disaster. The entire underground palace was completely destroyed, but there were no ant corpses. Zi Chen released his spiritual senses and found signs of life more than 10 miles away. He saw the ants again. Apart from the ant queen, there were less than 100 ants left, but there were densely packed ant eggs. The ants resettled and started a new life. During this period, some ants would be responsible for scouting the surroundings for danger. After that, these ants would move once every 10 days. This was their perception of danger. Zi Chen still went out all day, but he would occasionally come back to take a look. It seemed that because of the origin, these ants had begun to evolve. The next ants almost all had the strength of the peak of the human realm. As they continued to develop, the first Earth realm ant also appeared. During this period, the ants faced several crises, but every time they escaped danger, they would rise again. In the eyes of some powerful creatures, these ants were the truest portrayal of the former humans. What an interesting little guy. The old farmer didn't know how many times he had sighed. Zi Chen watched the ants every day, and it seemed to have become the old farmer's habit to check on Zi Chen's movements every day. Originally, there was a small wooden hut at the end of the field. However, after a certain day, another small wooden hut appeared. Furthermore, the wooden hut was filled with other things. It's rare to meet someone pleasing to the eye. I'm itching for a fight. The old man smiled, and a new light shone in his eyes. Chen still didn't ask the big man what a heaven-defying cultivator was or why heaven-defying cultivators were dangerous. The ants that were in danger back then had now become a huge empire, and the underground had almost become their world. They had finally developed to a large scale. Their natural enemy, the anteater, came again, but this time, the ants did not resist in vain. Instead, they swarmed forward like a black torrent, followed by the anteater's screams. In less than a moment, the anteater turned into a pile of white bones under the black torrent. This was the work of graffiti that created this army of ants. Then, Chen decided to leave. This time, it didn't take long for Chen to find two small wooden houses. Outside the wooden houses, an old farmer was hoeing in the field. When did such a person appear here? Chen was very surprised by the appearance of the old farmer. He had been here for a long time, but he had never seen an old farmer, let alone a field like this. Moreover, it was obvious that the field had taken a long time to renovate to its current state. Being able to stay alone in this deep mountain, he was certainly not an ordinary old farmer. Chen stood in the distance and looked at the old farmer who was hoeing, hesitating whether he should go up and greet him. Obviously, this was an old senior, and this should be his place of seclusion. As for his realm, Chen found that he couldn't detect it after scanning with his spiritual thoughts. It's fate that we meet. Since you're here, come down and have a seat. The old farmer spoke, but he didn't look at Chen. Then I'll have to trouble you. Chen cupped his hands and descended. Be careful, don't step on it. Chen stood outside the vegetable field, quietly standing there. The old farmer was still hoeing and didn't look at Chen. After a while, the old farmer said, "There are some vegetable seeds on your right. Bring them to me." Chen turned his head and saw a small bag of vegetable seeds. They were very ordinary and didn't have any spiritual energy. Chen picked it up as he was told and walked forward cautiously. "There's a bucket over there. Go get me some water." On the other side of the old farmer, there was a small wooden bucket. With Chen's current strength, he could summon rain or even origin water with just a thought. However, since it was the old farmer's order, Chen didn't hesitate and left with the wooden bucket. Chen could vaguely guess the old farmer's intention, so he walked down the mountain. After fetching a bucket of water, he walked up the mountain again. The old farmer was still hoeing. When Chen came back, he ordered again, "Plant those vegetable seeds." Chen nodded and planted the seeds again. Then, he watered them and buried them. Just like that, the old man and the young man worked in the field. During this time, the old man would occasionally give some pointers, while Chen didn't say a word until the sun set. "After working for a whole day, I'm exhausted." The old farmer straightened his back and gently punched his waist. This was the first time he truly looked at Chen. Chen also looked at the old farmer. His eyes were very muddy, his hands were full of calluses, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked like a real farmer and not a powerful cultivator. The old farmer had a kind smile on his face. He looked at Chen and asked, "You must be tired." Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not tired." "You may not be tired, but this old man is tired. Wait, I'll go cook." While speaking, the old farmer walked to the vegetable field. "No need, I'm not hungry." Chen immediately waved his hand. "Nonsense, how can you not be hungry after working for a whole day?" The old farmer picked the freshest vegetables to pick. Chen wanted to help but was rejected by the old man again. Helpless, Chen could only go fetch water to wash the vegetables. The old farmer's movements were very swift. He quickly washed the vegetables and cooked a few side dishes. During this time, the old farmer also used the dried bacon at home to cook a meat dish for Chen. The aroma of the dish wafted out. The two sat on the stone bench outside the wooden house. There were 3 plates of vegetables and 1 meat dish on the stone table. After putting down the last dish, the old farmer said, "It's been a long time since we had a guest here. I'll go get some wine later." Chen didn't refuse. The old farmer's actions were a bit strange, but he definitely didn't have any bad intentions. Soon, the old farmer brought a small jar of wine and 2 porcelain bowls. After opening them, the slightly muddy wine poured out. He handed a bowl to Zi Chen and said with a smile, "Don't mind it. It's home brewed. It's fine." Zi Chen took it and drank it in one gulp. He praised the good wine. The dishes were ordinary dishes and the wine was even more ordinary wine. Everything was very similar to the life of a mortal in the Sky Martial continent. This meal didn't have any exotic delicacies, nor did it have anything to replenish spirit qi. However, Zi Chen ate very happily. It was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. The two didn't ask about each other's past or about each other. They just drank and ate. After 3 rounds of wine, the old farmer seemed to be a bit drunk. He slightly narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Then, he looked at Zi Chen. For some reason, Zi Chen had a feeling of goosebumps. It was as if he suddenly thought of the 3 words heaven-defying. "It's been a busy day. Let's stay here tonight. We still have work to do tomorrow." Zi Chen nodded and then asked curiously, "Are we still planting vegetables tomorrow?" The old farmer shook his head and said, "No, we're refining weapons tomorrow." "Refining weapons? What weapons?" Zi Chen looked at the old farmer in confusion and drank the last bowl of wine. "Heavenly weapons," the old farmer said. At this moment, he suddenly became mysterious and tall. Phut. Chapter 1879. After spitting the wine on the old farmer's face, Zi Chen was embarrassed and immediately stood up to apologize. The old farmer wiped his face and didn't get angry. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Zi Chen couldn't be blamed for having such a big reaction. The old farmer's words were too shocking. Even the thunder sacred beast might not know how to refine heaven weapons, let alone an old farmer he met halfway. "You don't believe me?" The old farmer looked at Zi Chen kindly. "I believe you." Zi Chen couldn't bear to hurt the old farmer. Moreover, the old farmer didn't mean any harm, so he nodded. "You will believe me." After eating and drinking, Zi Chen took the initiative to clean up the dishes. The old farmer sat on the stone bench and looked into the distance. Night had fallen, but for cultivators, there was no difference between night and day. Zi Chen's room was in the second wooden hut. After entering, Zi Chen saw that the room was filled with miscellaneous items. With Zi Chen's eyes, he could naturally see that these items were used to refine weapons. However, as for whether they could be used to refine weapons, Zi Chen had reservations in his heart. After a silent night, Zi Chen refined the pseudo-heaven cauldron in his room the next day. Then, he put away the cauldron and walked out of the room. The old farmer had already cooked porridge and signaled Zi Chen to come over and eat. Before refining weapons, we need to find some weapon condensation frigid water. We'll go there later. After eating, the old farmer said. Zi Chen nodded, but in his heart, he was actually thinking about refining weapons. After washing the dishes, Zi Chen followed the old farmer. At this point, Zi Chen didn't ask about the old farmer's identity, and the old farmer didn't ask about Zi Chen's background. While moving forward, Zi Chen found that the old farmer was very fast. If he didn't use his extreme speed, he couldn't catch up. What footwork in this world could be faster than the world's extreme speed? The answer was, of course, no. Obviously, the reason for the old farmer's fast speed was not only because of his profound footwork, but also because of his great strength. Zi Chen guessed that the old farmer might be a true heaven realm expert. It was not the heavenly realm created by the arrival of the Great Era, but the heavenly realm of the past. Along the way, the two of them rarely talked. During this time, Zi Chen was always half a step behind the old farmer. The two of them arrived at a valley. Standing at the top of the valley, they could see the entire valley. There was only one small spring with spring water flowing out. The water that overflowed from the spring did not overflow. Instead, it flowed back into the spring water, as if it was in an endless cycle. "Go get some spring water." The old farmer looked at the spring and said. Zi Chen nodded and leaped into the canyon below. Just as he jumped 10 meters down, a huge pressure suddenly appeared in this seemingly ordinary valley. Under this pressure, Zi Chen's body involuntarily descended and quickly fell into the valley. After that, he stood there without moving, and the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. The old farmer watched the scene in silence, his face expressionless. What terrifying pressure! At first, Chen did not care, but after feeling this pressure, he realized that this valley was not ordinary. Facing this pressure, he could barely move, and the spring was still spewing out spring water. Its resistance to pressure was even stronger than Chen's. Lightning surged in Chen's body, and the blood in his body boiled, providing Chen with great power. Chen felt the pressure around him lessen slightly, and his body could move again. However, after just one step, the pressure around him increased again, and his movements became difficult and slow. At this moment, Chen was almost 200 steps away from the spring, but he could hardly move. It was obviously not realistic to want to get the spring water. The old farmer still stood at the top of the valley, quietly watching Chen below. He did not say anything before, and now that he saw Chen's situation, he had no intention of helping. The sun set, and the sun rose. Chen took 3 steps, but it took him 7 days. After 7 days, he only took 3 steps. Not only was Chen not dispirited, but his eyes were also filled with excitement. This was because he realized that under this huge pressure, the speed of his world's change had increased by a lot. 7 days passed, and then another 7 days passed. The old farmer looked at Chen like this, and he did not say a word. With a flash, a figure appeared beside the old man. "Old man, why did you suddenly send a message to me?" It was a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe. After he appeared, there was a faint flash of lightning in his eyes. If Chen raised his head at this moment, he would recognize that this person was the thunder sacred beast. "I want to refine a weapon," the old farmer said calmly. "Refine a weapon? Are you serious? Didn't you seal the furnace?" The thunder sacred beast looked at the old farmer with a hint of surprise on his face. He wanted to see something from the old farmer's face. However, he was disappointed. He did not see anything. The old farmer said calmly, "I've been itching to try something recently, and I want to refine a weapon." "Then are you going to help me refine one?" The thunder sacred beast asked. "Refining a heavenly weapon requires too many materials. I don't even have one. How can I help you?" "Then why are you looking for me? I don't have any materials on me." The thunder sacred beast shook his head. "I can sense your aura from this little guy. You should know him, right?" The old farmer pointed at Chen in the valley below. "It's Chen. You." After discovering Chen, the thunder sacred beast's expression changed immediately. He turned around and looked at the old farmer. He accidentally discovered a surviving foreign race member and nearly crippled him. After that, he put him away. That foreign race member revealed his origins. "Although I've already stopped the news from spreading, it's still impossible to hide this matter," said the old farmer. "Then what do you mean? A heaven-defying cultivator can cause the world to change. Danger can come at any time. Hiding is escaping. Although we can't interfere with his path, we can at least provide him with some external support to make his path smoother. So you're looking for me because you want me to find some materials for you to refine a heavenly weapon for him. The heavenly realm will enter the world at any time. He has a lot of karma on him. It's naturally good to have a heavenly weapon to protect himself." The thunder sacred beast pondered for a moment and nodded. "This is a good thing. Of course, there's no problem. However, I haven't been awake for long, and I don't have any good materials on me." The old farmer frowned slightly. "Don't be in such a hurry to say that I'm stingy. I really don't have any, but Chen does. There are 4 foreign race saints sealed in his cauldron of all creation, which can be used to refine heaven-grade weapons. He also has a saber on him. Although it's only at the supreme level, it's made from heaven-grade materials. It's just that it failed and fell in cultivation. With your skills, you'll surely be able to refine the materials." In addition, he's also captured several pseudo-heaven-grade experts from the 5 elements aristocratic families. "Why is it all him? This time, a heaven-defying cultivator has appeared in your Thunder clan. As the recognized ancestor of your clan, why don't you show some sincerity?" The old farmer looked at the thunder sacred beast with a mocking expression. "Although it belongs to him, it was I who put in a lot of effort to get it, so it's still considered mine. After all these years, you should have some private goods on you, right? Don't hide them and take some out. After all, a heaven-defying cultivator is related to the future of the entire world. The old farmer was angered. Not only did I spend a lot of effort to refine the weapon, but you want me to contribute materials? After all, it's all ours. What can you do? The thunder sacred beast's aura changed. Weapon soul. What do you mean? I've searched for many years and finally found a weapon soul. I originally wanted to keep it for my own use, but now I'm contributing it. What weapon soul? Looking at the thunder sacred beast's serious expression, the old farmer was curious. It's very suitable for Chen. Its quality is even better than the souls of those saints who have fallen in cultivation. Then take it out. The old farmer reached out. The thunder sacred beast took out a stone the size of a human head. The surface of the stone was shining with lightning. Old man, you should know very well about Chen's identity. Don't be careless this time. You're not refining an ordinary heavenly weapon. It's a heaven-defying weapon that's closely related to a heaven-defying cultivator. Cut the crap. I know more about refining weapons than you. The old farmer took the stone shining with lightning. After sizing it up, he said, "It's indeed interesting. I just don't know what its quality is. I've already seen its quality. It's very good. I suggest you forge a small saber." The old farmer took a deep look at the thunder sacred beast and nodded solemnly. "Please." The thunder sacred beast's figure flashed and disappeared. Chen didn't know that the thunder sacred beast had come and completed a deal with the old farmer. At this moment, he was slowly moving forward. During this period, the world was growing. The world's origin energy was also constantly entering Chen's body, strengthening Chen's body and allowing him to resist the pressure. Chen was moving forward with difficulty. Every step he took consumed a lot of energy. As time passed, he grew closer and closer to the mouth of the spring that was gushing with spring water. The old farmer watched quietly from above. Soon, 2 months passed. 3 months passed, 4 months passed, 6 months passed, 8 months passed, in the blink of an eye, a year passed. The old farmer waited above the valley for a year. Finally, Chen slowly reached the side of the spring. After taking the last step, Chen heaved a huge sigh of relief. He then squatted down slowly and cupped his hands towards the spring. Crack, crack. The moment his hands touched the spring, a cold air entered Chen's body, turning Chen into an ice sculpture. The old farmer was still indifferent. Everything was within his expectations. Chen felt a chill that went straight into his soul, trying to extinguish his life force. His entire soul was frozen. Following that, the chill spread and arrived at Chen's world, above the undying source sea. Crack, crack. The entire surface of the sea froze. The chill spread again and went deep into the ground. The surface of the sea began to freeze. A thick layer of ice spread to the bottom of the sea. The undying source sea that was burning with the fire of life turned cold instantly. There were no signs of life. Boom. Chapter 1880. The coldness clashed with the flame of life. In this stalemate, the coldness was gradually dispelled by the flame of life. With a loud bang, the ice layer shattered, and the flame of life burned again. In the outside world, the ice on Chen's body dissipated, and his body recovered. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. Caught off guard, the extremely cold spring water posed a great threat to him. Chen believed that if other undying sovereigns came here, they would probably be frozen in an instant. Even if they didn't die, they wouldn't be able to walk out of here for the rest of their lives. With the coldness dispelled, the spring water in his hand was no longer a threat to Chen except for the coldness. Then, Chen began to collect the cold water. Chen didn't know how much to collect, so he just collected all of it. The world opened, and the suction force surged, and the spring water rapidly decreased. Then, Chen saw a palm-sized ice cube at the bottom of the spring, emitting a bright light. Chen raised his head and looked at the old farmer with a questioning look in his eyes. "Bring it up." "It's meaningless to leave it here," said the old farmer. Chen nodded and released a stream of origin energy. This energy wrapped around the glowing ice cube and lifted it up. Crack, crack. The ice cube became colder and colder, and the origin energy showed signs of freezing again. Chen hurriedly stored it in his world. With the disappearance of the ice cube, the pressure in the whole valley also disappeared, and it became an ordinary valley. Could it be that the pressure from before was all because of that ice cube? Chen was surprised. With a flash of light, Chen arrived above the valley. Before he could ask, the old farmer said, "Use your origin energy to refine them first." The them that the old farmer was talking about was naturally the ice water and the ice cube. As if worried that Chen didn't understand, the old farmer added, "Remember, use your own origin energy." In Chen's world, there were currently two types of origins. One was energy used for combat, and the other was produced when the world was formed. The old farmer was obviously referring to the latter. Other people's world origins were extremely small in quantity. They would be completely exhausted when they reached the origin supremacy level and would never appear again. However, Chen's world origins would constantly produce such world origins. This was his secret, and no one knew about it. However, the old farmer's words revealed Chen's secret, causing Chen's expression to change. "This is for you. Refine it together." The old farmer also passed the material given by the thunder sacred beast to Chen. After holding it, Chen could clearly feel the fluctuations of life. "Senior, may I ask what these are?" The water is heavenly ice water, which is used to refine heaven-grade weapons. The ice cube is heavenly ice stone. Not only does it produce heavenly ice water naturally, it is also a rare heaven-grade material. A heaven-grade weapon made from it will have a natural pressure when fighting. As for this, it is the weapon spirit of a heaven-grade weapon. The old farmer's explanation made Chen's eyes widen. His jaw dropped, and his face was filled with disbelief. "You really want to refine a heaven-grade weapon?" Chen thought it was just a joke and didn't take it seriously. Now, he was stunned. "How can you joke about such things?" The old farmer smiled faintly. He turned around and looked at Chen. "Don't waste time. Use your origin energy to refine these two things." Chen nodded. He used his spiritual thoughts to control the two things and moved them towards the origin energy. Although the origin energy didn't turn into a sea, it was equivalent to a lake. Chen directly threw the weapon spirit stone and heavenly ice stone into the lake. The two returned to the wooden hut. The old farmer instructed, "I'm going out for a while. You stay here and focus on refining the things in the cauldron of creation. I'll teach you a soul extraction technique later. Study it carefully. It will be very useful when the time comes." Chen nodded. He was smart enough not to ask how the old farmer knew about the cauldron of creation. He suspected that the rain of light was the old farmer's doing. The old farmer should have been observing him after that. As for the reason, Chen still didn't know. Before the old farmer left, he did teach Chen a soul extraction technique. After seeing this technique, Chen felt a chill in his heart. Who said that a cultivator couldn't be killed after reaching the undying indestructible realm? With this soul extraction technique, it could completely separate the opponent's soul from the undying origin energy. If the old farmer wanted to, he could easily kill an undying sovereign with this technique. After the old farmer left, Chen began refining the pseudo-heavens in the cauldron. During this time, Chen could hear the constant cursing from the cauldron. "Tell me, what is a heaven-defying cultivator?" Chen's voice rang in the ears of the pseudo-heavens of the Jin clan. The burly man was very stubborn and refused to say anything. Chen could only ask others. "What heaven-defying cultivator?" The Jin clan expert was puzzled. Previously, he was the one who expressed his willingness to become Chen's servant. After all, he wouldn't have to die after becoming a servant. After that, Chen asked the other three and got the same answer. They had only become pseudo-heavens for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. They had never participated in a battle with the foreign races, so they weren't clear about some secrets. The refining process was very slow. 3 years passed quickly. Chen still hadn't killed a single one, not even the 4 pseudo-heavens of the 5 elements aristocratic families. In these 3 years, he didn't go out, and the old farmer didn't return. However, 3 years of continuous refining wasn't completely useless. At the very least, they resisted less and cursed less. All of them were dispirited and seemed to be about to fall into a deep sleep. Another 2 years passed, and these pseudo-heavens were silent again. Through the cauldron, Zichen saw that Xingyang had turned into a rock that emitted dazzling starlight. And in the rock, Xingyang's soul had lost consciousness and fallen into a deep sleep. The earth fire turned into a ball of flame, and in the center of the flame, there were signs of life. Gary and Cade also turned into 2 pieces of crafting materials. As for the last foreign being, he turned into a cluster of specks of light. Seeing this scene, Zichen was very suspicious. Back then, the Thunder Sacred Beast had gathered the 4 of them because he wanted their bodies. Otherwise, why would they be refining materials? As for the 4-5 elements aristocratic families, they were completely motionless and in a state of deep sleep. The cauldron opened, and a huge Xingyang appeared. Dazzling starlight illuminated an area of several hundred kilometers. However, this starlight only flashed for a moment, and it was instantly sucked into Zichen's world. Then, he threw it into the source stone. Before the old farmer left, he had purposely told Zichen that if he didn't return by the time everything was over, he would have to refine these things himself. Of course, he still had to use the source stone to refine them. After throwing in the Xingyang, Zichen threw in the earth fire, followed by the materials that Cade and Gary had turned into. These materials all had souls, and they were a type of spirit stone. The things refined like this would have more spirituality. At the same time, Zichen brought the 4 members of the 5 elements aristocratic families into his own world. The 4 of them were completely asleep, and when Zichen used the soul extraction technique, he didn't encounter any resistance. As a mysterious energy enveloped them, the 4 souls were successfully extracted. Then, the 4 of them turned into 4 source stones, which could also be used to refine weapons. This was the crystallization of their bodies and worlds after refining. Although it couldn't reach the heaven rank, it was infinitely close to the heaven rank and could be used as a supplementary material. At this point, the pseudo-heaven rank that Zichen had taken away had all been refined and disappeared from the world. After doing all this, Zichen only needed to wait. Wait for the old farmer to return, wait for these materials to be refined. All of the materials contained Zichen's aura. A heaven rank weapon refined like this was clearly very suitable for Zichen. As for why the old farmer did this, Zichen still didn't understand. A year later, the old farmer returned. Although he looked the same as when he left, Zichen could sense that he was a bit tired. "Senior, what happened?" Zichen asked with concern. He was now certain that the old farmer was a true heaven realm expert. After taking a heavenly frost stone, Zichen knew that there were such wondrous things in this world. He no longer thought that heaven realm experts were the rulers of this world. In this world, there were still many wondrous things that could threaten heaven realm experts. "It's nothing. There was a small accident on the way." The old farmer shook his head and asked Zichen, "How's your refining going?" "It's all refined. I'm using the origin to refine it now." The old farmer nodded and said, "That's good. Your next task is to completely refine these materials. By the way, take out your saber and let me see it." "What saber?" "The Thunder Clan's supreme saber." Zichen nodded and took it out. Then, he asked, "Senior, do you know the Thunder Sacred Beast?" "He's a friend. He gave me that weapon soul stone." At this point, all of Zichen's doubts were cleared. Zichen took out the sheathed saber. The moment he saw the saber in Zichen's hand, the old farmer's pupils shrank slightly before returning to normal. Then, he gently pulled out the saber. This made Zichen's eyes widen. It seemed that the old farmer was just pulling out the saber normally and didn't know the saber drawing technique at all. When the saber was pulled out, it shone brightly, but there was no oppressive killing intent. The old farmer passed the sheath to Zichen and examined the saber himself. After a while, he said, "You can even extract a complete material. Its attributes are very compatible with yours. It's not bad." At this point, Zichen was sure that the old farmer was refining a heavenly weapon for him. After signaling Zichen to continue refining, the old farmer turned around and entered another wooden house. At the next moment, The entire wooden house seemed to be on fire. The raging flames turned into fire snakes and spat out from all directions. The blazing high temperature made Zichen's expression change. He kept retreating. However, the wooden house didn't have any reaction to the surging flames. 3 days later, the old farmer walked out. The thunder saber was nowhere to be seen. He was holding a crystal-clear thunderbolt stone in his hand. He passed the thunderbolt stone to Zichen and said, "Take it and continue refining." Then, the old farmer returned to the wooden house to rest. As for Zichen, he entered his own world and began refining these materials. Chapter 1881. Zichen was very surprised by the arrival of the thunder sacred beast. "Senior, why are you here? There can't be any mistakes in this weapon refinement. I'm here to protect you." The thunder sacred beast in human form had a very serious expression. Zichen, who was close to it, felt an invisible pressure from the thunder sacred beast. This pressure made him feel danger. Then Zichen said in surprise, "Senior, you've broken through." The thunder sacred beast nodded. The old farmer walked out of the wooden house and looked at the thunder sacred beast. He said, "Is everything ready? Don't worry. Well, I'll leave this to you. Little guy, come with me." Zichen walked into the wooden hut as instructed. From the conversation between the two, it seemed that the crafting of the heaven-grade weapon was not going smoothly. His expression turned solemn. There were still refining tools in the room, but at this moment, each of them was emitting a heavy and oppressive aura, showing how extraordinary they were. The old farmer pointed at the bellows and said, "Next, you'll be in charge of controlling the fire. Remember, when controlling the fire, you have to keep pouring in the world's origin. This way, the refined heavenly weapon will have a high degree of compatibility with you." Zichen nodded and sat cross-legged beside the bellows. The world's origin entered the bellows. Boom! As the flames burned, the high temperature spread in all directions. Numerous fire snakes slithered in all directions. Except for the place where Zichen was sitting cross-legged and where the old farmer was standing, the other places were covered by the flames. The flames were very hot, but with the protection of the old farmer, it could not hurt Zichen at all. "Warm it up first." The old farmer's words became very brief. After that, there was silence. The flames burned continuously, and the world's origin was also continuously providing. Fortunately, Zichen had the support of a perfect world. If it were someone else, even if they were given this opportunity, they would not have the origin to provide them. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The old farmer stood beside Zichen and looked at the furnace without saying a word. Without speaking, he naturally could not stop. Zichen could only pour in the world's origin. The second 7 days passed, and the refinement still did not stop. The third 7 days passed. The fourth 7 days passed. Time passed, and soon, the 7th day had arrived. On the 49th day, the old farmer said, "All right, take out those materials." Just the preheating alone took 49 days. During this time, the consumption of the world's source was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With a thought from Zichen, various heaven-grade materials appeared in front of him. The old farmer raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. The weapon's soul stone, which had signs of life and was emitting lightning, landed at the center of the furnace and floated there. Swoosh! The old farmer shot out another beam of energy. The wintry stone slowly flew up and landed 9 inches away from the weapon's soul stone. Next was the star rock, which was directly opposite the wintry heaven's stone. The 3 of them formed a line. The 4th one to fly up was the earthly fire crystal, which landed on the right side of the weapon's soul stone. The 5th material was the thunderstone, which fell to the left of the weapon spirit stone. At this moment, the 4 materials were separated into 4 directions, and they were 9 inches apart, completely protecting the weapon soul stone. The old farmer shot out another beam of energy. The other materials floated up and landed in different positions. At this moment, the weapon soul stone was surrounded by the other heaven-grade materials. "Increase the flame." After doing all this, the old farmer shouted. Boom! Zichen completely released the flame. The flame's temperature was very high, and it definitely belonged to the heaven grade. At the same time, The world's source in Zichen's body was continuously transferred to the front. When the heaven grade met with the source, the flame produced was even more violent. Following this, it was completely possible to transfer the flame at this level. Zichen took the opportunity to raise his head and look at the heaven-grade materials that were connected to him. At this moment, Zichen sensed that the wintry stone was releasing an icy aura. The icy aura was constantly flowing towards the weapon soul stone in the center. After absorbing the icy aura, the weapon soul stone released the same icy aura to the other 7 materials. Similarly, the weapon soul stone was also absorbing the aura of the other 7 materials and transferring it to the other materials. At this moment, the weapon soul stone in the center was like a transfer station. It was continuously distributing the elemental aura of the other materials. During this time, the old farmer's hands were constantly forming seals. Obviously, this kind of transfer required a formation to activate and control. It was not automatic. This was a refining method that Zichen had never seen before. At this moment, Zichen could see that these materials could perfectly absorb the elemental aura of the other materials and fuse together perfectly. The old farmer's hands were forming seals. During this time, the seals kept changing. It was so fast that Zichen was dazzled. His expression was serious, and there were only a few materials in his eyes. Zichen was constantly transferring energy. The amount of source energy he was transferring was also sufficient. Fortunately, Zichen's world's source energy was as much as a lake. It was enough to consume. Time passed. Another 7 days passed. The various materials were still transferring energy. There was no sign of melting at all. The second 7 days passed. The third 7 days passed. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The heaven-grade materials refined by the heaven-grade flames did not change at all. 2 months passed. 3 months passed. Time passed quickly. A full year passed, but the materials still did not melt. Zichen had already expected this. After all, he was refining a heavenly weapon. It was definitely not as easy as refining other weapons. Outside the small wooden house, the sacred lightning beast stood. At this moment, with the small wooden house as the center, a huge concealment formation had appeared. However, the sacred lightning beast was clear that this formation could only be used temporarily. Once the heavenly weapon appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon. Zichen, who was constantly transferring the world's source energy, gradually became numb. All of his movements were mechanized. How was this refining a weapon? In Zichen's view, this was not refining a weapon at all. The world of all Earth realm cultivators would be formed the moment they stepped into the Supreme Being realm. During this period, no changes would occur. After that, the Earth realm cultivators would use their own world's laws as the foundation to comprehend the world's source energy. During this period, the source energy produced by their world would be used up when they stepped into the Supreme Being realm. Even if they still had some, it would not be a lot. But what about Zichen? He had been continuously transferring the world's source energy for a total of 9 years. 9 years. How much world's source energy would he transfer? In these 9 years, Zichen had not stopped. The seemingly endless world's source energy had been forcefully consumed by 1/9. As for those heaven-grade materials, they had only completed a process of energy conversion in these 9 years. At this moment, the 9 materials all had spirituality and other attributes. They could be considered to have perfectly fused together. It was just a fusion. There were no signs of melting at all. In Zichen's view, they might not be able to melt even after another 9 years. The second 9 years came. The 9 heaven-grade materials changed a little. They became smaller, and some impurities were expelled. This process was relatively easy. The old farmer did not need to repeatedly form seals. During this period, he also had some simple exchanges with Zichen. However, it was less than a sentence per month. This is the second stage of transformation. After a few more transformations, the materials will be able to melt. The old farmer spoke. His words were still concise. However, Zichen shook his head and smiled helplessly. It seemed that 9 years was the limit. The 9 heaven-grade materials began the third stage of transformation. This transformation was still to refine the impurities and temper them over and over again. By the time the fourth change came, 36 years had passed. Zichen's world origin, which was based on the world, had almost consumed half of it. The volume of the 9 heaven-grade materials had shrunk by almost 1/3. But according to the old farmer, the size of the weapons refined this time did not matter. He only wanted the essence. Among them, the huge star rock had shrunk by more than half. At this moment, it was emitting bright and dazzling starlight. Soon, the fifth 9 years came. These heaven-grade materials finally changed. Drops of liquid appeared on their surface. The liquid was tightly attached to the materials. Zichen did not know how long this melting process would take. He was now a little worried that the world's source energy would be exhausted at a critical moment. Moreover, in these decades, Zichen found that his world's source energy would not be regenerated after it disappeared. Originally, Zichen guessed that as long as his world's source energy continued to grow and reached a limit, he would naturally become a heaven realm powerhouse in the Zhonwu continent. But now, the development of things seemed to be completely beyond his expectations. The world's source energy was constantly being consumed, and new sources of the world no longer appeared. Zichen began to worry. He was worried that the path that Zichen saw at the beginning might be inaccurate. In this way, under the situation of anxiety, nervousness, and worry, the sixth 9 years came to an end. The seventh 9 years came, and the eighth 9 years passed. The impurities of those heaven-grade materials were still being reduced in the process of melting. Finally, in the ninth 9 years, all the heaven-grade materials melted together and turned into 9 masses of liquid, floating above the furnace. At this moment, the world's source energy in Zichen's world was almost exhausted. "Hold on." The old farmer shouted and raised his hand to form seals. These seals fell on the 9 masses of liquid one after another. Then, the liquid began to squirm as if it had a life of its own and combined together. Because the previous aura had already changed, the fusion at this moment was quite perfect. During the fusion process, the old farmer was constantly forming seals with a very dignified expression. These perfectly fused liquids, during the transformation process, absorbed each other's deficiencies, and gradually shrank in size. Just as the old farmer said, these were all essences. After the final fusion, the remaining liquid was the size of a palm. These liquids were squirming, sometimes taking the shape of objects, sometimes taking the shape of humans. During the continuous transformation process, a wave of life fluctuations spread out in all directions. Chapter 1882. In the wooden house, the liquid was changing, and the fluctuation of life was spreading out. This fluctuation caused the world to change. The thunder sacred beast stood outside the wooden house and waited for a total of 81 years and 49 days. This time represented a certain limit. On one hand, it was because of the old farmer's forging skills. On the other hand, it was because of Zichen himself. The thunder sacred beast looked up and saw the natural phenomenon. His eyes flashed, and at the same time, a powerful aura was released from his body. He knew that the heavenly soldier was about to take shape, and the natural phenomenon would immediately break through the formation here. In the sky, the wind and clouds moved, and a black hole appeared out of thin air. The black hole rotated and expanded, and a vast and inexplicable aura surged between heaven and earth. As the black hole expanded, the aura surged and spread into the distance until it spread throughout the entire fifth mainland. At this moment, all the living beings on the fifth mainland felt this inexplicable aura. This aura was vast and majestic, and it made people feel a huge pressure in their hearts. Everyone looked up at the sky, but not everyone could see the phenomenon above the wooden house. In a luxurious mansion, a middle-aged man who was in seclusion suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. A natural phenomenon. A precious treasure must have appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's figure flashed and disappeared from the mansion. In a deep mountain, a man in black was fighting with a supreme beast. After feeling the aura, he looked up at the sky, and his expression changed. A moment later, he laughed and said, "A natural phenomenon. I feel the aura of the origin of combat." Little thing, I'm not going to play with you anymore. As his laughter fell, the energy around the black-clothed man surged. He soared into the sky and left. The forest within 1,000 miles instantly turned into ruins. In the ruins, except for the supreme beast that was still alive, all the other living beings were dead. Boom! The mountain rocks exploded, and a powerful aura surged. A man with triangular eyes looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "This is the natural phenomenon caused by the formation of the heavenly soldier." At the same time, in another place, someone said, "Who is refining the heavenly soldier? The heavenly soldier has appeared, and the origin of the world has descended. As long as I get a trace of it, I can enter the heavenly realm again. This is my opportunity. Let's go." Another pseudo-celestial soared into the sky, heading straight for the location of the anomaly. "I don't need too much. Just a trace of the world's origin is enough. Just a trace and I can return to the heavenly realm. This damned world suppression is useless to me." The eyes of a non-human human flashed as he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. The group of pseudo-celestials sensed the abnormality and rushed in the direction of the wooden house. At the same time, in a bustling city, an old man frowned after sensing the aura. This is the sign of the birth of a celestial soldier. However, this aura is a little too strong. This celestial soldier is definitely extraordinary. Who is refining the heavenly weapon? No matter who it is, since I've encountered it, I can't miss it. In a remote mountain forest, a cold snort rang out. A figure soared into the sky. The significance of the appearance of a heavenly weapon is greater than that of a heaven realm cultivator. We have to try our luck. The third heaven realm cultivator disappeared. Boom! The world was filled with a violent aura. Under this aura, the formation outside the wooden house at the bottom immediately shattered. The formation was destroyed. At the same time, a bright light barrier appeared from the thunder sacred beast and enveloped the wooden house in front of it. Boom! Energy swept out. The other wooden house and the green vegetables that the old farmer had painstakingly planted were all reduced to dust and disappeared. The violent energy continued to wreak havoc, forming a terrifying destructive force. For some people, the birth of a heavenly weapon was an innate abnormality. This represented an opportunity. But for others, this was a disaster. The thunder sacred beast stood quietly. Releasing its aura, it was like the ruler of the world, standing tall between heaven and earth. Other than the surging aura of heaven and earth, there were no other abnormalities in the surroundings. However, the thunder sacred beast knew that this was only the appearance. At this moment, there were at least 5 pseudo-celestials and 1 heaven realm cultivator hiding in the dark. The significance of a heavenly weapon far exceeded that of a heaven realm cultivator. This was because the appearance of a heaven realm cultivator was achieved through cultivation. However, a heavenly weapon was formed in one step. It did not exist in the world. Next, when a heavenly weapon appeared, a great battle would definitely break out. At this moment, Zichen was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. His eyes were fixed on the changing liquid. He was nervous and worried. In his world, there was originally a large lake that contained the world's origin. After decades of continuous consumption, the entire lake was almost dried up. There was very little origin left. Zichen was now very worried about whether the remaining origin could support the formation of the heavenly weapon. He looked at the liquid very nervously. His heart was almost in his throat. He secretly prayed that the heavenly weapon would be formed quickly. The old farmer's hand seals changed faster and faster. In the end, only streaks of light could be seen, as well as the constant sonic booms from his fingertips. He was also very nervous at the most critical moment of the weapon refinement. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not be disturbed by the outside world. The life aura in the liquid became denser and denser. The life fluctuations also became more intense. The nervous Zichen suddenly felt a faint spiritual energy fluctuation coming from the changing liquid. The moment he felt the spiritual energy fluctuation, the changing liquid suddenly stopped. It finally turned into a small knife that was slightly smaller than a dagger. The moment the small knife took shape, the old farmer shouted, "Take shape, heavenly frigid water." At this moment, the world's origin in Zi Chen's body had completely dried up. After hearing the old farmer's shout, he quickly took out the heavenly frigid water and poured it directly on the small knife that had taken shape. The moment he poured the water, the world's origin in his body completely disappeared. The heavenly fire was also immediately extinguished. Zi Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Hualala. The heavenly frigid water sizzled when it was poured on the small knife. After doing all this, the old farmer also took a deep breath. He looked up as if he could see through the wooden house and into the sky. He said in a low voice, "Origin infusion, heavenly weapon birth." As if it had sensed something, pure world's origin immediately rushed out of the huge black hole in the sky. This world's origin was as thick as a water bucket. It was like a water column that came straight for the wooden house. Seeing the origin appear, exclamations could not help but sound in the distance. Heavens, so much world's origin. It's just a heavenly weapon. Why does it have so much world's origin? With so much world's origin, if we can get it, we can create tens of thousands of heavenly realm cultivators. This is my opportunity. No one can snatch it from me. Seeing the origin appear, pseudo-heavens appeared one after another. Their eyes were fixed on the falling world's origin and they madly rushed into the distance. To them, the heavenly weapon was not something they cared about at all. The most important thing now was to snatch the world's origin. The world's origin was the key to breaking through to heavenly realm. Mine, it's mine. Haha, it's mine. Scram to the side. As they moved forward, the pseudo-heavens relationship was not harmonious. From time to time, there would be shouting and cursing. They went straight into the sky, wanting to stop the world's origin halfway and take it all away. The thunder sacred beast was indifferent to the actions of the pseudo-heavens. These pseudo-heavens were nothing to be afraid of. Even if they snatched some world's origin, it did not matter. As long as the origin entered the heavenly weapon, it meant that the world recognized the heavenly weapon, which was equivalent to creating a heavenly realm cultivator. Now, what he needed to be wary of were the 3 heavenly realm cultivators that appeared in the 3 directions. The 3 of them were old men. They appeared in 3 different directions. Their gazes were fixed on the wooden house guarded by the thunder sacred beast. Swoosh. One of them moved. His figure flickered slightly, and he disappeared from the spot. The thunder sacred beast's eyes flashed. He quickly appeared on the side of the wooden house, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched the void in front of him. Boom. There was an explosion in the air, and the void exploded. A violent energy swept out in all directions. The entire space was like a flat mirror. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. In the end, it exploded, revealing an old man on the other side. The indomitable fist collided with the old man's palm. There was another loud bang. The thunder sacred beast did not move at all, and the old man's figure disappeared into the darkness. Swoosh. After the old man's figure disappeared, the thunder sacred beast's figure flickered twice again, and he punched twice at the same time. With the wooden house as the center, the void in 3 directions was completely shattered, and it spread out for thousands of miles. The original mountain forest turned into a depression thousands of miles wide. At the center of the depression, the wooden house floated in the air. On the other side, the thunder sacred beast instantly forced the 3 heavenly realm cultivators to retreat. When the 3 figures appeared again, a strange look flashed in their eyes. An old man whispered, "The Thunder Clan's extreme speed." "You're from the Thunder Clan." The thunder sacred beast was silent. The second old man said, "So what if you have extreme speed? You can't stop the 3 of us alone." "There's only one heavenly weapon," the thunder sacred beast said coldly. "This kind of provocation is meaningless to us. We just need to stop the heavenly weapon from forming." At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation in the sky. The moment the pseudo-heavens that charged at the world's origin touched the world's origin light erupted with a blinding light and a powerful aura. The pseudo-heavens that charged forward were all forced back by this aura. None of the pseudo-heavens that charged forward obtained the world's origin. "Attack! Bring some down!" A pseudo-heaven shouted and charged at the world's origin again. At the same time, waves of energy surged, wanting to completely shatter the world's origin. A huge rebound force surged out from the world's origin, and the pseudo-heavens that charged forward were once again sent flying. This time, they all vomited blood. The thunder sacred beast did not raise his head, but he sensed this scene. This was the blessing of the heavenly Tao, and his expression changed drastically. The other 3 heavenly realm cultivators also sensed this scene, and their eyes burned with passion. Boom. Chapter 1883. The heavenly Tao's blessing proved that this heavenly weapon was extraordinary. It would naturally be of great help to Zi Chen's future cultivation path. Moreover, such a heavenly weapon was obviously incomparably powerful. The pupils of the 3 heaven realm experts constricted. They could also see that this was an extraordinary heavenly weapon. The 3 of them prepared to charge forward again. Boom. The aura around the lightning sacred beast was completely violent. This violent power even caused the void to tremble. The falling world origin mistook it for an attack and began to form a counterforce on its own, shaking uncontrollably. This kind of shaking also had great benefits. The pseudo-heavens didn't dare to approach at all. The void behind the lightning sacred beast distorted crazily, and then a huge beast shadow appeared. This beast shadow was surrounded by lightning, majestic and domineering. The moment it appeared, lightning flashed in the sky, as if this place had suddenly become a world of lightning. Such power shocked everyone. Everyone turned to look at the beast shadow that suddenly appeared. With the exception of a few pseudo-heavens, the rest of the experts recognized the beast at a glance. Lightning sacred beast. It's the sacred beast of the Thunder Clan. Damn it, so many years have passed. Why is this guy still not dead? Hearing this discussion, the newly ascended pseudo-heavens were very puzzled. One of them couldn't help but ask, could it be a saint? Bullshit saint. He's just a divine. In the Great War back then, the saints either died or fell into a deep sleep. It's still uncertain whether there are any saints in this world now. The pseudo-heavens were completely shocked. With the lightning sacred beast here, just the powerful aura surging around the other party made them feel extremely wary. In addition, with the heavenly Tao's blessing, it was simply unrealistic for them to obtain the world origin. However, this time, they didn't come in vain. Although they couldn't obtain the world origin, they could feel the aura of the origin, so they could take fewer detours in the future. There were even some pseudo-heavens who sat cross-legged in the air in the distance and began to quietly comprehend. Lightning flashed, and this place completely turned into a world of lightning. In that world, the lightning sacred beast stood tall, and in front of it stood an equally imposing figure. The one in front was the real body, and the one behind was summoned by the innate ability. The small wooden hut slowly rose into the air and landed on the head of the lightning sacred beast. The real body then landed in front of the small wooden hut. This was an all-round protection. When the 3 heaven realm experts saw this, they couldn't help but feel bitter. They had recognized the lightning tribe's extreme speed and thought that he was just a random heaven realm expert from the lightning tribe. Who could have thought that the young man before them would suddenly transform into a lightning saint beast? Back then, the Thunder Clan had many experts. When they fought against the foreign tribes, they contributed greatly. Among the many powerful beings, the Thunder Saint Beast was still a renowned and powerful existence. That was because it was the strongest being of the Thunder race back then, the mount of the Old Master Thunder. In the Thunder race, its position was second only to the Old Master Thunder. The Thunder ancestor had disappeared for a very long time, so long that almost no one knew of his existence. In the hearts of the Thunder Clan members, the Thunder Sacred Beast was the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Facing such a powerful existence, the 3 of them were truly somewhat powerless. If it were any other time, the 3 of them would have turned around and left. But today, a heavenly weapon protected by the heavenly law had appeared. This was a truly great opportunity that they could not miss. The 3 of them exchanged glances. They could see the resoluteness in each other's eyes. After nodding their heads, they bolted forth. Roar! The Saint Beast roared out as the thunderbolts went berserk. Above the firmament, a series of bright lights shone out. A series of snaking thunderbolts tore through the void and struck down onto the ground. The entire sky was filled with thunderbolts. This was an all-encompassing coverage. During this period of time, there were some pseudo-heavens who were indignant about this and attempted to strike at the source of the world once more. But when they caught sight of these thunderbolts, their faces changed as they retreated backward. These thunderbolts were the same ones that had injured a pseudo-heaven back then. But the only difference from back then was that these thunderbolts no longer appeared in streaks, but in patches. If a pseudo-heaven were to rush in recklessly, he would only be able to withstand a couple of attacks before his body would explode apart. The thunderbolts that the Thunder Sacred Beast was displaying right now were only able to slow down the footsteps of the 3 Heaven Realm experts slightly. During this period of time, his body appeared and blocked the attacks of 2 Heaven Realm experts. At the same time, the Thunder Sacred Beast raised his claws and slapped out at the void. The void exploded as lightning flashed. The pitch-black void was instantly filled with thunderbolts. One of the Heaven Realm experts who was drowned by the thunderbolts yelled out and retreated immediately. Swoosh! 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 The battle between Heaven Realm experts brought about a terrifying might. The entire space distorted crazily, and during the distortion process, it was constantly being torn apart. All the places that were filled with energy shockwaves were extremely dangerous. During this period of time, all sorts of source laws were constantly surging in the sky. The group of pseudo-heavens retreated far away. In the sky, there was a battle between the 4 Heaven Realm experts. However, this kind of battle was extremely fast, like surging lightning. As a result, the descending source seemed to have slowed down. Roar! The Thunder Sacred Beast roared and attacked repeatedly. Boundless thunderbolts surged. The 3 Heaven Realm experts were helpless. At this moment, they still couldn't approach the wooden house. Every time someone tried to approach, the beast phantom would attack. Moreover, the other party's attack was very strong. Once they were hit head-on, they would definitely be injured. Bang! The source finally descended and entered the wooden house. The entire roof instantly exploded. Zichen still didn't know what was happening outside. He thought that the heavenly soldiers had already taken shape. The sudden explosion of the roof gave him a big fright. The old farmer had already expected this, but when he saw so many sources of the world, a look of shock appeared on his face. It was obvious that even he didn't expect this scene. This thick origin energy landed on the small knife that had taken shape. The entire knife began to tremble, and a suction force appeared. The surging source of the world was continuously sucked in. It was also at this moment that Zichen felt the terrifying energy surging between heaven and earth, as well as the angry roar of a beast. What happened? Zichen was stunned. I'll go take a look. You stay here. The old farmer's figure flashed and disappeared. Zichen stayed in the wooden house and watched the small knife begin to absorb the source of the world. In his perception, the spiritual sense in the small knife was becoming clearer and clearer. The small knife that had already taken shape changed again at this moment. The body of the knife was disappearing bit by bit, and 2 small arms appeared on the left and right. Why did it change again? Zichen stared with wide eyes at the long knife that was absorbing the source of the battle weapon. There was a look of surprise on his face. The old farmer wasn't here, and he had no one to ask, so he could only continue to watch. After the small arms, it was the calves. The small knife completely changed into a spiritual creature the size of a palm. It pouted, had 4 wings, and its small eyes were closed. It seemed that it hadn't woken up yet. And in Zichen's perception, the signs of life of this little thing were getting stronger and stronger. As the last source of the battle weapon was devoured, the little thing opened its eyes and saw Zichen at a glance. It blinked its bright eyes and moved closer to Zichen. At this moment, Zichen also felt a sense of familiarity from this little thing. So, he immediately reached out and let the little thing land on his palm. At this point, the heavenly soldier was completely formed. The changes in the sky disappeared, and the oppressive aura disappeared. All the living creatures on the 5th mainland heaved a sigh of relief. In the small wooden house, the little thing gradually became familiar with Zichen. Soon, it transmitted its feelings through his perception. Hungry, hungry, Zichen couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. This little thing was clearly a weapon, and its main body was that small knife. How could it feel hungry? Hungry, hungry. The little thing flew around Zichen, landing on Zichen's head and landing on Zichen's shoulder. It kept saying that it was hungry, like a crying child. This made Zichen a little confused. Moreover, he didn't know what this little thing wanted to eat. Hungry, hungry, the little thing pouted, and its eyes flashed. It looked wronged and pitiful. What do you want to eat? Zichen asked helplessly. Unfortunately, this little thing had clearly just woken up and didn't know how to communicate. It just kept saying that it was hungry. Suddenly, Zichen had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the old farmer's words. Thus, he immediately took out a ball of light and waved it in front of the little thing. When the little thing saw the ball of light, its eyes lit up. It immediately rushed forward, snatched the ball of light, and devoured it in a few bites. After that, the little thing stared at Zichen with a pitiful expression. Zichen's expression changed. His eyes were full of shock. That ball of light just now wasn't food or material. It was the soul of a pseudo-heavenly being. Zichen had used a special method to forcibly extract it. Zichen had used a pill cauldron to refine such a soul for several years. However, the little thing devoured it in a few bites. And from the looks of it, it didn't seem to be full. This alone was enough to see how extraordinary this heavenly soldier was. Zichen took out a second ball of light. The little thing jumped up and happily hugged it. It turned around and devoured it in a few bites. Then, it looked at Zichen with puppy eyes and pretended to be pitiful. The shock in Zichen's heart was indescribable. This time, he took out the last 2 balls of light and handed them to the little thing. The little thing took them again and gnawed on them again. This time, it took a total of 8 bites to devour 2 balls of light. However, it was clear that the little thing was still not full. Hungry, very hungry. Perhaps it was because it had devoured the pseudo-heavenly being's soul, but its voice became clearer. It was as if its intelligence was awakening. The little thing was still complaining about being hungry. Just as Zichen was at a loss, he heard another loud explosion. The entire wooden house exploded, and a powerful force swept Zichen's body into the air. At this critical moment, Zichen also hugged the little thing to prevent it from being swept away by the impact. Chapter 1884. The violent energy tore the small wooden house apart. Zichen instantly activated his extreme speed, and in the instant that space paused, he dodged the raging energy and conveniently grabbed the little thing out of the wooden house. Standing in the air, the energy around him surged crazily. He saw the thunder sacred beast under his feet. The thunder sacred beast was roaring at the sky. Boundless thunder was summoned, breaking through the void, lighting up the sky and connecting the heaven and earth. His main body was fighting against a heaven realm expert. All kinds of energy vibrated, and terrifying black holes appeared one after another. The old farmer was also fighting against a heaven realm expert. The two of them were constantly fighting in the sky at an extremely fast speed. As for the thunder sacred beast, it sent a third heaven realm expert flying with a claw. The wooden house Zichen was in was destroyed. It wasn't because the two of them didn't protect it, but because a fourth heaven realm expert had appeared. This was a man with a gloomy face. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the little thing in Zichen's hand. When the wooden house collapsed, Zichen appeared. Everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. Then, they moved down and saw the little thing in Zichen's hand. The little thing was staring at the surroundings, looking very curious. Among these pseudo-heavens, many of them were the first to see a celestial soldier. At this moment, when they looked at the little thing that was obviously not a weapon, they all looked puzzled. Why is it so small? Those who knew the celestial soldier also looked puzzled. After a celestial soldier took shape, most of the time, it wouldn't be in the form of a weapon. Instead, it would be in another form. This form could be an object or a person. A celestial soldier that was born with the blessing of the heavens was naturally an extraordinary existence. In their hearts, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could transform into a tall middle-aged man. However, the transformed spiritual object was too small. It was so small that it was unreasonable. However, size didn't determine everything. The value of a celestial soldier wouldn't decrease because of this. The 4 Heaven Realm experts stared at the little thing in Zichen's hand. How dare you sneak attack me? You're courting death. When the Thunder Sacred Beast's main body saw the gloomy man, a hint of coldness appeared on its face. The other party had been hiding in the dark and sneak attacked at the critical moment. This had almost angered the Thunder Sacred Beast. Zichen, retreat first. A burst of energy fell on Zichen's body and swept him away from the battlefield. The man sneered and prepared to give chase. The other 3 did the same. Their target was the heavenly soldier, not the lightning sacred beast. You can't leave. As the cold voice resounded, the sacred beast's phantom in the sky disappeared. The lightning sacred beast revealed its true form, and its tyrannical aura surged through the heavens and earth. Its true body was smaller than the previous summoned body, but it was more violent and terrifying. Above the firmament, the void was pierced by numerous lightning bolts. Boundless lightning bolts descended from the sky and changed direction in the sky, heading towards the Thunder Sacred Beast. These thunderbolts revolved around the lightning sacred beast like well-trained soldiers. In an instant, they formed a huge lightning ball and trapped the 4 Heaven Realm experts. Rumble. Energy surged, and the lightning ball trembled. The 4 Heaven Realms fought against the lightning sacred beast and the old farmer in the lightning ball. With the lightning ball as the center, the area within 1,000 miles became a forbidden zone. Even pseudo-celestials didn't dare to step into the violent energy. Zichen left the battlefield and distanced himself from the lightning ball. The pseudo-celestials' gazes immediately fell on Zichen. After sensing that he only had the strength of an undying sovereign, their expressions froze for a moment, then they sneered. At this moment, Zichen was holding the heavenly soldier in his hand. Even Heaven Realm experts would fight to the death for this item. Its preciousness no longer needed to be deliberately explained. A group of pseudo-celestials against an undying sovereign. This seemed to be a battle without any suspense. Swoosh. Swoosh. With a flash of brilliance, a group of pseudo-celestials rushed up with cold smiles on their faces. Their eyes were surging with killing intent. Obviously, they all had their eyes on the heavenly soldier in Zichen's hand. The heavenly soldier has formed. Let me see how powerful it is. Zichen's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Without the heavenly soldier, he would have to consider carefully before the battle. However, with the heavenly soldier in hand, he didn't put these pseudo-celestials in his eyes at all. From the beginning to the end of the refinement, Zichen's world origin had been consumed. This kind of origin was like a brand, stronger than the blood essence refinement back then. Therefore, after the heavenly soldier was formed, Zichen already had some understanding of it. Glancing at Lil Thing, Zichen said, "It's time to fight. Cheer up." As he spoke, Zichen grabbed Lil Thing. The latter's body circulated with brilliance, and in an instant, it turned into a small knife. The small knife was 2 fingers wide and less than the length of 2 fingers. Its surface emitted a resplendent light, and the tip of the knife flickered with a cold light. A cold aura spread out in all directions. Zichen pinched the tail of the knife with 2 fingers. The tip of the knife pointed forward and gently drew a line in front of him. A ray of light shot out from the tip of the knife. This ray of light cut through the void and swept towards the group of pseudo-celestials. The speed of the knife light was so fast that the pseudo-celestials couldn't dodge in time. The knife light was already in front of them. Fut fut fut. Immediately after, several pseudo-celestials' bodies were cut open by the knife light. When the pseudo-celestials behind saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. It's indeed powerful. Zichen's eyes flashed, and there was obvious joy on his face. Just now, he didn't use any strength at all. With just a light stroke, the powerful pseudo-celestials' bodies were cut open. The flames of life burned fiercely, and the pseudo-celestials' bodies reassembled. When they looked at the small knife in Zichen's hand again, their eyes were filled with shock. The heavenly soldier was indeed extraordinary. Zichen's actions did not frighten them, because they were pseudo-celestials, immortal existences. In the next moment, they rushed towards Zichen again. When they rushed forward, their figures flashed, As long as they could avoid a direct attack, it would be fine. Swoosh. Seeing the pseudo-celestial's actions, Chen just smiled coldly. Thunder wings appeared on his back. With a gentle flap, Chen's body began to spin on the spot. During the spinning process, a clear cut appeared in the space around Chen. The bright knife light turned into a circle, with Chen as the center, expanding in all directions. As the knife light spread, 2 more pseudo-celestials were hit. With a loud cry, their bodies were cut open. The remaining pseudo-celestials either jumped up or rushed down, attacking Chen from above and below. Kaya's sword chi swept past Chen's side. After dodging this attack, Chen stabbed forward with the knife in his hand. Phut! The void was instantly pierced through. The straight knife light pierced through the pseudo-celestial's body and at the same time, shattered his body. Swoosh! The thunder wings flapped, and Chen dodged one attack after another. The knife in his hand kept slashing at the void. The knife light was very fast. Few pseudo-celestials could dodge it. Coupled with the cooperation of the Thunder Clan's extreme speed, the group of pseudo-celestials couldn't catch up with Chen. The pseudo-celestials, whose bodies were reconstructed, felt very depressed. Although the heavenly soldier was powerful and they knew that they were no match for it, as pseudo-celestials, they could easily suppress the Earthrealm Supremes. However, the fact was that the pseudo-celestials couldn't suppress the other party at all. Under the suppression of so many auras, the other party's speed didn't decrease at all. How can this be? This kid is strange. Could it be that the heavenly soldier blocked the pressure for him? The pseudo-celestials were very puzzled, but they hadn't been seriously injured since the battle began. The heavenly soldier could easily cut open their bodies, but it couldn't cause any substantial damage to them. In the hearts of the pseudo-celestials, even if Chen had the heavenly soldier, he couldn't hurt them at all. However, if they knew that Chen hadn't used his own strength since the battle began and was just playing around, who knew what they would think? As if feeling that there was no point in continuing the battle, Chen looked around and his eyes fell on a pseudo-celestial. Then, a light flashed under his feet, and he instantly appeared in front of the pseudo-celestial. He slashed forward with the knife. Phut! The pseudo-celestial's body was cut open without any suspense. With this kind of extreme speed, it seemed that no one could dodge Chen's attack. As Chen's gaze swept around again, the others were shocked. Some retreated, while others prepared to launch a sneak attack. Swoosh! Chen turned around. The knife light slashed, and 2 pseudo-celestials' bodies were cut open. The others didn't dare to step forward, but Chen stood in front of the pseudo-celestial from before, waiting for his body to recombine. Phut! The flame of life burned, and the other party's body finished recombining. Then, he saw the knife light approaching him. With a strange cry, his body was cut open again. Once again, Chen didn't leave. Instead, he stood there and waited. Phut! The pseudo-celestial's body was cut open for the 3rd time. This time, he still didn't have time to react. He didn't even have time to cry out. Phut phut! The 4th and 5th time, Chen acted like he was playing with a toy. He stood there and did not move at all. The other pseudo-celestials saw this and didn't dare to step forward. Why me? Why? In the flame of life, the pseudo-celestial's body was recombined for the 8th time, and he shouted at Chen. Chen couldn't kill him, but in front of so many pseudo-celestials, he felt extremely humiliated to be killed by a celestial. Chen looked at the pseudo-celestial and said indifferently, "Because you're from another race." The expressions of the other pseudo-celestials changed drastically, and they immediately stared at the other party. Bullshit, your Lord Cow is a human. That's also a human from another race. Chen slashed out again, and this existence who called himself Lord Cow was cut open again. On the other side, the lightning ball didn't disperse, and violent energy continued to spread out. On this side, a single Chen intimidated a group of pseudo-celestials. Looking at this way of waiting, they hesitated whether to step forward. If they were hated and waited for him again, it would affect their reputation too much in the future. Chen completely took the initiative. Lord Cow's body had been cut open more than 10 times. The other pseudo-celestials looked helpless. They couldn't help but sigh at the power of the celestial army. Without the celestial army, this celestial was nothing to fear. As if sensing this emotion, a shout suddenly came from the lightning ball, lightning saber manipulation. Swoosh. With that, the knife in Zi-Chen's hand flew toward the lightning ball. Chapter 1885. The heavenly soldier was forcefully wrapped up by a terrifying spiritual sense. Zi-Chen could still sense the location of the heavenly soldier and knew that it was the spiritual sense of the thunder sacred beast. Obviously, the battle had reached a critical moment, and the thunder sacred beast was going to use the heavenly soldier. Zi-Chen was still in the gesture of slashing forward. When the heavenly soldier was in his hand, he would slash through the void, and the fake Tian, who had just reformed his body, would be cut open again. He had done this more than a dozen times. He thought that he was cool and dashing, and he was happy to tease the other party. But now, without the heavenly soldier, Zi-Chen gently slashed the void, and there were no more ripples. This action looked so comical and ridiculous. The fake Tian in front was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. Sullen, he laughed out loud. Ha ha, without the heavenly soldier, the aura around him surged, and he seemed very proud, thinking that he could finally counterattack. However, before he could make a move, a fist light appeared in front of him. On the fist light, violent lightning surged. Bang! This punch directly hit the other party's face. The powerful force caused the other party's head to tilt, and then his entire body flew backward. His laughter was still echoing between heaven and earth. His voice came to an abrupt stop, and he had already spat out blood and flew backward. Without the heavenly soldier, don't think you can take advantage of me. Zi-Chen glanced at the other party and sneered. The other fake Tians were also stunned. They didn't expect Zi-Chen to be so fierce without the heavenly soldier. But that was it. Without the heavenly soldier, a mere supreme being was not enough for them. Kid, you're courting death. Facing Zi-Chen, Lord Cao, whose body didn't shatter for the first time, glared at Zi-Chen with fire in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen clenched his fist and took a step forward. The light of lightning surged as he punched out. Boom! The energy collided, causing a loud explosion. Zi-Chen and Lord Cao were both pushed back. In a head-on confrontation, the two were actually evenly matched, which surprised everyone. Lord Cao, who had been knocked back, suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted to the people around him, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and capture him. The heavenly soldier is his." He had already seen Zi-Chen's extraordinariness through their first head-on confrontation, so he didn't dare to be careless. The words heavenly soldiers woke everyone up, and they all rushed towards Zi-Chen. Swish! Swish! Light flickered as the pseudo-celestials closed in and unleashed powerful attacks. Without his heavenly soldiers, Zi-Chen was like a toothless tiger. There was nothing to fear. Facing the siege of so many powerhouses, Zi-Chen could only choose to dodge with extreme speed. One attack after another flitted past Zi-Chen's body. Every time, Zi-Chen would dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. At this moment, there were 9 pseudo-celestials attacking Zi-Chen. Their attacks were very fast, and without a weapon, Zi-Chen was greatly restricted. "Aren't you very strong? Come again." Lord Cao sneered at Zi-Chen, his eyes filled with mockery as he sent a fierce attack at Zi-Chen. Swish! Zi-Chen could only continue dodging. He didn't fear any of these pseudo-celestials in a one-on-one fight, but when surrounded, Zi-Chen was helpless. "Ha, let's see what tricks you have." Lord Cao's laughter resounded through the world, making Zi-Chen feel vexed. "Kid, let me see how many tricks you haven't used yet." Numerous attacks appeared from all directions and shot towards Zi-Chen. The lightning wings on Zi-Chen's back flapped at a high frequency, and a mysterious energy spread out. When the attacks reached Zi-Chen, they paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this pause, Zi-Chen flew out. "Oh, interesting. Let's see how long you can run." Lord Cao was a little surprised, but then he launched an even higher frequency of attacks. The other party's hateful face made Zi-Chen very unhappy. It was bad enough that they bullied him, a supreme being, with so many people, but they were also so talkative. Swish! Swish! Chen instantly activated his extreme speed movement technique and began to retreat, instantly widening the distance between the two sides. Don't let him escape. Lord Cao was shocked and immediately chased after him. I'll run if I fight you. Chen sneered. Golden light began to shine around his body, and in this pure golden light, blazing destructive lightning appeared. His hands hovered in front of his chest, and the seals in his hands changed. Extreme Yang appeared, and a mysterious energy spread out from his fingertips. This is a great Dao technique. Lord Cao, who was charging at the front, was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't understand how a mere supreme being could use a great Dao technique. Extreme Yang. With a low shout, the blazing light of energy moved forward, completely locking onto Lord Cao. Ha! Lord Cao was not to be outdone. The energy around his body surged, wanting to block this attack. But Chen's attack was not something an ordinary pseudo-heaven could block. With a loud explosion, Lord Cao's body exploded again. Chen had spent a lot of time to launch such an attack. A group of pseudo-heaven rushed forward, and a lot of energy enveloped Chen. Chen coughed up blood and flew backward. Facing so many people, Chen, who didn't have a weapon, couldn't deal with them at all. He could only dodge. The pause just now, and now that he was besieged, the pressure was even greater. At this moment, Chen urgently needed to increase his strength. However, the world he thought was perfect had lost all of its world origin after 9 years of continuous consumption. Just like other ordinary realms, the only thing he could use now was the undying origin. This kind of origin was clearly much weaker than the pseudo-heaven origin. Chen coughed up blood again and flew backward. Facing the attack of a group of pseudo-heaven origin, he was obviously no match. The pressure on him was increasing. If there were no changes, he might really be sealed here. Space stilled, and the attack stopped. Chen's figure soared into the sky. When he rushed up, an energy hit him, causing him to cough up blood. Under such great pressure, Chen urgently needed to increase his strength. This urgency was also transmitted to his own world. The world seemed to have sensed it, and it seemed to have changed because of the great pressure. A new world origin power appeared again. Compared to before, this world origin power was purer and more powerful. If this world origin was divided into levels, then the previous one was a level 1 world origin, and this time, it was a level 2 world origin that was obviously one level higher. This was a new world origin. After it appeared, it left the world on its own and entered Chen's body. The new world origin was added to his body. The light around Chen trembled. At this moment, a powerful aura was released from his body. This aura was not pseudo-heaven origin, but it was not far from it. Under the influence of the world's origin, his body was undergoing another metamorphosis. Bang! With the appearance of the new world origin, Chen stood between the sovereign and pseudo-heaven origin again. This time, Chen was even closer to pseudo-heaven origin. His speed had obviously increased, and his combat power had also increased. Like an illusory light, he dodged one attack after another and arrived in front of Lord Cao. Then, he punched at Lord Cao's face. Caught off guard, Lord Cao was hit, and his body exploded with a bang. This time, Chen used his own power, and the destructive energy was still trying to destroy his opponent's vitality. It's useless. You can't kill me at all. His body reassembled, and Lord Cao smiled coldly. Is that so? The world's origin was constantly emerging, like an underground fountain, and Chen's strength would increase tremendously with every breath. Thus, he regained his confidence. Space stilled again, and many attacks stopped. Chen smoothly passed through these attacks and came in front of Lord Cao again, and then punched again. It's useless. It's useless. Lord Cao crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. This punch directly pushed him back, but it didn't explode. Thunder wings flapped, and Chen followed up with another all-out attack. Lord Cao's body exploded. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled, and the universe origin cauldron appeared. A powerful suction force emerged from it, and fire dragons rushed out, heading towards Lord Cao. Damn it, what's going on? Lord Cao exclaimed, not knowing what to do. That's the universe origin cauldron. Isn't that Wuji's thing? Why is it here? A pseudo-heaven cried out, his face full of disbelief. Facing the universe origin cauldron, Lord Cao refused to go in, and kept struggling. Zichen's figure flashed, and came in front of him, stomping on his head. Bang! This time, there was no accident. Lord Cao's body directly smashed into the universe origin cauldron, and then the universe origin cauldron shook, and then there was no more sound. The other pseudo-heavens were all stunned. They didn't expect the situation to change like this. A powerful pseudo-heaven disappeared just like that. Putting away the cauldron, Zichen turned around, and his cold eyes fell on the second pseudo-heaven. It was this person who recognized the universe origin cauldron at a glance. Seeing the killing intent in Zichen's eyes, this pseudo-heaven immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack with all your strength. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape." Zichen rushed forward, and his figure changed. In an instant, he was in front of the pseudo-heaven, and punched. Bang! After the punch, the pseudo-heaven was sent flying. Bang! Another punch, and the pseudo-heaven's defense was shattered. Bang! The third punch landed, and the pseudo-heaven's body exploded. The cauldron appeared at the right time, completely enveloping the pseudo-heaven's body. In just 3 punches, another pseudo-heaven was taken care of. There were still 7 pseudo-heavens left. Seeing this scene, their faces changed drastically, and their faces turned pale. They never thought that a pseudo-heaven would be in danger of dying. At this moment, Zichen's gaze fell on them, causing their hearts to tremble, and they felt fear. "You guys can leave. I only kill outsiders," Zichen said indifferently. In his world, there were outsider laws, so he could clearly sense the existence of outsiders. Among them, only 2 outsiders were outsiders. The 7 of them were shocked, not daring to be sure if Zichen was telling the truth. Boom! The next moment, the lightning ball exploded, and miserable cries rang out. 4 figures rushed out in a sorry state, and in the process, several Heaven Realm experts were still coughing up blood. "Where do you think you're going?" The sound of wind and thunder rang out, and a bolt of lightning chased after one of the Heaven Realm experts. "Phut!"